Well, it is Tuesday, the 9th of August, 2022. The time, round about 9 East African, from Broadcasting House in the capital city, Nairobi, Kenya. This is KBC Prime. Kenya Decides edition. Our reporters embedded right across the country, covering the counting process that is ongoing as we speak. Good evening. My name is Tom Boyer. This is Kenya Decides, as I said, and Regina Manyara is at Bomas. Regina, what do you have for us?
Partly because the political elite and the people who kind of run these countries have, in very consistent ways, disconnected from the very, very aspirations of ordinary people. People don't see themselves connected to politics, and partly is because of apathy.
To cast their ballot in these closely contested August polls. The latest from this particular NAV center, being the Bomas of Kenya, is that at 4 p.m. we had IEBC give us the latest updates, where it indicated by around 4 p.m. 12,065,803 people had cast their ballot. That was around 56.17% of the total number of Kenyans that had registered to participate in the electoral process that took place this morning. We are waiting anytime from now from their latest update in regard to the voting process. Remember, some polling stations opened rather late, as well as the conversations around what is happening within the diaspora vote. So much is happening. We're waiting to see what the update will bring. But the latest being is that so far, 5,105 Form 34As have been verified, which is just around 11.04% out of the 46,229 polling stations that we have where the voting exercise was taking place. That is what we have, so we are on standby. Back to you, Tom.
Of course, we will be getting back to you. There, vote tallying underway. Regina Manyara, they are reporting from the NAV Center that is at the Bomas of Kenya. And also, tonight, there is a question of making your vote count. Kenyans are braving the weather, all the odds to exercise their constitutional rights, of course. Plus, you remember what happened to the Mombasa and Kakamega gubernatorial elections. They were suspended, but now they have been brought back and new dates have been set. So we go straight to our lead story now. Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga Tuesday morning cast his ballot at Old Kibra Primary School. That's in Kibra constituency. He was exuding a lot of confidence. The arrival of Raila at that polling center causing a standoff after hundreds of his supporters wanting to escort him into that polling station. So let's look at that report in more detail.
Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga was accompanied by his wife Ida Odinga at Old Kibra Primary School in Kibra constituency to cast his ballot. His arrival temporarily halting operations at the center as hundreds of his supporters escorted him, Raila remaining optimistic of a win in the ballot. Former Tanzanian President Jakaya Kikwete, who led a team of election observers at Old Kibra Primary School, lauded the manner the exercise was going on. Meanwhile, Raila Odinga's running mate Mathare, who cast a ballot at Mugumo Primary School in Gishugu constituency, Kirinyaga County, called on locals to be part of history in this election.
It's our day today to determine the direction this country takes. Make your voice heard.
Irene Mchuma Odim, the Prime Edition.
Well, that was happening in Kibra. Let's find out what is the status report from Karatina with our reporter Kevin Washira. Over to you, Kevin. Good evening.
Well, thank you very much, Regina Manyara, back in Bomas. We are here in Mathare constituency in Nyeri County, and you can tell it's a cold night by the way I'm dressing. Now, the counting of votes is currently underway here at DEB Primary, Karatina Primary School. This is at the heart of Mathare constituency. This is the biggest town in Mathare constituency, and you remember that Mathare constituency has for the last 5 years been represented by UDA's deputy presidential candidate Rigathi Gachagua. And what is happening in the images that you are seeing are the presiding officer of the third polling station that was here at DEB Primary School. They are finishing up with counting the presidential ballots so that then they can go to the member of parliament ballot, then later on MCA ballot, senator ballot, women representative ballot, and the final one will be the governor's ballot. And so far in this DEB primary, there are 3 polling stations, as I had mentioned, and they've finished 2 already. And the results that we have witnessed, because we were here when they were being counted, like ODM or Azimio la Umoja candidate Raila Odinga had 89 votes in one class, while UDA candidate William Ruto had 346 votes. Waihiga Mwaure had 1 vote, and Professor George Ojakoya had 1 vote. That is one class. We had 3 classes here. The other class, William Ruto had 354 votes, and Raila Odinga, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party candidate, had 70 votes, while Agano Party candidate Mwaure Waihiga had 2 votes, and Roots Party candidate Professor George Ojakoya had 3 votes. Now we are waiting for the final counting of the votes of this third class, so that they can combine all the three results. Then they will be transmitted to the Tallying Center, Mathare Tallying Center, whereby they will then get the results from all the other 200 polling stations in Mathare constituency. Now here in Mathare constituency we have 201 polling stations and about 104,000 registered voters. And the process, the way, if we look at the process, how it began in the morning, you can say the electoral process was smooth. The King's kit were working, but the turnout was not as much as it was compared to 2017. But we have not received any complaints or cases of incidences of mishap of security. We can say here in Mathare, the voting exercise was smooth. Back to you, Regina.
Well, actually, we will be taking it to Regina in a short while. Thank you very much, Kevin Washira. We will be coming to you to give us more details as they emerge, crunching those numbers tonight because the voting closed at 6. And so, obviously, the eye of the nation is on the numbers. Now, we want to take you to where Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate Dr. William Samoei Ruto was reiterating that he will accept the outcome of the election. He made these remarks after he cast his ballot at Kosechal Primary School. The deputy president at the same time exuding a lot of confidence that he will emerge the winner in this year's poll. Ruto, who was the first person, by the way, to cast his ballot at 6 in the morning at Kosechal, said that he did so to lead his supporters by example. The deputy presidential candidate, Rigathi Gachagua, voted at Sagan's Primary School, that's in Nyeri County. He lauded IEBC for conducting the exercise seamlessly. Our reporter Timothy Kipnusu is on assignment there.
Voting day in Uasin Gishu County. Voters woke up early to respond to their civic duty, with many polling centers witnessing long queues. The Kenya Kwanza presidential flag bearer William Ruto was the first to cast his ballot at 6 a.m. at Kosachei Primary School in Sugoi Tarbo constituency.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Ruto is number 491 according to the IEBC register, exuded confidence of emerging the winner in the polls. He, however, said he will respect the verdict of the people.
And I believe that this vote is going to be definitive in many ways. And as I have said earlier, it's going to be a vote that will change the destiny of our country.
The Deputy President has called on IEBC to ensure the process reflects the will of the people.
Let us respect everybody's choice, even if it is different from yours. I think it is the essence.
Outgoing Mathare Member of Parliament Waihiga Mwaure, on the other hand, arrived at Sagana Primary School in Nyeri County at 5:45 a.m. to join other voters to elect a new batch of leaders. The UDA Deputy Presidential candidate lauded IEBC for a seamless exercise.
The exercise so far is very peaceful, and that is what we want for this country. This election is a process, and life must go on. I want to appeal to the people of Kenya to keep peace. I'm aware in this region, because of the way we came out in 2017 and the very low performance of the economy, many people are disappointed and were saying they will not vote. But apparently, there has been a change of heart.
Anne Rotecho, who is injured and who could not access the polling center, was also here to ensure her vote counts.
Nimekuja kupiga kura kupitia kwa Honorable Veska Kangogo. Gari yake imekuja nyumbani kunichukua ili nikaweze kupiga kura.
Vile mumeona tumeweza kuwezesha wamama wengi, wazee, babu zetu, watu wagonjwa waweze kuja kupata nafasi ya kupiga kura kwa mapema. Watu wamejitokeza kwa wingi na tuko na watu ambao wanafanya kazi wa IEBC wamefanya kwa njia ya ustadi.
Candidates seeking various elective positions lauded IEBC for proper coordination of the process.
The preparation of IEBC is superb. It's great and it's very adequate. The professionals are checking us very nicely, professionally. In our country, we are advanced and much better than last time. Yeah.
Has been most organized as compared to the previous ones, especially the 2013-2017 election. Imekuwa very peaceful, very organized na imeendelezwa kwa mpango sawasawa.
Tuchague viongozi ambao watatuweka kuwa mmoja kwa nchi moja ambao tunapenda amani.
Timothy Kipnusu, Uasin Gishu County.
Well, from Sagana and Kosache, we land in Kakamega County, where Roots Party presidential candidate Professor George Lushiri Wajakoya experienced delays to vote occasioned by a malfunction of the KIEMS kit due to poor configuration. An agitated Professor Wajakoya voiced his frustrations in a press briefing at noon that saw IEBC resort to a manual register at his Indagalasia Primary School polling center, as well as 153 other polling stations across Kakamega County and 84 stations in Kibwezi West constituency.
A livid Roots Party presidential candidate Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya said it was disheartening for the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, which had all the time to put in place a credible election, to mess up on election day after KIEMS kids failed at Stream 2 at Indagalasia Primary School polling center where he was to vote.
Somebody asked a question. Why Kakamega County? Why Matumbu Sub-County? Why? What are these people afraid of? Why couldn't they test the kids? Why couldn't they test the kids? Does it mean if I don't vote, votes will be counted? Or do they want us to go to court?
Speaking at Indagalasia Primary School polling center, Wajakoya decried the delay which was occasioned by the KIEMS kids' malfunction. Wajakoya, flanked by his wife Milalith Chitam, expressed disappointment at the way voters at the polling station could not vote 6 hours after voting had started across the country.
It's very disappointing for the machines to not be working on the day that's most important to the lives of all Kenyans concerned.
After a back and forth between his home and the polling center, after IEBC allowed the Roots Party presidential candidate cast his vote shortly before 1 p.m., the use of the manual voter register at Indangalasia Primary School polling center, as well as 153 other polling stations in Kakamega County and 84 polling stations in Kibwezi West constituency.
Well, delays and logistic problems being reported there in certain areas, and we hope to just get an overview from our analysts a little later on. But let's now see what happened. Agano Party presidential aspirant Waihiga Mwaure has exuded confidence also in the voting process, hailing IEBC for a brilliant job done. Both Mwaure and his running mate Ruth Mutua, who voted at the Upper Hill Secondary School in Kibra constituency right here in the capital city, and Umoja respectively, said that they were confident of clinching the country's top seat. Here is that report.
Long and short queues were evident at the Upper Hill Secondary School in Kibra constituency, where 686 registered voters were expected to vote. Among them, Agano Party presidential candidate Waihiga Mwaure. A few minutes past 7 o'clock, Mwaure will arrive at the polling center in his signature clerical collar to exercise his democratic right. Mwaure, who termed the voting process as smooth, urged the IEBC to ensure the entire process and eventual tallying and declaration of winners in various elective positions represents the wishes of Kenyans.
I expect to win. I expect Kenyans to vote for me. And I expect, and for me, I have dreams. I will come in with, a big broom and make Kenya great as it should be.
I'm only asking that the IEBC can assist, because I have heard within this station that there are people who have missed their names on the King's Kit and on the manual invoice.
Agano Party is among the 4 parties that fielded candidates for the presidential seat. Serafina Robi for Prime Edition.
Various individuals are vying for gubernatorial positions in different counties took part in the voting process, urging their supporters to come out and support their bid. The candidates urging the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission (IEBC) to ensure that all political agents are present during the vote counting to avoid cases of disrupted votes. Dr. Richard Lesiampe, the gubernatorial candidate for Samburu, urged his peers to accept the outcome of the election. We now bring you the pictures of how various gubernatorial candidates voted.
Just need for clarity and the same standard to apply in all the polling stations. There are certain areas where Kim's kits are not working, like in Westlands, Farasi Lane. There's one ballot box in Toi Primary that had a cover of Kitengela Primary. A lot of that information should be available before people line up.
Today is a day to celebrate democracy, and democracy means majority have their way, minority have their say. I congratulate the IEBC for the arrangements, although there are some slight delays, but we can be patient with one another and we can be patient with ourselves.
People are taking a very short time before they are cleared and they can be able to vote. And therefore, with the exception of a few anomalies here and there, like Rongai, where the MP ballots were not available, I think much of the other areas, the logistical aspect of the election has been very well conducted. And I think we want to commend the IEBC at this stage. The second issue is with respect to voter turnout. We have noted that in a good number of our areas, the voter turnout still remains low. People from wherever they are they are able to come to our voting centers. The process is very smooth. There is no chaos or anything that you may consider unpleasant.
My prayer was the day to reach, and particularly myself, to be available to at least do the democratic right of myself, and that preparedness for us as Kenyans is very good, and we'll call up all Kenyans. Let's stick to the process, let's appreciate, let's give people an opportunity to deliver and to be able to participate in this great process, to choose their leaders who will be able to lead in the next 5 years.
Niko nayo already.
Process was great. It was seamless. I actually got here about a few minutes to 6 and waited in line for my turn. The turnout was good because I could see even at 6 o'clock the line was quite big. I am very, very, very pleased this morning to see that my fellow Kenyans really came out to exercise their civic duty, their democratic rights to come out and vote today.
Koti imeamuru IEBC kutumia manual register, na kwa hivyo inafaa wakuwe wako na ile KMS kit ya kutambua wananchi kutumia vidole register kando.
Now we take you to what is happening live here at the National Tallying Center, at the auditorium to be precise, where IEBC is giving its latest updates. Let's have a listen in.
Amen. Thank you. Let's be seated. Thank you very much. Allow me to recognize the presence of the IEBC chairman, who is also the presidential returning officer, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, the IEBC vice chairperson, Madam Juliana Cherera, the IEBC commissioners, the IEBC CEO, the IEBC DCS present, Madam Kolundu. Allow me to humbly and in a very special way to recognize the presence of Right Reverend John Obala Owa of the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, and also Reverend Canon Chris Kinyanjui of National Council of Churches of Kenya, and all the delegates that have come with them, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good evening. Good evening once again. Yes, today is 9th August 2022. 9th August 2022. And Kenyans woke up very early today from 6 a.m. so that they can choose their leaders. And the polling station closed at 5 p.m. We now start another phase for the results management transmission, which will officially be commissioned by none other than the IEBC chairman and also the presidential returning officer, Mr. Wafula Chebukati. We have a few choirs and we want to recognize, Chairman, the presence of Choir Mtakatifu Kizito from Tanzania. They arrived yesterday at 2 a.m. We want to appreciate you for coming to spread peace and to celebrate with us and to also instill confidence and to support us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen from Tanzania. Let's give them a hand of applause. Thank you for coming to pray with us for peace in this country. We also recognize the presence of Wazalendo singers. They are here with us. Where are they? Thank you. Thank you for coming to support us, to pray with us. and to hold us together. I also wish to recognize the presence of Muungano National Choir. Thank you, Muungano National Choir. Thank you as well for coming to support us and to pray with us. We also have Ninga Melodies Band. Thank you, Ninga Melodies Band. Thank you for your support. And without taking a lot of time, allow me to welcome Wazalendo singers who will give us one song, and thereafter Choir Mtakatifu Kizito from Tanzania. Give them a hand of applause. A better hand of applause Wazalendo Singers, Kenya nchi yangu nitaitukuza milele. We now welcome our guest choir from Tanzania. Let's give them a hand of applause. Kwaya Mtakatifu Kizito.
Tumekuja IEBC, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, commissioners, fellow religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters who have come to pray with us. Following a peaceful election day, we wish to thank Kenyans for voting peacefully and to give a brief message of hope. We, the religious leaders, take this moment to deeply thank all Kenyans for heeding our call and voting peacefully during the polls held today, August 9th, 2022. This manifestation of political and social responsibility is commendable, knowing that God appreciates those who keep peace, as we read in Matthew chapter 5, verse 9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. We thank God that the whole process has so far been encouraging. As we start receiving results from various polling stations, we have the following points to reflect on together. First, voting process. Throughout the day, we received reports from more than 3,000 observers spread across the country. These reports indicate that although there were some logistical and technological hitches, polling progressed well in most of the stations. We commend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission for putting in place a structure to ensure efficiency in the process. We are, however, concerned that elections were suspended in some parts of the country. We urge the voters and candidates in the affected areas to remain peaceful and patient as they await the opportunity to vote for their leaders, which the IEBC has announced will be done soonest possible. 2. Counting and tallying. Following the closure of polling stations across the country, the electoral process has now shifted to counting and tallying of the votes. We call upon all the IEBC officials, agents of political parties and candidates, and all others involved in the process to exercise the highest possible levels of transparency, accountability, and accuracy. It will be an affront to Kenyans if the ballots they cast so faithfully are miscounted. Whereas the IEBC is constitutionally mandated to declare results, other actors have been allowed to undertake parallel tallying. We ask all who do so and broadcast their findings to continually inform their audiences that such results are provisional. This is to ensure that mistakes made by specific institutions do not mislead the public. Dealing with results. Constitutional democracies such as Kenya are premised on competitive elections which produce winners and losers. We therefore call upon all candidates, supporters, and commentators to carefully consider their words and actions in response to the results that are announced. Recognizing that every Kenyan has a role to play in the betterment of our society, We encourage both winners and losers to accept the will of the people. As provided for in law, any candidate or Kenyan who is dissatisfied with the results may seek legal redress. No one should incite Kenyans to engage in violence on account of the election results. Let us remember the word of God recorded in first letter of Peter, chapter 3, verses 10 to 11. Whoever would love life and see good days must keep his tongue from evil and his lips from deceitful speech. He must turn from evil and do good. He must seek peace and pursue it. Religious leaders and institutions remain available to provide pastoral care, support, and counseling to all the candidates and supporters. 4. Uphold peace and national cohesion. The peace witnessed across the country today is a positive sign of hope for all Kenyans. We encourage all actors and stakeholders to act responsibly and at all times endeavor to preserve peace and national cohesion. The individual aspiration for leadership by any person should not put the lives of Kenyans at risk. In conclusion, we commend the millions of Kenyans who turned out to vote today. We have exercised our constitutional and civil duty. Let us continue upholding peace and responsible character in line with the prayer we make through our national anthem. O God of all creation, bless this, our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. God bless our beloved country, Kenya. God bless you all. This message, signed on this 9th day of August 2022, at Donum Dei Karen, where we met, is signed by Reverend Canon Chris Kinyanjui on behalf of National Council of Churches of Kenya, and Right Reverend John Obala Owa on behalf of Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops. Blessed evening.
Thank you very much, Right Reverend Obala, and the entire KCCB team and NCCK team for coming again to be with us. To come and officially commission the results transmission management phase. Thank you.
Very well. From the NAV Center at the Bomas of Kenya, we come back right here at Broadcasting House in the capital city, Nairobi. The vote counting process still ongoing. There was a presser there by IEBC commending Kenyans on how they have conducted themselves. And the word peaceful keeps coming up over and over again. And I think that's a good thing. We had the speaker there even talk about, recite the first stanza of the National Assembly. And I'm now joined in studio by my panelists. We have from my far left, Gibson Gisore, a political analyst and an advocate also of the High Court. Thank you so much for coming, Bwana Wakili. Next to Wakili, we have Millie Lwanga, a governance expert and also a lawyer. And we appreciate that you found time to come and be with us. And just next to me, we have Diperal Kanana. I hope I got it right. Kathmandu.
Dipendre Candle Nepal.
Dipendre
Candle Nepal.
Candle Nepal. So I want to thank you so much for coming to KBC and for agreeing to come and just give us an overview of what you have seen. You're of course an international election observer, and I believe you have observed many elections, so your insights will be helpful. So before I throw it to my colleague Doreen Arangi, who is there. Doreen, you wanna just tell us what you'll be doing tonight? Because tonight we are going to focus a lot on how those numbers are streaming in. So what do you have for us?
Yeah, actually, that is our business tonight. I mean, just after the polling stations were closed at 5 p.m., as it was mentioned by IEBC, except for those areas whereby they have extended, the time simply because of those issues that were in there, that particular, polling stations, either the fact that the ballot papers didn't arrive quite on time or the different underlying issues, so to speak. So clearly that will be a business tonight, Tom, just trying to track the results as they come in, the data, and we're looking at all the various places, that elections have been conducted, ideally just across the country tonight. But again, remember, much as you're tracking the results for youth, this is not the final result. Just remember, IEBC said that indeed the media can also, tally those particular results, but they are the ones to make the final announcement. So much as you're doing this just to give you an overview of what to expect, so to speak, or what we have so far. But key in point and to mention is that this is not the final result. This is actually just the provincial result. So this is what we shall be exploring tonight. Tom, just looking at how, also the votes have been cast. That oftentimes we keep talking about the number of registered voters oftentimes does not tally with the number of valid voters. For instance, we had a total of 22.1 million voters in this particular election, but a good number of times you really don't see that tally with the overall number of valid votes. And there's oftentimes quite a number of issues that have brought that forth. Key among them also just being how, Kenyans go ahead and cast their votes, either not marking at the correct, places as it were, or just not turning out to vote. Again, there's also been a conversation out there in respect to voter apathy, particularly amongst the young population. Just going by what IEBC had released, we're talking about 38.97%, which is a total of 8.4 million out of the 22.1 million voters, and that just amounts to the youth vote. So also what we'll be looking at is how the youth vote will turn out at the end of the day. But before we get to do all of that, Tom, with a guest, what more? Tom?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much there, Doreen. And we'll be coming back to you on the smart board just to look at those numbers because they're trickling in as we speak. And she spoke about a certain percentage that I think it was by 5 p.m. there was 56%, 12 million who had voted already. But before even we talk about that, just give me a general overview of your assessment of where we are so far.
For me?
Yeah.
First of all, it's an honor to have such opportunity here in front of the national TV, in front of the Kenyan and to the world. I have some limitations as I'm an observer.
Yeah.
So my modalities are pre-day election observation and voting day observation and after the counting day observation. So I haven't started the counting day observation, so I'm not able to do any kind of assessment about the counting related observations at the moment.
But we did hear a lot of the presidential candidates, if you followed the stories that we had earlier on, the common thread that cuts through most of the candidates are saying that it was peaceful, it was peaceful, it was peaceful, it was peaceful. So I get a sense that there is consensus, you know, in how we have done so far, how IEBC has done. And Millie Mwanga, from you're a governance expert, what are you seeing, you know, so far?
True to Kenyan style, we normally vote very peacefully. We turn out in large numbers and we cast our votes. We did not turn out in as large numbers as we anticipated. I think 56% was not the target that most of us thought we would reach today. But generally, on the very day of peace of voting in Kenya, traditionally it has always been peaceful. The problems are normally before and particularly after. And after the voting.
Okay.
It is now when we are getting to the place when the counting of the votes that tensions begin. So far it's been good.
Very peaceful.
And I think Kenyans are generally out to be peaceful this time around.
Excellent. Before I come to Gibson Gisore, let's just go back to the NAF Center, Bomas of Kenya. I hear the chair of IEBC is making some remarks.
And as a result, the time that was lost was compensated. The results transmission has started, as you can see on the screen. What you see is the result forms coming in, and already there's a percentage you can see there. And these transmitted forms are also available on our public portal on the website. And I believe the media, the presidential candidates, and other stakeholders and Kenyans at large can log on to the public portal and have access to the presidential result form 34As. And when the form 34Bs will be collected, they'll also be posted on the public portal. And just to remind Kenyans that the Commission has 3 tallying centers at the constituency, county, and national tallying center, which is right here at Bomas. Now, what happens at constituency tallying center? We shall have tallying of results from polling stations and declaration of results or winners of the member of National Assembly and the member of County Assembly. That's at the constituency. And there will also be collation of presidential, gubernatorial, senatorial, and countwoman member of National Parliament results. Then we have the county tallying center, where there will be final tallying and declaration of results for gubernatorial candidates, senatorial candidates, and countwoman member of Parliament. Here at the National Tallying Center, we shall be doing verification of transmitted image of the result from 34As against original from 34As. So the images are coming in, but our returning officers will bring the original forms, then we shall do verification once we receive them. And you can see the desks will be here in the open, 5 desks, and each desk will have the IEBC officials, and agents of presidential candidates. All the 4 agents will be accommodated here. Then we shall also have verification of constituency form 34Bs against their respective form 34As, followed by collation of form 34C. Then we shall also have confirmation of constitutional threshold of 50% plus 1, and also confirmation of 25% of majority of counties of the votes garnered. We shall then follow with the declaration of presidential results and issuance of certificate to the president-elect. So those are activities that will be in this phase of results at the National Tallying Center. So here we shall have 3 screens running. The first screen is the one you see on the right, which is projecting the number of Form 34As received from polling stations. The second screen will project collected results received from the constituencies, and the third screen will project the county aggregate of all the 47 counties. In transmitting the results transmission system has been configured to send the results only once with one QR code which is configured for that polling station. Persons authorized to be at the polling station include the media, observers, and polling station agents who are allowed to take an image of the Form 34A. And we all must remember that results announced at the polling station are final and cannot be changed by anyone. So that is the exercise we are undertaking. And once the verification is complete, the constituency returning officers will come present the results for announcement. In conclusion, I must mention that the law requires the Commission to undertake verification of presidential election results and declare President-elect within 7 days on conclusion of the polls. As a Commission, we call for patience among Kenyans as we undertake this rigorous exercise, and we also endeavor to complete this exercise as soon as possible. So thank you very much. God bless all of us, and God bless Kenya. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a better hand of applause, please. Then we have Muungano Choir.
Well, that was the chair of IEBC, Wafula Chebukati, walking us through especially operational aspects of the county tallying, the collation, putting together the numbers for all those races, the gubernatorial, the senatorial, the women rep, and also the presidential race, and also touching on the fact that the law is very clear that they, as to declare the winners. And I was in the process of introducing my guests. Gibson Gisore, I'm sure you listened to what the chair said, that in fact the law expects him that inside 7 days that he should have, declared who the winner is. But we have had even cynicals, saying, oh, you know what, it may go over. So thank you first for coming, and perhaps you can, as your introductory remarks, you can just touch on that a bit.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I think what I've heard him say is that the law allows him up to 7 days, but I don't expect him to go up to 7 days.
What's your feeling?
My feeling is he should do this earlier. He should do this earlier, given that there is no much reason, really.
Yeah. Why do you feel it needs to be right now and not now?
Of course, he needs to do his due diligence, of course, examine the materials sent to him and be able to verify that is his work. So he needs to ensure that whatever is declared is really the true results which he got from the local stations. And sometimes, of course, we have over 1,000 stations which do not have internet, and some of those challenges, those are some of the hiccups we expect him to be facing. Yeah. And then, of course, there's also the aspect of some stations were not able to vote. I don't know what the contribution of those stations will be, like Mombasa and Kakamega, the gubernatorial one. But I think for the national presidential one, there's no problem. We need to have the results well in advance as they come in.
And we will be talking about the implications of those hiccups that were encountered, although new dates have been given.
Yes.
But let me come to you, Kandel, as an observer. Wakili spoke about the interplay between speed, announcing the results very fast, but then there's also the element of accuracy. So how important is it to strike a balance between, yes, you want to make the announcement fairly soon because it minimizes the anxiety in the country, but also you want to be very accurate from an observer's perspective. How do you see that interplay?
From my side, yeah, of course, we used paper ballot system this time, and of course it's a culture of most of the country. They take paper ballot system as well, and if we are using the paper ballot system and we are taking more time casting the vote, I think it's a culture as well, counting the paper, counting the votes, unfolding the votes. Hey, these are the presidential votes, and you counted the numbers. It's a part of the culture of cultural election, I believe. So yeah, of course we have to take time, but sometimes it creates a problem where the result, we need to know how long it was for the last election. I was not here, but we need to see that record as well. And I want Kenya or IEBC to come up with such decision which will make more attractive information to the world as well.
Okay, and it's true that maybe you didn't get the opportunity to observe the last election, but Millie Lwanga, you are here, and I'm sure you followed the proceedings in 2017. If you pay attention to what a lot of the candidates are saying, there's an area where they're mentioning in very soft tones on voter turnout. Yes, broadly they are happy that so far there's a lot of peace, but you hear them murmuring voter turnout. What are your thoughts on voter turnout, given that we were told, I think, was it 5 p.m. or something, that we were doing 56%? Yeah.
Yes, it's true, because remember that the voter turnout in 2017 for the first presidential election was quite impressive. I don't remember the exact figure, but I do remember it was pretty high. But for the repeat election, after the court nullified the presidential election, there's been a lot of discourse around the correct figures as to the turnout for that repeat election. And subsequent to that, the talk of voter apathy, and many people being interviewed by media and stating very clearly that they do not see the benefit of turning out to vote, has led to this long conversation within the country for the last 5 years that people are no longer interested in voting. And unfortunately, that point was re-emphasized during the drive by IEBC to register new voters, because the anticipated numbers that IEBC expected to have register as voters was dismal in reality. You would see media covering IEBC officers in the market. They went as close as possible as they could to the people, and people did not go to vote, to register, as voters. So that dismal turnout continued to build up with the agenda or the talk about low voter turnout and apathy. And remember that this was being seen vis-a-vis the impact on the likelihood of the leading presidential candidates, what the voter turnout would mean to their numbers and to the ability for them to emerge winners. So that discourse became very, very interesting. So looking at the voter turnout became very key. You'll remember that the last couple of weeks, the focus has been on get out and vote. Get out and vote. It has not been so much of selling the agenda, but on get out and vote. Because depending on the numbers that turned out to vote, the likelihood of the leading candidates securing the numbers that they anticipated was either going to be realized or diminished, depending on the turnout. So that's why we hear, as you are saying it in a very interesting way, the muted discourse by the presidential candidates on voter turnout. Yes.
Okay. Before I go to Doreen, I just want to get Gibson Kisore's thoughts, especially on that question of the voter turnout. What are you seeing?
It's very interesting that you see the people who are keen on people voting are the presidential candidates, but the Kenyans themselves, save for the fact that they were in the rallies, you're not seeing them. Was at the polling station. I never saw huge crowds. That is besides the fact that every polling station has 700. Of course, we have to take that into consideration. But then there is that aspect also in a very soft tone. People are like, where should I vote? Where should I vote? Because I don't see any of these people delivering anything new, which I haven't seen so far. So there is that aspect at the back of the Kenyan minds. The economy has been not doing so well. So people are like, what else do we expect from these fellas? They just want to go feed themselves. That is one of those. And then there's also the aspect of, it has been reported that in some stations, due to the confusion about whether to use the KIMS kit only or doing actually the manual register, there was some confusion. I think in some station people ended up not voting. I'm informed of a situation where somebody tried his fingers, was told, go wash your hands first. I mean, he went and went. He couldn't come back. So if there were such situations, that could contribute greatly. And if you meet some people coming back from the station having not voted, you also resolve not to go vote because you are thinking the same might happen to you. So there's that aspect, and it's really affected some people in some areas.
Okay, so there's that trickle effect. Okay,
yes,
we'll come back to that, but let's see what my colleague has for us on the smart board.
It's voter turnout, number of votes. Registered voters versus the valid votes and casted votes. Anyway, that's what we're talking about here. But ideally, also, that's what we want to clearly look at what we have on our magic wall. And as I mentioned, and I'll keep telling you this over time, that these are not the final results. They are just specifically provincial results. And also why we are doing this is because IEBC gave that green light that also media can be able to do this particular exercise when it comes to tallying of the votes. So I just want to look at very quickly is pick on two counties, but that these votes are continuing to trickle in. So time by time, they will keep changing over time. That's what we will be having here. And we will just be looking at two specific counties, at least for now. We'll look at Kakamega as well as Nakuru. But what you have there right now, this is the total number of registered voters, particularly for this election. We were looking at 22.1 million registered voters, and obviously this is an increase from what we had in 2017, whereby it was just slightly above 19 million. But so far, and key to note, so far, the votes casted as of now stand at 26,365. And again, you just have the four presidential candidates there: Deputy President William Ruto, Raila Odinga, Professor George Wajakoya, as well as David Mwaure. Those are also what we're looking at, and this again is in respect to the presidential vote there. So quickly to those counties that I've just talked about, and perhaps you can begin from we can begin with Nakuru, so to speak. And also, it's very important to know that we clearly also have counties of focus. They are very key counties that are being looked at in this particular election also, simply because of the number of votes that, or this particular counties have. We look at counties such as Nairobi, Kiambu, Nakuru also falls within, that particular list in terms of voters, a total of 1.0 5 million voters. That is what we are looking at in this particular county. And also, this is one of those counties that have been termed as battlegrounds. And just to particularly explain to our viewers what that simply means, as we've kept saying that over time, when we talk about battlegrounds, you are simply talking about counties whereby, for instance, a particular candidate enjoyed a certain kind of support, but due to the efforts and inroads made by another candidate, this might just sort of, so to speak, that candidate A could still be enjoying that particular kind of support, but because of those efforts, there are some votes that both of them are still trying to battle for, so that candidate B can at least get some votes in this county or net some votes in that particular county, whereas candidate A still maintains the lead, so to speak, or it could be, just 50-50, so to speak. So this county, amongst a host of other counties such as Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, Mombasa, in this particular election falls within the battlegrounds. So let's quickly look at how things have panned out so far in this particular county. And even just before we get there, what you're currently having is a DP, having a total of 15,980 votes, a total of 60.61%, and this is out of the cast votes as of now. That is what I'm just saying, as of now. Right next, after that, we have Raila Odinga, who has a total of 10,186, which amounts to 38.63%, followed by George Wajakoya of the Roots Party, who has a total of 136, which is 0.52%. And right there next, we have David Mwaure of the Agano Party, who has 63 votes, which is a total of 0.24%. So again, this is in respect to the cast votes as of now. So let's quickly go to that particular county, which is Nakuru County, and look at how things are looking like in this county. As I've said, this is one of those counties that is being looked as a battleground. And again, remember that also there's a constituency whereby elections has been postponed. That is the Rongai constituency in Nakuru County. And just earlier on today, there's a bit of chaos in this particular county the minute IEBC announced that that election for member of parliament wouldn't be taking place. And again, the reasons were the same. When you look at the details that were presented there for that particular candidate, were not really tallying, just like what we saw in Pokot South, as well as Mombasa and equally Kakamega. So again, this was one of those things that we are looking at. But when you look at what we have right now in this particular map, like I said, again, results are continuing to trickle in. So obviously you'll have some places whereby there's still nothing yet in terms of. But look at this. This is Gilgil constituency. Just from what you're seeing here, we are clearly seeing the deputy president getting majority of the votes there. A total of what? 1,168, amounting to 58.05%, followed closely by Raila Odinga, who has 829, a total of 41.20. Now, clearly just this shows you what I was talking about earlier, saying that this is one of those counties that is being termed as battleground. But this is what we have so far in this particular county, that is Nakuru. So let's quickly go to Kakamega and see what we have there. That is also one of those counties that I'd want us to also quickly look at this particular moment. Let's just quickly go to Kakamega County, again one of those counties whereby elections has been postponed because of the same issues that were coming out there in terms of the details that were in that particular ballot paper. Kakamega County as well as Mombasa County falls in that list. But let's look at what we have so far in this particular county. At least we have elections from both Matungu constituency as well as Shinyalu constituencies. Now, when again you look at those areas that I was saying, key areas to watch in terms of also key counties to watch, Kakamega also falls within that list, because when you talk about the top 6 counties, the majority of voters, Kakamega falls in right close there with a total of 844,551 registered voters. And we have also seen in the previous 2 elections, 2013 as well as 2017, Raila Odinga has really enjoyed support in this county. So far, as of now, that is clearly also what we are seeing there, particularly when you look at, that constituency that is Matungu. Let's just quickly go over there and see what we have in this constituency. We are seeing him getting a total of 211 votes so far in respect to what we have, followed by William Ruto, who has a total of 42 votes in this constituency. That is Matungu, and David Mwaure having 2 votes. So far, George Wajakoya has no vote. that is in Matungu constituency. So let's just go to that other constituency, still in Kakamega County. Quickly look at that before we get back to Tom to just see what we have in that particular constituency. That is Shinyalu constituency. Again, Raila Odinga still enjoying the lead as of now. Again, it's very important for me to mention that as of now. That is 226 votes there, followed by William Ruto with 65, George Wajakoya 1 vote, and David Mwaure 0. Remember, as I said, this is that area where we have seen Raila Odinga enjoy massive support, and also it's one of those counties where we are seeing, those second-term governors, that is Wycliffe Oparanya. Again, also it's one of those contested areas, so to speak. Clearly, also in terms of just trying to see, the number of votes that candidates would get there. But Tom, before we get back to you, I'd just like to bring Gibson on this one very, very quickly, because we're talking about voter turnout and the number of votes. But before we get to that, Tom, what do you have?
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, the voice of the voter is now being heard, of course, and those numbers are coming in quite fast. Let's take our viewers to Machakos, where Dan Mwendwa is on assignment there. Dan, if you can hear me, what do you have for us so far?
Thank you so much, Tom Boyer from the Broadcasting House. We are here in Machakos University, where already we are getting some of the provisional results from Machakos County. Remember, we have been here the whole day from morning till now, and we have been visiting different polling stations across the county. And as we speak now, some of the results have already started coming to our tallying centers. As we speak now, here in Machakos University, the Machakos University polling center, 294 voters took part in the presidential elections, where Raila Odinga gained 182 votes, followed by UDA candidate William Ruto, who had 108 votes. George Wajakoya and Waihiga Mwaure, they had 1 vote each. When we cross over to Vondeni Primary School in Masinga, we saw that Raila gained 219 votes, followed by William Ruto with 23 votes. Waihiga Mwaure didn't get any vote, and George Wajakoya got 1 vote. When we cross over to Kadhiani Primary School, Raila Odinga leading with 224 votes, followed by William Ruto with 66 votes. Again, Waihiga Mwaure didn't get any vote, and George Wajakoya had 2 votes. We move over to Mutondoni Primary School, also in Kadhiani, where Raila gained 310 votes. William Samoei Ruto got 80 votes, while Waihiga Mwaure had 2 votes, and George Wajakoya had 3 votes. When we cross over to Mutondoni Primary School, Raila had 300. William Ruto 81, and George Wajakoya, of course, had 3 votes. When we also cross over to Kisekini Primary School, also in Kadhiani, Raila Odinga had 159 votes, William Samoei Ruto had 41 votes, and George Wajakoya had 1 vote, while Waihiga Mwaure didn't get any vote over that place. We will be briefing you and updating you more as the results come in, and we shall be bringing them to you live. Back to you, Tom, in studio.
Many thanks indeed to Daniel Mwendwa. They are coming to us from Mombasa, burning the midnight oil because the vote counting is ongoing. Of course, the nation very anxious. And tonight our focus is primarily on how those numbers are trickling in. So let me take it back to Doreen Narangi. There was a point that you were making before Dan came in.
Before we get there, let's just go back to Kakamega a bit and look at that last constituency before we get to do that comparison on how 2017 looked like in respect to what we have right now. And this is that area, that is Shinyalu constituency. So far, when it comes to Kakamega, we just have what is, in terms of votes, we have the Matungu constituency as well as the Shinyalu constituency. So let's just quickly look at what we have there so far. And that's what we have in terms of votes. Raila Odinga at 226, William Ruto 65, George Wajackoyah 1, and David Mwaure still no votes in that particular constituency. As we have said, is that when you look at the voting patterns in 2013 as well as 2017, this is an area where we have seen Raila Odinga clearly enjoying support over time, and that's also clearly what we have. But Tom, before I get to do that comparison, I'd just like to pick from Gibson, to pick his mind on ideally these areas where elections have been postponed, and this is one of those areas, Kakamega County. And since we're in that beat of voter pattern, voter turnout, in respect to the day that IEBC will say after that gazettement, how does this likely to look like in terms of voter turnout? Are we likely to see a drop, the same, an increase? What is your analysis and assessment on this one, Gibson?
My prediction really is that of course it could change given that we are not there yet. The numbers will go low because, as expected in every by-election in Kenya, or in this situation which is similar to almost a by-election, because it's an election after an election, people will have moved on, since they will be like, given that an election will have to be done on a weekday, which people will be working, and people will be having various commitments, so the turnout will of course be low.
Okay, well said. Now, let's look at the comparison just a bit. 2017 and 2022, because that is our benchmark in terms of also how the votes, are coming in. And again, remember, for one to be declared a president, then they clearly need to have the 50% plus one. That is the threshold. And also 25% in the 24 constituencies, just as it were when IEBC was clearing these aspirants to become candidates, and they were asking them to bring 2,000 signatures in at least 24 counties. The same is replicated when it comes to one being declared as a president, but now this is in terms of 25% in at least the 24 constituencies. So when you look at how the voting patterns look like in 2017, very quickly, look at how things look like. We had Uhuru Kenyatta obviously on the lead with 54.17%. Raila Odinga came in closely with 44.4%. That was a total of 6,820,598. So that county which we have just moved from focusing on, that is Kakamega County. Let's quickly look at how things panned out in 2017. Let's quickly go to that county, try and see how things look like in respect to what we have so far. This is how it looked like. Look at that, just showing you in the various constituencies that exist in this particular county. Raila Odinga clearly enjoyed a majority of the support there. That was in Kakamega County. As at that time, we had a total of 743,736 registered voters against, the valid votes as of then, which was at 555,581. I mean, Tom, when you look at this is clearly an in respect to what we have now, because in 2022 we have slightly above 844,000 registered voters.
Yeah, 844. And in fact, if you look at even overall, at the national level, we have 22.1 million registered voters, as compared to the 19 million in 2017. And I just want to bring in Millie. Comparative analysis. We are seeing that the number of registered voters went up. What we are hearing from the candidates is that, there's a low voter turnout. So it's a bit of a paradox, right? That we're saying there's a low voter turnout, and yet we have a higher number of registered voters. And my question to you is, how does that, given that trajectory where we are heading, how do you think it will affect the final results?
I think that is why we constantly talk about the apathy that Kenyans have towards voting, because when more of us are registering to become voters, but the percentage of those of us who turn out to vote is decreasing every time, then it is clear that less of us are interested in voting. So it's really is an issue of concern, because remember that in a democracy, you would like as much as possible for the leaders that you put into office to represent the will of the majority. Yeah. In fact, when we wrote our current constitution in 2010, one of the things that we consciously dealt with as a nation was the issue of who should become president, and must they, because for many years we had a president leading when he actually had been getting the minority of the votes, so that you looked at the number of votes that were obtained by the opposition candidates, and there were more than the votes that were obtained by the then President Moi. So when we were then drafting the current constitution, one of the things we said is that's why we talk of the 50+1 and 25% in at least 24 counties, so that really as you come in as president, it is clear that a good percentage of the country would like to have you as president. So it becomes clear that we are having leaders that less of us have put in office. And it's important for us to have that interest in who we put in office, because then we can hold them to account.
Do you get a sense that sometimes, you know, or let me put it this way, there are issues on one end of the spectrum, yes, and then there are personalities on the other end of the spectrum?
True. True. Very true, because at the end of the day, we have very strong personalities in the people who come and present themselves for the seats that we have set. Take an example of course we are speaking about figures today, but take an example of Wajakoya. He has been a very big personality in this election. He came in and his presence has been felt very strongly. But whether the issues that he has brought to the table, whether the kind of conversation he has tried to steer the country into, whether it translates into voter turnout in the first place, whether it translates into a larger percentage of votes going into his docket or not, is something that we'll have to see.
Okay, you spoke of Wajakoya, and my colleague Doreen just broke down those numbers. I think if you look at overall so far what we have, and these are provisional as Doreen indicated.
Yes.
Wajakoya I think is at 0.5%.
Yes.
And David Mwaure is at 0.24%. Raila Odinga is at 38%, and Ruto is at 60%. I understand that we have our reporter Trevor there. I know he has been holding fort for us. He's in Kasarani. Trevor is at the Nairobi Tallying Center. Trevor, thank you for joining us. Tell us what you have for us.
A very good evening to you, Tom, in studio. Well, we are coming to you live from the Kasarani Constituency Tallying Center here. A few moments ago, we were at the County Tallying Center, which is happening still right across this building, this premise where we are right now. And we are witnessing currently, as you can see behind me, nothing much is going on. This is the Constituency Tallying Center. We're informed that currently the main business is going on at various polling stations where the votes are being counted currently. But as of now, this is the situation like. Nothing much is going on, but here I am privileged to be joined in by the constituency returning officer. His name is Amos Nyongesa. I'll kindly invite him to the set and ask him a few questions. Welcome very much, sir, Mr. Amos Nyongesa. It's good to have you. We're live on KBC. Kindly give us an update of what is going on here, and maybe what do we expect to be going on late in the evening.
Right now what's going on, we have tallying of those results in the polling stations. So we are waiting for the presiding officers to bring the results here anytime from now.
Maybe you can tell us how the day for you. We can see that the set is already ready, and you are waiting. Maybe in a few moments to come, you'll be very busy doing your tasks. Maybe you can tell us, what do we expect?
Yeah, at least the process was smooth. It was okay, and the technology worked. I can say around 99.9%. We didn't have any major breakdown on our technology as such. But from the updates we received so far, by the close of polling today, around 57.9% people turned up for this particular election to vote for their preferred candidates.
And is that only here in Nairobi, or is it also across other parts of the country?
I can't talk about other country, but maybe this is just a sample space of the other constituencies. Yeah.
All right. Maybe you could give us an overview of what do we expect to be happening later on here in the night, and maybe at what time do we expect to see the real action happening?
Like right now, the POs are already sending through the KMs, they're sending the presidential results. They're scanning those forms, and then they send to the tallying, to the constituent tallying center, county, and the national. So far from my checking, around 135 POs have already sent presidential results. So we are expecting the remaining to be sent in the next 30 minutes. So what we are doing is, when the forms are sent, I validate them here, then they are also validated at the county, and then validated at the national level. That's just for checks and balances. Yeah.
And maybe at what point do we expect to see now you done with the business and it goes back to the county tallying center, which is just right across this premise?
Yeah, the process of counting takes time. So maybe by the end of tomorrow, we shall be through with the counting. And then the DRO, the Deputy Returning Officer, will take results to the county. That's for women rep, senator, and governor, while the Returning Officer takes the presidential results to Bomas, to the National Returning Officer. Yeah.
So far, so good.
Yeah, so far so good.
All right. Thank you very much, Amos Nyongesa. We'll definitely be keeping tabs with you, and you'll be telling us more and what is happening during the day. All right. Thank you. Now I want to invite one of the election observers here from the Action Aid. His name is John. I want to engage him, and he'll be telling us more about their observations during the day. These are some of the people who are very critical at this particular moment, who are engaged in the observation of the election. Welcome very much to the set side. You're live on KBC Channel 1. Kindly start by introducing yourself and tell us what you have been doing during the day and what you're engaged in.
Thank you so much. My name is John Miano. I'm from Action Aid International. What I've been doing basically is just to move from one polling station to another, observing the status quo. And I can say so far so good in Kasarani. The day has been great, and the turnout, although it was not as expected, was also quite high, especially in the morning hours. Yes.
When you say that the turnout was not as expected, what exactly do you mean? What did you expect, and maybe what did you observe in the morning that you didn't see later on in the afternoon?
There were long queues in the morning, but then around 1 p.m., the queues started dropping off, and we were just expecting maybe 2-3 people coming at a go. So I can say that I felt like people did not come out as expected, maybe at an 80-90% level. But I think what happened in the morning also reflected that those who really wanted to vote woke up early and came to vote.
All right. And have you witnessed any maybe form of malpractice going on during the day or during your observation? And maybe you can tell us, what are some of the parts that you've been surveying and observing? Is it only in Nairobi, or is it only in this particular constituency?
For Action Aid International, we are observing in several counties, including coastal and Nyanza areas, Garissa, Embu, Isiolo, Laikipia. But specifically myself, I've been in Nairobi, and specifically I've been in Kasarani. I've been to Clay City Ward, several polling stations. I haven't experienced any malpractices. The presiding officers have been very clear on their role, and they have been briefing their clerks very well. The agents and the observers also have been very well briefed. And maybe the only challenge that was there is the hanging of the KMS kit, which is, of course, technology. Sometimes it misbehaves. And I think she did great, or they did great, because I saw them briefing the teams, and we could wait for some minutes, and then the exercise would continue.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So far, so good.
So far, so good.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. That is John Miano talking to us about his observing. He's from Action Aid, who are some of the election observers who are engaged in this process. We also have others who are also in this premise. They are from the ELOG, the Election Observation Group, who are also just going around checking what is going on and whether the election is being conducted according to what is stipulated in the Constitution. For now, though, I want to hand it over back to you, Tom, in studio. We'll definitely be keeping tabs with what is going on. We are here. We are pitching tent here, and we'll be keeping vigil for the sake of our viewers. And one of the reasons, by the way, why you should be watching KBC is because we'll be bringing you all of this exclusively as soon as it happens, and we'll be coming to you later on in the evening to just brief you on what is going on. Back to you, Tom, in studio.
Thank you very much, Trevor Ngeno there, talking to both the presiding officer at the Kasarani Tallying Center and also an observer. We also do have an observer in studio, and I will be coming to you shortly to talk to us also about what factors you think influence low voter turnout, because you've had the experience of many elections across the globe. So you'll be sharing with us why you think.
I have been waiting for this question from you since like in 10 minutes. I have been waiting for it. I was just watching one observer. He was representing, I hope, Action 8.
Yes.
He was saying, like, I was not expecting such number.
Yeah.
So he was expecting the name of the president in the future as well. This is against the norms of the election. He's not supposed to tell that.
Okay.
We are the one who are going to present our opinion. We are not going to say it was not expected.
Okay.
Did you get it?
All right.
So this is against it. Number one. Number two, this is democracy. In democracy, 50% plus one is the winner. There are so many countries around the world which has 50% plus turnout voter, voter turnout. So in democracy, it's an acceptable number, number one. Another factor, okay, there was something was expected more. Who was the one who expected? Whether there was the pre-election to find the number of the voter turnout, or was it just prediction? It might be the prediction.
Okay.
So this is the real number.
Yeah.
That number was not the real. That number was not tested with the people of Kenya.
Okay, and I'll come back to you because I noticed you feel
I'm going to add some point on it. Another thing, registered voter are the numbers who are registered as a voter.
Yeah.
But that number does not mean that they will vote on that particular day 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
That is another point.
Yeah.
Another thing, when we register the voter,
yeah,
after the registration, then only we announce the candidacy. Right?
Yeah.
Some of the voters, they don't like to vote it. That's the democracy. That's the human rights.
Yeah.
How we can use this term in order to spoil the politics of this Kenyan general election again.
Okay.
This is the sense that I'm feeling it. Because administrative-wise, IEBC, I have been to so many polling stations, but I cannot guarantee, I do not have, I do not have any observer sitting in the morning, 5 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the evening on that particular polling station. I just go for 5 minutes, see, and then take the name of the polling station. So I cannot tell the exact 100% what happened on that polling station.
What happened on that polling station?
Yes.
Okay.
So it is just about, the message I was, it's against the norms of the election. We are not supposed to expect who's going to win the presidency.
Yeah.
It's Kenyan. It's the Kenya.
Who will
Kenya decided.
Absolutely. And
another. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because whenever I see some irregularities in it, so I challenge to anybody, election observer, observation group, find some irregularities, then we can understand why we are bringing some irrelevant issue to make the upcoming president with lots of bad images or something like that. End of the day, we are not going to stay in Kenya. Kenyan people will have to face on it. We're going to take the plane and go by Kenya. So we are not supposed to interfere any kind of political observation.
Okay.
If they are happy to share their evidences of the irregularities, then we can discuss on it.
Okay, I understand. And you did mention something about being the observer of the observers. I wonder how that works.
This is you see, I'm quite aggressive on it as well, because I was observing his observation.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And you're very passionate about.
Supposed to expect this must turn out.
Yeah.
I told you, registered voters are not the voters. I'm gonna vote 100%. Can you show me that number? No, there is no number.
There is no number. So maybe he gave his opinion. And by the way, we also are bound by certain rules. That
and another thing is, registered voters are the voters who are registered. COVID happened, and this is one of the developing country. And in my country, there are millions of people outside the countries as well. Sometimes I do not get opportunity to vote in my country as well. So we cannot use that word politically. This is against the code of conduct of my organization, that what I do in the election, to set the election, if they are trying to spoil other countries' election through politically.
Right. Okay, Millie Luanga, from a governance perspective, and he brings it out that, there are rules of engagement. We, the fourth estate, only project those numbers, but we cannot declare because that's not within our purview. But then there is the aspect of we are showing it, and the audiences are seeing the numbers. In fact, we are just updating and verifying our numbers, and I'll be handing over to Doreen shortly. But then there is also the aspect of, okay, we can see it. So there's that element of, are we hiding something that is already in plain sight?
That is why Doreen is doing an excellent job, because every time she comes up with the numbers, she keeps reminding people that, remember, these are provincial, these are not the real results, because there are very many factors that you have to take into account as you project the results. Remember that you're getting the results from your people who are coming from different polling stations. Someone may have, for example, it's been sent in the phone, you may have read a 7 as a 1, or you could have read a 1 as a 7. There could be those slight mistakes that could have been read. And that's why even Chebukati, the returning officer of the presidential election, has to wait and verify the information that will have been sent through the KIMS when the people present themselves, and when they confirm, when the information has been confirmed by the returning officers in all around the country. So that's why it becomes very important, because some of the information you could even have doubled. You could send the same polling station twice. Because these are things being churned out very quickly. And when things are happening, mistakes could happen. That's why verification becomes key. But also for good governance, there is nothing as good as transparency. When you allow everyone to come with the information, and then we shall all interrogate it. Remember that even the 4 presidential candidates have got their agents at Bomas, who will look at those, will verify. They are also verifying with their own agents on the ground. So it's about checking and counter-checking and making sure that at the end of the day, the numbers you have on, you are all able to agree upon generally.
All right, and I'll be coming to Gibson Gisore to also tell us what he thinks about building that robust framework and having an auditing mechanism all the way to when Chebukati will be releasing those results finally. So, Doreen Narangi, what do you have for us now?
Changing, should I say minute by minute? Just what in short, in under like 20 minutes ago, we were talking about 11,000, votes so far for William Ruto, but that's not quite the case right now. Remember that we have said, and we'll keep saying that all the time we're giving you this result, is that this is not the final result. So do not feel some type of way. Just be calm, cool your anxiety, because this is not yet the final result. These are just provincial results, and we keep updating updating them minute by minute as it comes. So far we are still on the 21 million registered voters. Those were the registered voters, particularly for this election. Right now, we are standing at 59.54%. That is for William Ruto, a total of 21,398 votes so far, followed closely by Raila Odinga with 39.69%. That's a total of 14,264. Nothing was really changing much when it comes to Wajakoya, particularly in terms of percentage, because it still stands at 0.53%. Earlier, that was about 0.51%, if my memory serves me correct. That's around 190 votes so far. And then followed by the Agano Party leader, that is David Mwaure, with a total of 89 votes, which is 0.25%. And this is so far at exactly 8 minutes to 11. This is exactly what we have at this minute. But now, let's go to some... just looking at what also other counties are looking like. I remember also, much as we are looking at these results, bit by bit as they come, we shall also be doing comparison with 2017, and we shall stretch that further to 2013, because as Tom has mentioned, and as you're talking about, tonight, it's all about numbers, crunching them for you, trying to make them make sense, logic in a cogent way. That is what we are here for today. So let's just look at what we have in, let's start with Kiambu. Kiambu is also one of those counties to watch. This is actually county number 2 with highest number of voters. We are talking about a total of 1.2 million voters. That is what we are seeing in this particular elections. And so far, this are the results we have just for these 2 constituencies. That is Gatundu North and Gatundu South constituency. So that is what we currently have, at least as of now, in all these constituencies that exist within Kiambu County. And obviously William Ruto is on the lead, going by what we are having there, a total of 4,397, which is 79%. But let's just pick on one of these constituencies and see. Let's pick on what? Let's pick on Gatundu South constituency. Let's look at that. This is also the home turf of President Uhuru Kenyatta, and earlier on today we saw him casting his ballot there. Looking at that, we are seeing William Ruto at 1,209 votes so far, Raila Odinga 467, George Wajakoya at 9, and David Mwaure at 5. Let's look at the other constituency that we have still within the same county. That is Gatundu North. William Ruto just netting majority of the votes there, a total of 3,102 votes. Raila coming in second at 661. Right next is George Wajakoya at 14 and David Mwaure at 13. Now, before we look at Nairobi, I'd just like to bring in our governance expert on this one, Millie, and let me just speak your mind on this one as well, and your perspective, so to speak. We are talking about Kiambu County with also a majority of the votes. In fact, in the list of 6 counties, it comes in second. And there's also been a lot of conversation in respect to, will the votes tilt to whom the president is supporting or to the deputy president? What is your perspective? I mean, it's all about numbers tonight. What do you make of all this?
And have the aspect of stronghold also in the back of your mind.
Exactly. Yes, numbers don't lie. And we can see it's pretty telling. But I think that what people have been saying is that the last address by the president may have swayed people, because remember at one point we even had a by-election in Kiambu, and the president's party lost to UDA. And one of the things that most of the members of UDA kept harping upon was the fact that if the president cannot even secure a Jubilee ticket in a by-election in his own backyard, then how can he say he's still popular? So numbers don't lie, but I think that maybe it is not as bad, or the difference is not as much as Kenyans expected, given what we have been seeing in the last couple of months or weeks.
Will the swing vote have any impact on the final tally?
Definitely it will, because I think that if you look at the fact, if history is anything to go by, if you look at what we consider strongholds of the various presidential candidates, particularly the two front runners, and then you see the areas where they have traditionally been weak, if then these votes emerge, it will definitely impact the possibility of one moving higher than the other.
Millie, also, I mean, there's also been a lot of conversation with respect to, particularly looking at Kiambu County as a whole, the question of, the feel amongst the people that this administration has not really taken care of them so well as it were. Knowing, again, this is where the President Uhuru Kenyatta comes from. Might that sort of tilt the vote a certain way?
Definitely it could, because there's been a lot of talk in that region, led of course by politicians, in the course of building political mileage. Whether there's enough truth in it is something else, because we have seen the president display what he has done even in those regions at the end of his term. So it becomes very difficult to completely rely on what the politicians have been saying, knowing that most of it is also being said for political mileage. But, the more you repeat something, it is how advertising works, isn't it? The more you repeat something to somebody, the more they begin to believe it. So it is possible that they could have said it so often that the people within that region begin to believe that this is the truth, and they don't see it. And that's why some analysts have been saying that it is after the president has exited that people will realize he was actually so good to them in that region, and they will miss him. But it will be a wait and see.
Wait and see. I like the way she has navigated that without placing emphasis on the campaigns, which are over now.
Yes.
Or focus more on
numbers.
On the numbers, and also the anxiety levels for the voters.
Yes.
Because as Doreen says, there is a sense in which people are looking at the numbers that they have so far, and in the back of their minds, they are making conclusions. But Doreen is doing a good job reminding them that, hey, you know what? Not yet. Bado.
Wakwe pole.
Yeah, wakwe pole kidogo. I don't know whether I should ask Wakili a question before it slips my mind. There's this thing of the pronouncement by the court the other day that in the event technology collapses, let's collapse back to the manual. How do you operationalize that? You're a wakili.
I think it's important that the key person is the voter, because that's the person we have to capture his intentions. And at the point that you're going to use technology to deny them voting, it's going to be very sad. I think that's what the courts were trying to say, that at no point should a Kenyan go to the polling station if he has done his civic duty of registering and he appears in a register of IEBC, then you tell him, now you don't appear in the kits, you can't vote. That would be very sad, and that I think if somebody's kid can go actually to the courts and have the courts declare that his rights have been denied, because that is very fundamental. It's upon IEBC to ensure that, provided somebody has done his because technology is not my business. My business is to vote. And if you have come up with some way of voting, then you better ensure it works. If it doesn't work, I shouldn't be disadvantaged. That is very key. And I think that the courts were very clear in that in the event, given that the manual register is actually a printout from the KIMS kit, then there shouldn't be any worry as to this person voting is voting from the wind or voting from outside. It's actually using an option, because technology fails at all times. It's not only in Kenya, it has failed even in the US, and people have resorted to counting the votes manually.
To the manual counting.
Yes, so way, that is very much expected.
If you look at the numbers, I think it was 200 Kim kits that did it out of a very negligible percentage.
Yes.
And my follow-up question would be, before I come to Kandel, is, I mean, look, we are seeing a Chebukati who is noticing problems and resolving them on the go. He's coming out and he's telling the country, you know what, this has happened, we have had stakeholder engagement, and the Venezuela saga has been rested and settled. And you see all the stakeholders coming out. So do you get a sense that that is also useful in building the confidence levels within the public?
That is very useful, Tom. I wouldn't expect anything less of Chebukati, because if you don't assuage people's fears in an election, in an election-charged country like Kenya, you're about to have problems. And in a sense, this is the wiser Chebukati, if I can say, because he has learned through the process. He has learned through the previous mistakes of various electoral commissions that Kenyans need updates a term at a time. Once a rumor has come up, come and clear it, so that people don't go again saying, you know, there was that thing which was said, maybe this is what is happening. You would have cleared it beforehand. And that is what he's trying to do, and telling Kenyans we're in control. And I think I respect the kind of Chebukati we have, because he has been leading from the front. As opposed to the last election, you could realize there was some confusion between him and Chiloba, who was in charge.
Oh, yeah.
And that ended up causing a lot of chaos and confusion. But this time, he's been well prepared in advance, detecting problems in advance, and actually giving a solution to them. Not waiting for the people to come and revolt and ask, why is this happening? And I think I like the way he's prepared, and the organization with the IEBC is very okay. Sometime back here I said that this time IEBC has invested in a communication team which is able to tell Kenyans that, you see, we're likely to have this problem, and this is what... He has even called the candidates and their agents and told them, this is what we're planning and this is what we expect from you. And that is very impressive of him.
That's very impressive. Do you think the Election Act of 2011 has dealt decisively with these issues of transparency, accountability?
Yes, to a greater extent it has, and also the aspect that they came up with the election regulations. That also, I think, Millie can agree that they have really played a key role. First, they also went and did proper training. I think this election, in the backdrop of it, they've been doing a lot of training, talking to people who are the election stakeholders. So, and the other players have also come up, even with a book on an election manual. So with all these resources, you don't expect that things will be so bad, because Kenyans are becoming enlightened. I think you have heard from Deprak saying that he didn't see people miss voting, because even the election material you are going to vote, it's the same color as the box which you are going to put it in. So you can only, unless you are blind, is when you can actually have a red one being put in a blue one.
Or unless you're a man, colorblind.
Yes.
By the way, Millie, do you agree? Do you agree with that last point you made?
Yes,
in terms of the Election Act for 2011.
I think that to a large extent it's been a try, but the truth of the matter is this, that there's been a total confusion in the law. And I say this because remember, even the amendments that Chebukati tried to put in place, they came in late because Bunge was unable to and pass those laws within time. And then when they were passed late, Kenyans, you know, we are very diligent with going to the courts. We rushed to the courts, and the courts went and reversed some of those amendments that had been proposed in some of those laws. So that the legal framework has not been key. And remember that the confusion did not start now, because there were amendments that were put in the laws in 2017 after the botched presidential election, the first one that was overturned by the Supreme Court.
The Maraga one.
Yes, the Maraga 1 decision. After the Maraga 1 decision, there were a number of amendments that were done to a number of laws, and they were done very quickly, and IEBC was caught flat-footed because they were unable to put in place systems and even train their agents quickly enough and give them enough information based on the new law. Now that law remained in place. When they tried to amend it to rectify it, it stayed in the National Assembly for a very long time until we were going to the elections. Remember that the focus then went to amending only the Political Parties Act, and that was because they wanted to create certain things like having a political party like Azimio that we have, so that it could produce a presidential candidate. So the legal framework has been weakened over time with all those amendments. And that has, of course, put IEBC in a little bit of an awkward situation. And I think that may have contributed to our seeing for the first time ever ever, as far as I can remember, elections being called off before elections.
Elections being called off?
Yes, because the elections were called off in 2 counties, gubernatorial, 2 constituencies. I heard of 1 ward, you know, simply because of mistakes that you cannot understand. Many people were asking, is this the general election or are these party primaries? Because you do not expect that. We have never seen that, as far as I can remember.
As far as you can remember?
Unless death, you know, death could have caused elections to be postponed. But we have never seen elections being postponed because we have not been able to clarify everything. And I cannot completely hold it against IEBC, because I also do appreciate that as a country, we put them in a tight spot with our delays.
And I'll tell you another delay that has been pointed out previously by IEBC is the issue of funding.
Funding, yes.
Funding is a very key parameter. And I want to bring in Kandel to tell us, because you're an observer, are those issues that you are concerned about? Because there is the institution that is charged with the responsibility of overseeing an election. But there are those issues of funding coming very late, so it affects planning. Are those things that you are likely to capture when you are doing your final report?
I cannot truly. I have signed the code of conduct on it, and I'm not supposed to touch on that department.
Can I hold that for you? That badge here, just give it to me. It's okay. I'll hold it for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not at this stage to. Sometimes I do analyze the politics, analyze the legal issues.
Not really the politics, because this is an open secret that within our framework, sometimes the money comes, yes, but it comes a bit late. And it's likely to affect. So, as you reflect on that, let me bring in. Let me bring in Doreen, because I know you are bound by certain.
No.
You're yet to write your report.
I missed one point when I was explaining about the.
Okay. No, you can share it before we go to Doreen.
Because I'm an observer.
And a strong one.
I cannot. Kenya decides.
Kenya decides.
Well, it is very sensitive when you speak, and especially in front of the media, like somebody did in front of the media there. If you allow me to take that video, I can talk to IEBC to cancel the accreditation right now.
Okay. Now you made that point.
Number 1.
You made that point, yeah.
Number 2, here is the problem.
Yeah.
I enter the polling station.
Yes.
And I start talking like, why this turnout is low? It's already 3 o'clock. Why we are having only 20%? Why we are having only 30%? These are the messages which has been taken by the opposition who gonna lose the election. These are the points.
Yeah.
That's what the Pendro Candle initiative in this country or anywhere around the world.
Yeah.
It is very important to select the election observer. This is the point that has not been taken by IEBC, and this is the point that I have found. They have to take the interview, selecting the observers. And these days, I announced that my organization going to observe in Kenya. I received 149 applications, sir. I can give you the proof. I received 45 applications from Kenya, Nairobi. I did not take anybody because I cannot guarantee what they're gonna say for my organization.
Okay.
Did you get it? It is very sensitive.
Yeah, I get it.
And we cannot, IEBC next time, they don't give the accreditation just by seeing the documents on it.
Okay.
People are around the world, they are interested to go to the election, take the picture, hey, election, these are the things, they are spoiling it.
I get your point.
That's why I'm observing the observers.
Yeah, I get your point. And that information, I'm sure my bosses are watching, it will also get to the reporters. so that we don't put a microphone
in front of the media, regarding the voter turnout, it is my department.
Okay.
Political ways, legal, that's a legal, this Kenya department. That's not my department. But this is, I know, national media. This is the first time in Kenya that I'm in front of this media. It's an honorable opportunity for me, for my life. And these days media gonna take me up and up and up and up. I'm ready to do any kind of debate regarding voter turnout issues with anybody.
All right.
Not inside the Kenya, outside the Kenya as
outside the Kenya.
In front of the media.
All right, so that we can do a comparative analysis. And I thank you for just reminding us about that. Is the observer of the observers, Doreen Narangi, you had that, eh?
I had the opportunity to observe one of the observers that in the team. I was observing him.
Brilliant. Doreen, what do you have for us?
He's basically the lead of the leads.
Yeah, that's another way of looking at it.
He's the lead of the leads.
The lead of the leads, yeah.
Okay, let's come back to the provincial results that we have on our magic wall. Let's look at what has changed so far. We are still just tracking how results are trickling in, and this is specifically for the presidential candidates. We are seeing numbers are changing. As we say, this is changing clearly minute by minute. And that's why we are here to just keep you abreast with how things are looking like. And the minute it changes, we are here to again let you know how things are changing. But keep in mind, just from what you're having on the header there, this is basically provincial presidential results. And it is important for me to remind you to just keep your cool. Don't be anxious, just stay put. This is what you're having there. 22,937 is what we are currently seeing there with the Deputy President William Ruto. That is a total of about 58.92%, closely there, followed by Raila Odinga at 15,701, a total of 40.33% there. Wajakoya still maintains the 0.5%. This is now 0.52%, which is 201 votes so far. And we have David Mwaure still there with 0.24%. That is 93 votes. But there's one thing I want us to look at very quickly. This is Nairobi County. When you look at the past two elections, and we'll just go over there to see how that panned out. In Nairobi County, to be specific, Raila Odinga, who was also a presidential candidate in those two previous elections, enjoyed support in Nairobi County. But so far, with what we currently have as of now, 13 minutes past 11 a.m., still looks like he's enjoying support there. That is a total of 3,945, which is 50.42%, followed very, very closely with the Deputy President William Ruto at 48.80%, which is a total of 3,818 votes there. But let's just look at some of those constituencies where votes have already come in. And remember that this also is subject to change over time. And we are seeing majorly the blue color there, which is a clear representation of Raila Odinga. We are looking at Embakasi East constituency there, which is one of those areas where we are already seeing votes as well as Raka constituencies. But let's just look at comparison in respect to what we have. Let's begin with 2017 in Nairobi County specifically. Raila Odinga netted 834,032, a total of 51%. He was followed closely by Uhuru Kenyatta, who had 48.49%. That was in 2017. Quickly, what was, or better still, how things looked in 2013. Still, Raila Odinga was on the lead with 49.42%, which was 691,156. This is in 2013 that we're also doing that comparison to just try and look at how things might tilt when it comes to 2022 general election. Uhuru Kenyatta also followed closely, as at that time, this was in 2013 with 659,490. That was 47.16%. So let's come to 2022. Clearly, again, from what you have, still Raila is on the lead, 3,945, 50.42%, followed closely by William Ruto, 3,818, 48.80%. But that's a very close, when you just look at the margins, it's really slightly above, 100, so to speak, at least as of now. But remember also, Nairobi is a key area to watch. Why? We are talking about 2.4
million voters. In fact, it is the county with the majority of voters, brings the country 60% of our GDP. It is the county to watch. Also, when you look at the companies, industries, majority of them are set in this county. And I just like also to bring Gibson on this one. The reason why I want to bring Gibson on this one is just I want to get his perspective, particularly when you look at the margins. This is very... And in fact, earlier on, DP was on the lead, just about exactly 11, he was on the lead. And when you look again, particularly at the youth population, even in Nairobi County, are we likely to see something different in respect to how Nairobi vote might look like when you compare to 2013 and 2017? Again, knowing fully well that the gubernatorial candidate that, you know, is allied to the deputy president, we're talking of him as a young person. When you look at the gubernatorial candidate, you know, coming from the Azimio faction, there was a lot of conversation with respect to him being a project. What are we likely to see in respect to this county? Gibson, what would you make of this?
I think, Doreen, I will want to agree with you because the coming in of the candidate for Nairobi for UDA, that is Johnson Sakaja, has really tilted the scales towards Kenya Kwanza, as opposed to in the 2017 when Raila was leading. And I want to predict that there is really some good work which has been done. There is really some good work which has been done by the Kenya Kwanza coalition in terms of Nairobi. And I think the numbers can tell. The numbers can tell that we are having a shift from it being Baba's bedroom, now it's becoming a battleground for the Kenya Kwanza and Azimio frontiers, given that the DP has done some good work. The DP has done some good work in the ground, and he's been campaigning in Nairobi on and off. And that has got to be manifested in the numbers which we are seeing. And of course, the aspect of Sakaja being in place and the drama which was surrounding is a clearing also. To some extent, you know, politics is politics. As Longa was saying here, that some publicity for politicians, you might consider it to be bad, but it actually acts in their gain because it depends on how they use it. Okay. For example, you remember Sakaja saying, these are people fighting me. I'm still going to be in the race, and it's actually being in the race. So that gives people some confidence.
Perhaps before you take it,
yeah.
Let me take you out from the campaign into
yes.
a very important demographic that Maureen talked about, the youth.
The youth, yes.
All right? These people are permanently on social media platforms.
Exactly.
And if you go online, you know, there are so many positive images that you're seeing, you know, images that really warm your heart. But the converse is, we are also seeing some toxic online behavior. And I just want to throw this one to any one of you. How do we safeguard? How do we safeguard how do we end up with cyber hygiene, you know, where we now have more of positive images and very little of negative images? The Pareto rule. I think the management gurus call it that way.
I think if you may start, I don't know when they will join or what. My perspective is, it's social media. It's called social media. It's a mirror of society. Yeah. That's the image of what society is thinking. Yeah. People do not hide because they need to demonstrate, they need to express their views as they think, and they just have the phone there, they just have to put it across. Talking of bringing hygiene, now that's a different discussion, because now you can't separate what people think unless now you will want to start censoring.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the censoring aspect now will of course bring other aspects. You know, we have other countries where people actually close the internet. We had a very big discussion around whether we are going to shut off the internet during election or not.
But I think the CS came and said, you know what, we are not touching it.
Yes, they did that because even the other CS for IT, for communication actually said, we don't have a framework for shutting down internet. And that was very positive. I really commend you.
By the way, what would it mean shutting it down? Because we know there are some countries, and you'll tell us, there are some countries where they've actually blocked, you know.
Tommy, could actually mean that we're in a dictatorship or we don't believe in our systems. Because we have laws. If somebody has done a crime in social media, you can actually prosecute him. Yeah. So why shut it if you can actually use it to prosecute people who are doing on the wrong?
Yeah. Let me ask you, can we look at what is the very latest on the presidential race, we have Form 34A.
Yes.
Remember, told that is where election will be lost or won. So you can see on your screen there, those are the reported Form 34As that have come in so far, and they're coming in quite fast.
Yes.
Yeah.
34,312 out of the total 46,228. So that's 74% already.
Yes, yes.
It's going
that's
very
very
fast.
positive.
Very
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
But,
That's
they have to be verified.
Yeah, they have to be
They've come-
verified.
yes, they've
for
come
them to
in
be
now.
declared.
Yeah, then they have to be verified.
Yeah.
But they're coming in at a good rate, and that's a good thing, because then the possibilities of us having the verified results being released sooner rather than later is higher.
Yeah.
As I had said, and you see, this is system generated.
Exactly.
So they're actually giving us real time what is happening. IEBC is sharing with us whatever it is that they have. And now the part which we have to wait is now the verification and then the declaration.
Yes.
And
which
this,
is a very positive
Which
thing.
is positive. And all this because of technology.
Yes.
Yeah. So why don't we just advance with technology?
My observation normally looks after the technological innovation as well. However, at the same time, it is very important to set the culture of election. What does that mean? We cast the vote on the paper. Some country is using the technology. But our country does not have that level of education. So non-educated voters not going to use the technology and not going to trust it. And that's why it is very important to set the election culture. And it is the people of Kenya and the government of Kenya and the Kenya going to decide whether to use the electronic voting machine or paper ballot. I give you my own example. I went to Bangladesh. There was I was there to monitor the electronic voting, and they deployed that machine in six centers, and I was looking at it. 30 minutes they took for one to vote it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it has sweat on it, and you do like this. These are the problem we are having. Okay, we are having the problem, we can solve it. When you are going to solve it on the day of the election, can you delay the election? This is very important.
Very important.
And I went to Denmark. I was expecting they're going to have everything of the technological innovation and everything on the remote. Okay, you can vote through the social media. That's fine. But we need to save our culture. We need to enjoy. We need to congratulate. We need to celebrate the election. This is the day of the country.
That's true.
This day gonna decide the future of Kenya. And of course, I'm sitting in front of the journalists. It is the day for you. Journalism starts from the politics. And I went to Denmark. They were casting the vote paper ballot. They did not use technology.
They used paper.
Yes. And I said, we like it, this is our. And how did they start? They take their children with them. Children is not supposed to watch where they are casting in it. They cast it, they fold it, and they give it to the child or children or the baby, and baby gonna drop in the ballot box. And why did you do that? Because that vote will set the future of my baby.
So they inculcate it very early.
So it is Kenya and Kenyan people to decide whatever it is. Now, regarding the registered voters, I think it is my opportunity, and I have to make clear to the people of Kenya as well. Registered voters are the voters, they are registered. But they are not the voters who gonna vote 100%. Okay, number one. Number two, there might be the chances I will not vote it. I'm registered, but I will not vote it. If I like my candidate, I will vote it, otherwise I will not. So politically, madam, there might be the political analysis on this issue, why the people are not interested in this political day. There might be. There might be the economical analysis. I think the country is not economically going on that level, so people are frustrated, they are not interested to vote it. But we cannot touch that point and make to spoil the election, number one. Number two, prediction was 70%. Okay. Gentlemen, took the point, and I would like to use that point on the reference as well. How did, there was the 70% turnout in the election in my country as well. I don't like to take that reference and use that reference as well. How did they predict it? Twitter. How can you imagine that the one who messages in the Twitter is in Kenya? Facebook. Can you imagine how many people are using the Facebook? There might be the hackers. There might be the people who are gonna spoil this election. Why? Because coming to this country, I got only one point on my mind. Okay, I have to go Kenya. Why? Kenya has sent the message to the political arena this day. Why? Because 2 terms president, Kenyatta, had changed the job. You go and find other countries around the world in this age who gonna leave the presidency, either change the constitution like in Russia. So Kenya has a send message to the world, the new politics gonna start in Kenya. So there might be the hackers, I can debate on. Twitter, political campaign, YouTube, Facebook. So we cannot predict. That prediction was completely right. That prediction might be high so that you're gonna get the low turnout, then it can spoil the election end of the day. You predict something like, oh, my boy gonna get 90%. He's not gonna get 80%. I know, but I'm gonna say 90%. And he's gonna get 60%. Why did you get 30% difference? If I had said 80%, it would be 20%. So there might be the political actors behind it. So it is the people of Kenya who are gonna save Kenya. It is not we people. So this is, I'm alerting to the people of Kenya. Because end of the day, we are going to save our country by ourselves.
That's true.
None of the country in the world they have made other people
in the world. Let me Doreen, I need you on the smart board. If my director can display the presidential the reported forms 34A again on the screen, we have 34,312 out of a total 46,229, and in terms of percentage, that is 74.22% from 34As in already. The time is 11:28, and just slightly under 25% remaining to go. But I like the point that Kandal brought, that there's a way even the education system can speak to, having civic education. We did it in the olden days. It's incorporated in the curricula, so you learn about voting very early when the brain is being developed. So that's a good point you made. Are you familiar with the M-Pesa? M-Pesa is a platform for sending and receiving money. It's a very safe way of here in Kenya, and it has won a lot of awards.
No. I'm in Kenya. I've been to United States of America, and I'm very good with new innovative culture as well. But I still prefer use my hand to eat it.
To eat. Okay, that's a good one.
I get the flavor.
That's a good. In Ghana, have you observed the Ghanaian election? I don't know whether it's in Ghana
Zimbabwe.
or where. Zimbabwe.
I did it in Zimbabwe.
Where they use marbles. And so it really strengthens your point of culture. It depends on the culture of the country. Let me bring in Doreen to just give us, tonight it's about numbers. And occasionally having a conversation. Doreen, what do you have?
And that's our business. I mean, it's all about numbers and numbers. We are crunching for you those numbers. But before we get to the numbers, I'd like to pick our lead observer's mind, on this particular issue, just still sticking on the aspect of the young people. When you look at the KNBS report over 2019 released in 2020, you're looking at 35.7 out of the 47.6 million Kenyans who form the youth or the young people. So in your observation, even in these elections, I mean, oftentimes we've talked about crowds for hire. We've talked about always the young people being vulnerable, particularly in this election, either when it comes to causing chaos or just a bit of push and pull. So what has been your observation when it comes to that, generally, in respect to young people?
And that question, you've directed it to who?
Our lead observer.
Our lead observer. So
observers.
What she's asking is, we, for example, we did have a report called the Aga Khan report in 2016, and they interviewed young people, right? And the summary was, for example, they were asked, do you want to get wealthy? And they said yes. And they were asked, does it matter how you become wealthy? And they said, getting wealthy at any cost. Okay. All right? So it's a sensitive demographic. You're not even almost sure how to handle it.
I have another reservation on it as well. We need to choose the sample. How many samples that you are using in it? Are you using the sample with the same kind of people at the same time? Or are you mixing with every kind of people together? If you go to, like, I've been to this Kibera. I got this all 15 polling station sent by my office in Kathmandu, Nepal. They are operating remotely. They are checking all the security issues in Kenya. And they're like, you can go, there is no problem. And my driver says, that's a very risky area. I got the information, let's go. I went there without security and all. It's completely secured. Whatever you see on the media, sometimes it's not real. And whenever you choose the sample, if I go and choose that sample, they're going to say, I don't know president, I don't like president, I don't vote. So you're going to use that sample and you're going to bring and you're going to predict the whole country? No. I've been to 13 polling centers, more than 65 polling stations. I can confidently, I can tell you, none of the observer have done that so in this day. I woke up 4, everyone gonna say the same thing, but I had the complete schedule, so I did 65 plus polling station observation. But I did not stay more than 5 minutes in the station. So I cannot tell what happened after that, because I stayed just 5 minutes. I can tell what had happened on that particular time. So it's all about the sample.
Okay.
So you are observing 65 polling stations. That means you are predicting whole Kenya? No, I was within the Nairobi City County only. How can you predict you can say, like, I have deployed this and this. Another important issue. I have observed 65 polling stations. I have not found even a single observing group who has the observer from morning to evening together on the same polling station. It is very important. You have to have the observer morning 5 to evening 5 on the same and get the data, everything. You go 5 minutes and you come out and you observe, oh, this is no, there was no people. When you go, there was fight. When you go out, there was not fight.
So you recommend that one observer stays at one polling station?
If they are deploying, we are thinking of doing such thing in this country. But telling you the truth, European Union, I think they are deploying and they are doing the observation in this country. 65 polling stations. When I was there, I checked everything. Not even a single observer of European Union. But I cannot blame after that. When I was there, I didn't see anybody. 65 polling stations. Then how can they gonna write the report? Dipendra Kandel is here in Nairobi City today.
Okay. All right, I get you. Thanks for giving us the...
This is all about the sample. What you are going to take it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about
what kind of sample on it?
Yeah.
Which city? So we cannot do it. Okay, United Nations till date, they are thinking of taking the poverty out from the world. They have been doing so since 60 years. I know. Then why they have not taken that out till date? Why?
Okay.
Who is stopping United Nations to take the poverty out of the country?
From the country. Okay, we'll come back to that. Let me cross over. Just hold that thought.
Who is stopping them?
Hold that thought. Let's bring in Zainab Said, who is at Linda.
I went to Kibera.
Yeah.
I went to Kibera, and they die.
Yeah.
They have the $1 per day.
Okay.
Kibera.
All right. You know, Kibera is the biggest slum in Africa.
I know. I went to Kibera on my own single.
Yeah. Okay. All right. No problem. You did well.
Because I came here for Kenya.
Okay. Thank you.
So why do I scare here in this country?
All right. That's the observer of the observer.
You have to observe. Let's go. Hey, come on, go.
Let's move away from Kibera and go to Lungalunga, where our reporter Zainab Said. Zainab is burning the midnight oil. Zainab, I need to see on the split screen where is Zainab, because I need her to tell us what's happening there. We have a dedicated team of reporters spread right across the country. There is Zainab burning the midnight oil from Lungalunga. We have our finger on the pulse of the counting process. Zainab, tell us what you have. Vipi, ongea Zainab.
Naam, Tom, kama ulivyotaja ni kweli na ripotia kutoka eneo la Lungalunga, ambapo hapa sasa ndicho kitovu kikuu ambapo zile kura zote kutoka vituo 148 vya kupigia kura katika eneo bunge hili
Pole sana Zainab pale akiwa Lungalunga, and that's what tulikuwa tunaongea about, ya kwamba unajua sometimes technology can anyway, that's why there's the manual backup, and I want to bring in our backup. Doreen, did the lead of the leads answer your question?
He's observed. He's seen what is happening in that area.
Actually, he said that he knows it's the biggest slum, and he went there.
And he's aware. And he's aware, you know.
Aware, yeah.
So that also just makes, his title, lead of the leads. No, it makes sense.
If
see
you're
why.
scared observing the real people of Kenya, then why you are here as an observer?
Good point.
Choose another country and go safe.
Good point.
Go to Europe.
Good point. Fine. What do you have us?
Okay, I just need to remind our viewers of some figures. Remember that as of 5:45 p.m., going by what IEBC had announced at that time, we were at 56.7% voter turnout. That amounts to about 12 million voter turnout. Actually, as of 2017, we were slightly above 15 million. So even as, these figures continue to trickle in, probably we're expecting to see, these numbers changing over time. And also when you look at 2017 and 2022 in respect to, the registered voters, so to speak, the number increased by 2.5 million voters. So clearly, it's a good thing, given the fact that we've over time talked about voter apathy, the issues leading to that, not wanting to vote, so to speak. But at least when you see that increase, it's a good thing, because then we are seeing Kenyans, and particularly the young folks, seeing that they form a majority of our population, just exercising their democratic right. But away from that, let's come back to the figures. We have said over time, this night, up until we see results announced, it's all about numbers. So that's what we are going to just be doing for you, giving you bit by bit of what is coming in, detail by detail, trying to elucidate that as much as we can. So let's come to one of those counties that we haven't really touched on. That should be Bungoma County. That is one of those counties in the western region. But before we get there, let's look at how these figures have changed over time. Now we are talking about 27,052. That is 55.99%. Again, remember, these are just provincial results. I won't get tired of reminding you this, because knowing Kenyans and sometimes how we could be anxious, it's just important that I keep telling you that these are specifically provincial results. And also as media, we are not mandated to announce anything. We're just within the bounds of tallying as it was announced by IEBC, given the fact that IEBC said that we could also equally tally the results. So this is basically what we are doing there. Away from that, coming in next is Raila Odinga. Still looks like things are just the same as how it was. Ruto taking the lead, particularly as of now, in the results that we have, provincial results, so to speak. Raila Odinga comes in second at 20,893, which amounts to 43.25% there. Wajakoya still maintains, so to speak, that percentage of 0.51%, total of 247 votes. And coming in, last there is David Mwaure of the Agano Party at 0.25%, exactly 120 votes. I would remind you again, this
figures or numbers are subject to change, and they will change over time. So when you see something change, don't get surprised. It's just basically what is expected. But let's come to one of those counties, because also as we're looking at the numbers, we're not just sticking to what we have on the provincial results. We're also trying to make comparisons in respect to 2013, 2017, looking at how things shifted, the matrix therein, and this is also what we want to look at. That is Bungoma County. But before we get to do that, we're coming there in a bit. But before then, Tom.
Oh yeah, thanks for that update. And just a quick reminder that the reported forms that have come in, Form 34A, remember 34A, extremely critical. 34,312 out of the expected 46,229. In terms of percentage, means that we have done 74%. So just slightly above 25%, 26% thereabout to go. And of course, at the Tallying Center, Chebukati, the country's returning officer, verifying all those forms, and our panelists, expressing joy at the speed at which those numbers are trickling in. But let's take you to Mombasa, where Ann Buru has been holding fort for us. And there you are. I don't know, weather was also a factor in this election. It's been very cold in Nairobi. I don't know how Mombasa is. Give us an update, and also remember to tell us whether it's hot or cold.
Okay, good evening to you. Good evening to you, Tom Boya from Broadcasting House. And Mombasa is quite chilly right now in the evening. It's been rainy and sunny during the day, but we thank God the day is over. People have casted their votes. And right now I'm coming live to you from the National Industrial Training Authority, which is Nyali Tallying Center, which is in Mombasa County, that is. And this Nyali constituency has 124,253 registered voters and 195 polling stations. Today has been really eventful for Nyali constituents members, that is, the residents of Nyali constituency, because they were exercising their constitutional rights that is happening in the whole country, having had the general elections today. And the voter turnout has not been that much. It has been less than 50%, according to the returning officer in Mombasa, in the Tallying Center in Nyali constituency. So compared to 2017, the turnout has been a bit low, which is what has been happening today. But during the day, we've had a few hitches here and there in Kongoya Tallying Center. There's been a bit of confrontation between the incumbent, Muhammad Ali, and Said Abdallah, who is ODM candidate. But all this has been resolved, and right now everything has been calm from then till now. And right now we're waiting for the tallies from different polling stations. And so far, according to what we've had on that board, we see that this tallying center has received 161 the results from their polling stations. That is 161 from the 195 the centers that they have been streaming in the results, that is. So right now I'll be joined by the returning officer of Nyali constituency, who's just going to give us a brief of how the day has been and the numbers and how people have been voting throughout the day. Karibu sana on set. You'll begin with your names and then you'll tell us how the day has been so far.
My name is John Oletaiswa. I am the returning officer for Nyali constituency. The day has been okay, with only a few incidents in the morning whereby the machines were... A few machines had problems in terms of opening, or otherwise everything else was not bad in terms of the process, and I can see some of them were commenting that it went well.
Maybe you could tell us the voter turnout, how has it been?
The voter turnout has not been very good, but so far it was around 45 for the stations that we got the reports. But we are still waiting to get the response from the other side that we can do the average. Yeah.
Maybe has there been any hitches during the day? Because we've seen that there's been a bit of commotion in Kongoya. Maybe how did you go about it? And because we've also seen the voter turnout, like you said, has been very low. How has it been?
It was okay, but the commotion that was in Kongoya it was just an issue of some voters. That is because it was not an issue concerning our Kims, but it was an issue of supporters also still wanting to show their might in terms of their stronghold. Yeah.
Maybe you could tell us also how many wards we have in Nyali constituency.
We have 5 wards. That is Kasarani, Freetown, Kongoya, and Mukomani. Yeah. And Kasarani also. Yeah, Kasarani.
The results have been trickling in. Maybe you could tell us about the results that you've received so far.
So far, we have received 168 results for the presidential in terms of the ones that are being sent. We are still remaining for some stations that we have not yet received them, but we hope maybe they are also still finishing the process, because there were some stations that began the process quite late in the morning. Yes.
As you've heard, Tomboya, the day has been smooth. Maybe if there's anything else you'd want me to elaborate more about the day, but Nyali constituency has been a bit calm. Back to you, Tomboya.
Thank you, our reporter there, Ann Buru, keeping an eye for us on events as they unfold, the counting process at the coastal town of Mombasa. Of course, we'll be getting back to you. But before I get back to my panelists, I just want to bring in our reporter who's holding fort at the NAV Center, that's in Bomas of Kenya, Ben Troy Njue. Ben, if you can hear me, what do you have for us? A little while ago, we saw the IEBC chair give a presser. What do we have for us now?
Thank you so much, Tomboya, back at the broadcasting house. And earlier on, you talked about burning the midnight oil. I can tell you, here at the Bomas, we do need that oil because it's quite cold and chilly. And we'll be crunching the numbers and we'll be here. It's going to be a long night, but for a good reason. We're putting into perspective around 6.5 hours after the polls closed, after a largely smooth exercise. Now it is the time to get the numbers, and to help us dissect that, we have on my immediate left, we have Dr. Churchill Saoke, who is a leadership and governance expert and also a lecturer at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. And also we have another doctor, we have Dr. Charles Mbogwa, who is also a leadership and governance expert. I will be engaging my panel right here, but we also have my colleague Regina Manyara is at the Uchaguzi Hall, where we are getting a brief each and every time by IEBC in regards to the just concluded polls. And now we are crossing over. Regina, if you can hear me, kindly bring us up to speed with the latest.
Indeed, this is just a sneak peek into how the Uchaguzi Hall here at the National Tallying Center, Bomas of Kenya, is looking like. A bit of entertainment at the background, and we're seeing various stakeholders, including representatives from various political parties, are seated within the auditorium, as well as a section of observers. Earlier on, we had the IEBC commissioners conduct a prayer thanking Kenyans for coming out in large numbers to participate in the August polls this morning, and saying that it was relatively a peaceful exercise. Now, what you're seeing at the background is what the IEBC is displaying on its portal, and not just the media can access it, but also members of the parliament. I mean, members of public, so to speak. So to just give you a sneak peek, we're doing 79% of the Form 34As that have been scanned, and we are waiting any moment from now to have the respective ROs and POs walk in into this auditorium to just have that particular count verified and announcements made. IEBC Chair also Wafula Chebukati mentioned that to Kenyans especially, that the results that have been announced at the various polling stations, and the number that we have is 46,229 are final, and that the National Tallying Center will serve as a verification center and announcement of the winners therein. This is how we are looking like, with a majority of counties having ROs having already scanned their Form 34As. The list at 27%, at 25% is the diaspora vote, where out of 27 polling stations, only 7 have managed to scan their Form 34As. Maybe we think it's because of the different time codes there. We also have only 58% of polling stations have been able to scan their Form 34As. Out of that makes it 129 polling stations out of 219. Now, information getting to us is that even before these particular votes have been authenticated, or rather verified here at the National Tallying Center, we have a few candidates who have conceded defeat. And I'm talking about what has happened in Kiambu County. Now, Kiambu County happens to have among the top or rather the most numbers of voters after Nairobi. Nairobi having 3.4 million Kenyans who had expressed interest by registering as voters, 2.4 million. Kiambu has 1.2 million registered voters. And even before the IEBC gets to verify and announce the winners in the various seats, we understand that Member of Parliament Gatondo South Moses Kuria there of Chama cha Kazi Party, who was eyeing the gubernatorial seat, has conceded defeat. Now back to you, Troy. Let's talk about the numbers vis-a-vis the voter turnout that we saw early this morning, with some of our reporters on ground indicating that the voter turnout was not as expected. Is this going to change the tide? Let's have that conversation. Over to you, Troy.
Thank you so much, Regina Manyara. And perhaps to fortify what IEBC chair there talked about, is that the result at the Tallying Center will be the final results. And talking about Tallying Center, we are now joined by our very own Caro Njenga, who is in Muranga. Actually, she is in Muranga at the County Tallying Center. Caro Njenga.
Great. Good evening to Ben and Njure. Exactly as you've said, we are coming live to you from Muranga town. We are at the County Tallying Center. This is Technology Primary School, where tallying of votes, that is the gubernatorial, the senatorial seat, and also the women rep seat, will be conducted. And just to give you a brief of what has been happening during the day, I have been traversing throughout Muranga County, and I've been bringing you pictures of various candidates that are vying for the gubernatorial, senatorial seat, women rep seat, as well as the MP seat here in this county. And just to give you incidences that happened during the day, there were reported cases in Mathare constituency per se, where the KIMS kit actually failed in a place called Kora, that is in Kamasharia ward. There were other several incidences in various stations also there, which the County Tallying Center, or the County Returning Center, or rather officer will tell me. There were also similar incidences in a place called Kiharu constituency, or that is something else the County Returning Officer will tell us. The county also witnessed a low voter turnout in the morning hours, but we saw this change during the afternoon, where we saw voter turnout actually go up. And we'll know how, in terms of percentage, what was the voter turnout here in this this county. Also, most stations were closed by 5 p.m. and counting started immediately, but there were some incidences where maybe the polling stations was opened late in the hour, it was late by about 30 or 40 minutes, and the IEBC officials, of course, allowed those, if it was late by 30 minutes, of course, they had to extend the time in the evening to allow voters to vote. Something else is that the counting of votes have now commenced, as I had earlier on said, and winners will be announced at their respective polling stations. That is for Member of Parliament, that is at the constituency level, and also for the Member of the County Assembly. Something else is that the presidential elections result will be relayed directly to where you are, that is Bomas of Kenya, and we will get to know each polling station, what the presidential candidates have garnered here in Murang'a County. And now joining us is Saumu Omar Chilchil, who is a county returning officer, just to give us a brief and to tell us how the day has been, as well as to clarify some of the incidences that were witnessed in this county. Though the voting actually here was smooth, there was no incidences per se, but then again, the failure of the KIMS kit and also issues to do with network failure did aggravate some of, or rather did come out big here in Murang'a County. That is some of the stations. Now, Children, maybe you can join me here, and maybe you can start by sharing with us how the day was for all the IEBC officials.
Today in Murang'a County, we started voting at 6 a.m. in the morning. We had a few stations that started late, and the POs, the presiding officers, were able to compensate the time that lost since they started a little bit late. We have 1,189 registration centers, polling stations, and indeed there was a low voter turnout. We experienced a little delays in terms of the KIMS, but this was due because some areas we had elderly who their biometrics were not able to be identified, and also for the T picking zones, their biometrics are not very clear. Yes.
So this was happening in which ward, if I may ask?
It is in Mathare. We had a few polling stations, and mostly it's in Mathare and Kigumo. Okay. Yes.
Apart from network failure and also the topography of the region, maybe what are some of the other challenges you experienced here in Murang'a County?
I think overall we had planned well. The materials arrived on time. So in terms of the logistics, we were on point. The voter turnout is where we saw a slow pace, where the voters came in late. Most of them did not come very early. Probably they had other businesses to do first before coming to the polling stations. But overall, it's almost 60% an average. We are yet to get the full percentage for Murang'a County. Okay. Yes.
So the areas that the KIMS kit failed, maybe what steps did you take as IEBC?
There were only two where it failed and it was replaced immediately. One was the SD card that was replaced, and voting continued, and another one was replaced. The others were just where a machine was a bit slow, but it didn't fail. What we did was we talked to the voters so that they were patient and be able to go the process, because we have the biometric identification, the alphanumeric identification, and also there's the validation with KIMS supervisor mode.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe from the constituency level and from the polling stations, maybe you can tell us whether there's some the tallying of votes. How far are you?
By 8, most of our polling stations had closed and counting had started, because at 5 they closed, but there are a number of voters who are on the queue who are allowed to vote. So by 8, counting had started. As at a few hours ago, Gatanga had received the first presiding officer who has remitted his forms, and in Kiharu we had the zones polling station submitted their results. Yeah. Okay. So we are hopeful that as the night goes, the POs will be submitting their results. Yeah.
Okay. We can see there's no activity going on here at the County Tallying Center. Maybe you can tell us when do we see a beehive of activities right here at the county?
First, we have to wait for the Constituency Tallying Center to tally the results for the 6 elections, and that means we are hoping that tomorrow, when all the presiding officers would have submitted their results to the Constituency Tallying Center, then the returning officers will come with the gubernatorial, senatorial, and county women representative results to our tallying center, and that is where we begin our results. Okay. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, that has been Saumu Churchill. She is the county returning officer for Murang'a County, as well as the manager for county elections at IEBC, talking to us about some of the hitches that were experienced during the day here in Murang'a County, as well as the steps they took once some of these challenges they experienced here in this county. Ben Troy, maybe if you have anything you need to ask, you can go ahead.
Yes, Carol, before you go, we are seeing 81% of Form 34A in Murang'a County have already been submitted by the IEBC tallying. National Tallying Center. Perhaps when can we expect 100%?
Well, as Churchill has already said, this voting, or rather tallying, is continuing happening here in various wards in Murang'a County. So we're waiting to hear for them to be done. Then they take it to the constituency, the county constituency or tallying center. Then from there, we'll come here to the county tallying center. And then from there, I can be able to tell you that we are at 100% of presenting this 34A forms. Jue?
Thank you so much, Karen Jenga, live from Murang'a, and they are talking to the county returning officer there on some of the challenges, and I think there have been many challenges when it comes to, of course, the voter identification and the transmission of some results. We are seeing some counties at 46%, where others are at over 80%. But back to you, gentlemen. Looking at those statistics, IEBC, 6 hours, just 6 hours, they have been able to almost do 100% of all the Form 34A. And remember, it's actually one of the forms that made us go to the apex court in terms of the presidential petition. How are we doing on time?
Thank you very much. Once again, it's great to be here as Kenya decides. One of the key differences when you do a comparative analysis between transmission of results 2017 and 2022, and which you have alluded to in terms of Form 4A, is that in 2017, 11,000 unreported 34A forms were not captured as the results were announced by the presidential returning officer, who is the chairman of IEBC. And that was a few days after the elections. But what are we seeing today? What we are seeing today is quite interesting. Currently, we are at about 82%. The very first day during the poll, and that showcases transformational improvement as far as IEBC is concerned. And we are talking about the reported Form 34A, because after that the forms then must be brought physically to the tallying center. That is a requirement as far as the law is concerned. But looking at it from the perspective of 2017 and before then, we can actually say kudos to IEBC as far as that bit is concerned. Maybe in terms of what we saw as far as the KIM kits are concerned, we noted that we had 200 KIM kits that at one point malfunctioned. And that's just about 0.4% of the total number of KIM kits that were being used, 46,229. It's not really a failure that would be termed as catastrophic. But that notwithstanding, it's still a failure because bearing in mind what general elections mean to this country, it could result in perceptions even of electoral malpractices. That's what I would put across at this point.
It did. Before I bring you in, Churchill, News Justin Moses Kurias is talking about conceding defeat, although he hasn't mentioned any why he has conceded or why he is talking about conceding. But what we are seeing in Form 34A, as Doc has talked about, we are doing quite well, but it has always been, we've done the heavy lifting in terms of voting, but every time when it comes to the transmission and all the elections that have been challenged in the last 20 years, the 2002 was not disputed at the courts. It has always been in terms of the relaying of these results.
Absolutely, because you see, every examinations must be evaluated, and it's at the point of the results that you evaluate the process of an election. You get to know what really is the will of the people. What is the opinion of the people about who they want to lead them. So that's why it draws a lot of interest. That is really expected, and it has been then the interest of every stakeholder in the election to come up with mechanisms of ensuring that the process of transmission is lean, it's credible, it's reliable, and it's fast. And I think these are some of the things that the Commission and many other stakeholders around the election in this country have been trying to grapple with, because people have already voted very well, and as you have alluded to, people have already voted peacefully, very peacefully, gone home, and people are on their televisions watching the results. So it is at this stage that we cannot afford to, for purposes of the security of the nation, we cannot afford to mess up. And this is now where the technology come in very handy to make the process very lean. And the whole question about trust is very important in such a process. And technology is something that does not know people. It only does what it has been instructed to do. So if the people who are around the technology are trustworthy enough, then it means that it gives that process the credibility it deserves, that then builds the confidence into the Commission. So the fact that within a time frame of about 6 hours, we've been able to get this number of results being relayed at the Tallying Center is actually an advantage. It's part of building that trust. And the key thing now that will be coming is, if the results that are going to come are the same results that are reflected on the ground. And I think that is why the chairman indicated that the forms that are within the portal will have to be verified by the physical forms first, because they are trying to seal the loopholes that existed in the 2017 elections.
Indeed. And looking at what we witnessed today, the failure of some KIM's kits and the use of the manual voter register. Looking at Thursday, the High Court did talk about the use of the manual voter register in tandem with the biometrics. Yesterday, yesterday, because of course we are on Wednesday now, on Monday, the Court of Appeal talked about, let it be there, not the first, not going to be used as the first resort, but let it be there. But we've seen today we have used it. What does that mean? And could we expect that to be challenged? Because we already have 2 court orders as well in terms of how the electronics today failed in some instances. And we want a credible election.
A good one. We are coming from a very difficult past. And the changes you have seen, including the adoption of relevant technology, was informed by commissions, for example. But in particular, we saw and we read what the Kreger report talked about. And so Kenya has been on a pathway of reforms. And among these reforms, we have seen electoral laws reforms, very important. And so the hierarchical component that the Supreme Court pronounced itself on was very important. And may we not forget that what we have seen today is courtesy of the ruling by the Supreme Court and fidelity of IEBC to a certain extent to the Kenyan people and to the Kenyan law. So what then do we have? Justice Mwaure pronounced herself, the High Court, stating that the two should be used together. That is the KIMS kit and the manual register. But one of the coalitions went to court, did an appeal, and a ruling which you have alluded to was then delivered. And then it gave a hierarchical order. Number one, we must pick on the KIMS kit. Number two, alphanumeric, and then numeric. Then number three, we have got the manual register. The question we need to ask ourselves is this. After that ruling was done, how quickly did IEBC adopt it as a lesson to the clerks who are out there, the returning officers who are out there, the presiding officers who are out there? Was any simulation done, despite earlier training, to bring them quick to speed in terms of what that hierarchical approach to the poll in terms of identification and voting are concerned? We know not whether that was done, but that would have been good. But then let's go back to asking ourselves, if then the manual register was used and the alphanumeric was not tested, although the KIM kits failed, was the end in regard to what we did justified? When you keep Kenyans in anxiety in this kind of a highly contested transition general election, you might start catalyzing mistrust, which Dr. Churchill has just talked about. This mistrust plus the anxiety can find narratives, propaganda, and disinformation to the extent that there is rigging. And this is enough to reach a point at a crescendo where some of our politicians and some of the idle minds and some of the followers would then take the law into their hands. So to that extent, then quickly moving to go to the manual register was important on condition that that process, number one, is verifiable, transparent, because that's core, secure in terms of how it was done, among other perspectives that were a requirement as far as that complementary system is concerned. A divity has been accepted in our laws. Then saying then that it reaches a threshold for what would be termed as litigation may have to wait in one way or the other. But bearing in mind the sensitivity of this and the fidelity of that manual register, because it is generated from the KIMS kit, then that decision by IEBC at that point was timely and were responding to an item, a complexity that may have taken us to a worse situation, in my view.
Churchill, you also want to add a voice on that. Could that be opening avenues for legal redress?
Well, you know, when you look at it from the perspective of uniformity of processes, then it could be, because now it depends on how somebody looks at it. And I think there is one issue that arose during the press, which and this was a question of, you know, when you are undertaking this kind of a national exercise, then whatever is done in Kakuma in the north needs to be done down in the coast, in south coast and west of Kenya and east of Kenya. The process needs to be extremely uniform. So the issues that are rising about heterogeneity of processes is something that could be raised, and somebody says that, well, the court had given direction as to how this was to be done. But because miscommunication and lack of proper structured communication to the people who were supposed to implement this, it resulted into variations in the implementation across the country. Then in that case, if somebody has evidence, he can raise litigation.
Yes. Doc.
Yes.
The election mistrust that we always had in Kenya comes in when we have to transmit the results. We vote very peacefully without any queries, just a few hitches here and there, just like today. Yeah. But when it comes to the transmission, so IEBC this time around said that media and even the political parties, if they want, they can follow up. They will have the Form 34As and they will ensure that they have their own tallying as well, but they're not supposed to declare, just to show you how credible they want these elections to be. And IEBC chair today also reminded in around an hour ago, yes, reminded that you can only tally but you cannot declare these results.
Interesting. Again, an organization that lacks a culture of continuous learning and unlearning is bound to face extinction. But we've seen IEBC adopt, to a great extent, a culture of learning. Number two, it has adopted a culture of being a keynote listener. It's able to listen. It listened to the Supreme Court, then it listened to the High Court, it listened to the Court of Appeal. And so it also listened, number one, to the heartbeat of Kenyans. How do we vote? But we cannot tell who truly won. Because in the course of transmission, one or two unethical practices results in disenfranchisement of the electorate. So bearing in mind those bases of what I want now to put across, you realize that IEBC identified the role of building trustworthy relationships. With whom? With all the stakeholders, the electorate, the political class, and of course that includes all those who are vying for diverse seats, the media, so that during that complex process of transmission, we are not waiting only for IEBC. We are all in the first place having a system of homogeneity, as Doc has said, where we are tapping all these results from one common source. Who is the source? IEBC systems. Who is getting it? All those who have got their tallying centers, so that we are then able to create trust of the process, trust of IEBC, and then a practice by the actors. You cannot declare, and you have to use the word, these are provisional results. So that then removed the suspicions that shrouded what would be termed as the transmission. Then the component also of verification, physical verification of the concurrence and therefore congruence of what we have on Form 34A and what was transmitted physically here is another part of then removing that particular sore component of mistrust. So for me, improving access to what would be termed as what is being transmitted across diverse actors, but tempering it and warning these are provisional in one way or the other, demystified, and therefore made each and every person feel that there is openness. Remember, this is part and parcel of inclusivity and transparency as far as the process is concerned.
Yes, Churchill. And perhaps you will also add on that, but looking at some of the things that have have come out of this election just a few hours after we have completed it, that there's need for a lot of voter education. Somebody who was 8 years ago, who was 8 years old when Uhuru was taking government, today was voting, right? And in the next 5 years, somebody who is 13 years will be eligible to vote. But looking at all the agencies tasked with ensuring that there is democracy in the country, IEBC included, what can you say in regards to civic and voter education?
It's a nice question, Ben. You know, the question we must really ask ourselves as to whether the first timers really voted. I think it's one of the...
Wow, that's a good question. Where the first timers?
Because you see, when I looked at this election, I found the voices of the young people not really strong. Apparently, in many polling stations, the ages between 18 to 28 there was really minimal and insignificant. It is something really to reflect after the elections are over as to what could be happening, and with that demographic section of our country. But then the question is about, and I think this one we'd also had discussed with Doc just on the sidelines, about civic education, as you say. You know, for a long time, and this is not just happening in this election, the issues around civic education has always been left on the hands of the politicians to run with. That, you know what, this is your election. You are the one who is seeking votes. Go and mobilize your supporters to come and vote. And that's the wrong thinking. The thing should be that, how can we be able to institutionalize the mind of a Kenyan to get to know that voting is a civic duty that should be driven by you and not the politician. The politician should only come to try to sway you on which direction to vote, and not for
on
you.
the electoral process.
Not on the electoral process. And I think this is a point where we have had a missing link, and the electoral commission and the election agencies sort of have left it. That, you know what, our role is to create the electoral process in terms of having a way in which people can vote, and that's it. Whether they come to vote or not is not our business. And we ask a very simple but very moral question. If you have 22 million people who are registered voters, and out of the 22 million people, only 500,000 come to vote, you're still going to have a winner. But how legitimate is that winner in terms of forming a government that is well acceptable by the populace? So it creates a governance moral question. And I think this is something that really needs to be discussed. And, you know, the commission really needs to adopt mechanisms of progressively finding ways of engraving the question of civic education within the election process.
And perhaps you can add on that, because out of the 22.1 million, the youth were 3.84, around 4 million of the 22 million, yet they form bulk of the population. But first of all, hold the thought. Let's first of all cross over to Ruth Wamboi, who is currently on standby to give us a latest. All right, my director, Ben Kamuti, informs me that she is still not ready, but as she gets ready, perhaps you can dig in that. And also, IEBC, we have seen IEBC have advertisement posters on the electoral process. Have they exhausted? Have they reached to everyone? Because of course we have people with disabilities as well, and the voter simulation exercise. It should have started long time ago, because we talk about the election being a process and not an event. Doc.
Indeed, and thank you very much, Doc, for bringing on board that component, number one, that is pointing to a systemic weakness of governance, which we need to address, and which you are now digging deeper as you put across that line of conversation. One, socializing a people, and therefore a nation, to have certain practices and beliefs. Number one is an outcome of the various avenues of learning. A critical avenue of socializing a people to adopt, to practice a desirable culture are our learning institutions. And if you look at the role of schools and the goals of education in Kenya, you realize that there is a component of leadership, critical thinking, decision making. And if those are part and parcel of what we have in CBC, what we have in our tertiary institutions, so is voting. It is a process involving critical thinking. And if indeed we are to sanitize a perspective of exploiting our youth during electioneering periods, then it means we need to have a whole of government and a whole of society approach where schools, public, private, become ecosystems through which we nurture civic education skills. Why? Because where you schooled, there might have been a title, or even Churchill schools, head boy, head girl, or senator, governor, such kind of titles. Look at how we reach towards such a person today. Most schools are able to reach a point whereby they either select or elect. But if truly the culture we want is that one of identifying qualities of leadership, then it means we got to start it at the earliest point of socialization. And that is within our entire schooling system, be it in primary school, secondary school, and all that. What does that mean? Then it means you do not have to wait for IEBC to then become that particular entity to train you on civic education. How many times has IEBC ever trained you as you grew up, before you joined?
Never.
And you could do some bit of research, you'd be astonished that this is not reaching the very masses that we are talking about, including then therefore persons with disability who are as important as any other Kenyan, because we have got no less Kenyans. We are all equal in the eyes of the law and in regards to how we must be offered services. So first bit, we therefore have a policy component and framework that enhances civic education across what would be termed as our learning institutions. Then we can have this practiced across other institutions. Our faith-based institutions also carry out elections. When we go to the various circles that we do have, we go to the same. And if you look at the Border Association of Machakos County, they were able to come up with a practice where they even involve IEBC in their electoral processes of electing leadership. And that has made them develop fidelity to the laws that they have also come up with as an association. That's why when they say per day savings is this number of shillings, they have fidelity to that. Because the leadership is leadership that is owned by those who participated. That participatory approach through the civic education, critical thinking, is an item as a country that we took for granted. And we lumped that on IEBC. This then would make the process of the electoral process in its entirety more ethical, as it were, more economical, effective and efficient, because these young characters we train that early and they see it practiced when they join IEBC as clerks, as presiding officers, they will continue with this kind of an exercise. And mark you, Kenya is a leader in the region. So it means even the East African community might reach a point of adopting some of these innovative approaches to dealing with systemic issues that have bedeviled what would be termed as some of our organizations. Then for what would be termed as our PWDs, for example, I mean, a blind person, how do we communicate to him or her in terms of the simulation we did? I did not see. And look at where it was coming in, tail end. So that deaf person, blind person, how well were they captured in the simulation? A simulation is called towards making sure that we reduce any risks of failure here, for example, come in terms of spoiled ballots, which is even a cost to motherland. So when we go deeper, and mark you, we have youth who can actually come up with very innovative ways of training the same, so that it can be done in schools, it can be done in football fields, it can be done in theater, it can be done KBC and others. We bring many more on board long before we reach there. Then we shall have a national subculture of the relevant practices, including the actual part of now going to the polling center and polling.
Indeed. And Churchill, Doc has brought about something that we also need to put emphasis on. In 2013, the number of spoiled votes is talked about. That is why you find that the number of spoiled votes keep on increasing in each and every election cycle. Of course, we are waiting to hear what 2022 has in store. But looking at 2013, we had slightly over 100,000. When we're talking about the presidential election, we had slightly over 100,000 spoiled votes. But when it came to the year 2017, they were almost close to 500,000, just to underscore how civic education and voter education is quite essential.
Well, absolutely, because you know, the spoiled votes will be, that one is something that you have to attribute to the education that is undertaken by the commission itself, and how much you are able to reach many people. And I think that for a long time we have sort of anchored these trainings on the basis of the optics of the media, and not cascaded them into the various social stratums that exists. Because you see, there are many other players that could be brought on board to help bring this education down at the levels where people can hear them in the best ways they could understand. And you know, in this election, one of the things that you could see in various media platforms was the way in which people adopted the civic education in a manner that they understood at their various levels, right? Like if you're a lecturer, you will find somebody coming with a video telling you that, you know, I know you are used to ticking and marking, you know, just putting ticks. Please ensure that the tick does not go outside the box. That is civic education, customized for that group.
And you have seen even somebody tick and then cross.
Exactly.
The same symbol.
Exactly. And so those are now the kind of customization of education of the process that has been missing, which really needs to be done. And this involves working with different stakeholders, you know, the non-governmental organizations, the church-based organizations, the churches, the schools, and even very many other social groups that exist, just to help cascade education down to where people can be able to be reached well in a language that they can be able to understand properly and even well. And you know, even the young generation, you know, the TikTok generation, they know how to cascade the information in a way that they understand. You know, it might look funny, but that is how the information, they will understand the information well. So you will find that there are young people that, you know, if you give them this kind of formal training and formal simulation, they find it boring.
Yes.
So you need to find something that will entice them, something that will make them feel that, you know, I want to see how this is done. And in the long run, you end up reaching as many people as possible. And then the other thing that is important is that these processes, they should not differ so much in every election. Of course, there is always the question of perfection, you know, perfecting the process. But then you need to be creating a culture so that whatever happened last time, we are perfecting it this time and not diverging too much. In the process, you end up having a scenario where people continually get to know that the way we do election is a culture. You know, this is a culture, and there is nothing that is likely to change much. And if it changes, there are proper communication strategies to ensure that those changes are reaches the people in a timely manner.
Indeed. And mentioning the youth, there's also something that we have seen in several election cycles. Pockets of violence. Not really violence, but pockets of violence. Here, there. Right now we have, today we were hearing that an MP is being sought after somebody was shot. And looking at Kenya, we do not have a politician currently, or even in other election cycles, who was arrested, taken to court, charged, prosecuted, and is now serving a jail term because of any electoral malpractices. We have charged several because of hate speech, because of some violence, but we have never had quite a conviction which would deter people from any violence, so that we may increase the threshold of peaceful elections in Kenya. Because saying we need peaceful election is one thing, but having peaceful election is another.
A good one, and a very, very good one. If you go to one of the ethnic groups in Kenya that does bullfighting, they know that bulls fight, but they also know that to control a bull, there is a particular part where you should hold it. And more often than not, if you look at even Mathare, you'll note that you hold the bull by its horns. Then you are able to control it. For quite some bit of time, we've been shy. We have been unable to have the value of equality applied, so that the way you deal with that 18-year-old who stole some 5,000, and the judicial system and our criminal justice system, the process is such that within some 6 months the guy is in jail or maybe acquitted due to lack of evidence. We have got a preferential treatment that kind of pampers our politicians when it comes to our criminal justice system. And that's quite obvious. So it means that as a nation, having reached a point where today we have got one politician being sought for, one had been held for some time by police in Mombasa City County, and in the same city county, 2 members from Mvita constituency, we also suffered the same due to violence. It means that we are taking a step ahead. But remember, we have got different actors. We have got police, Kenya Police Service. They will apprehend. DCI, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, will investigate. Then the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution will prosecute. And then we have got our courts, which have got a critical role to play in either convicting and consequently jailing or acquitting. And then we have got our correctional centers. Very rarely will our politicians ever go beyond a certain particular point. So if then we can bite the bullet as part of the desired transformational leadership in serving justice, it would mean that that character who is said to have shot a fellow Kenyan should go through that. But then we must go through a change, members. The change is in terms of how long should some of our offenses take so that they are given the due attention. The resourcing is done. The due attention, in the real meaning of it, across all the actors, because you have got a multi-sectorial approach when it comes to what would be termed as justice. So that police, within no time, credible work as far as the investigations are concerned, all the way up to either convicting and jailing, or then saying this guy is innocent. So coming straight to election violence, remember, this country has suffered very many deaths. Their families still traumatized to date, displaced from their own legally and rightfully owned land. Yet justice is yet to be done, or even to be seen to be done. So to do away with something close to political violent extremism, we must act and act across each and every one of the actors. And IEBC has a responsibility also to blacklist some of these characters, depending on how it could now come up with a directive or an approach to the same.
Indeed, and Dr. Saoki, I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond to that, but first let's cross over to Narok, where we have our reporter Ruth Wamboi on standby to give us the latest from Narok County. Ruth, over to you.
Enjoy from the Bomas of Kenya. It's a chilly evening here in the land of Ma, but we are trying to brace over and make sure that our viewers get up to date with the latest from this vast county of Maasai community. And it has been a very busy day for us here. We have tried to traverse this at Narok West earlier in the day. We also went to Narok East, and now we are at Narok North. And the exercise has not had a very good turnout in most of the places that we visited, but now we will await to see how it will transfer into numbers after the tallying here. And right now, Mathare Girls High School in Narok North, the constituency tallying for this area of Narok North. And it has been, Narok North is one of the 6 constituencies in this county.
Clearly hear you.
I can hear you.
Yes, we can't clearly hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you now.
So I'm saying it has been a very busy day, and Narok North being one of the constituency in Narok County. It's here that we are at the constituency tallying center, where the tallying of different polling centers is ongoing. And so far, the results have been trickling in slowly, but so far it's from 4 polling stations, if I'm not wrong, that the county returning officer, Mr. Julius Okweto, has announced. And just to get an insight up to how the exercise has been, I'm joined in by Bwana Julius Okweto, who will tell us more about how the day has been and what challenges are. Welcome, sir.
Okay. Okay, let me say good morning. It's early morning and we don't expect to sleep. Yes.
Can you tell us how the day has been and what are some of the challenges?
Generally, the day has been very smooth because as compared to the early elections that we have held before, in terms of the KIEMs, the identification KIEMs that we use in the field. So today, as an hour, I was expecting maybe to attend to 20 emergencies, but only to attend to 2 at the end of the day, because the rest of it, out of 190, if all went well, all the KIEMs, everybody was identified using the machines they are always willing to use. So we say thanks to the Commission for the better work we did for the people of Narok North. But generally, Narok North, we have six county assembly wards with 189 polling stations spread all over the constituency and one at the prisons. So far, the one for the prison, because it's only a one ballot box, it was the first one to arrive. Now they've started arriving. The POs are already in the queue, so which means maybe in the next 30 minutes a beehive of activities. So I was in the field with the team of security. I was some of the section. We managed to visit most of the centers, and the elections went on smoothly. Though on the upper side of Mau, that is the side of Postponed ward and Kuruto, Loropil and Melili. I had a lot of difficulty yesterday transporting materials. Some areas we had to use the standby tractor to ensure, because we had to place them strategically, because we had already been informed by the voter educators on the ground that there are certain areas, even a land cruiser, even a four-wheel drive could not manage. So we placed a standby tractor and we were able to transport our materials in time, because that vehicle left here at around 2, but they were able to reach there by around 9 p.m. after being assisted by the tractor that was on standby. So generally, all the arrangements has been good. It has been not encountered a lot of difficulties, unless there's any that you also, because you're also part of the team, then you can just raise and attack Narok.
Yes, I was in Narok West earlier in the day, and the returning officer there, Lydia Chepkemoi, told me that she had a challenge, like for the old people. Some of them do not have good fingers, so it was a bit difficult for them to detect, so they were using the facial part. Maybe you can tell us if you encountered such a challenge.
Yeah, it is all over. Even in Narok North constituency, we had the same challenges, but we were able to manage them because we had several options. It was not only the fingerprints. Some of them who could be identified alphanumerically, we had to take even the face, the ID. So that's an evidence that this person could not be identified by the fingers. So we had the same challenges, but we were able to manage them using the PO's credentials. Yes.
And what about the challenge that I also had about, for example, the old people, some of them need to be helped because they don't know where to take or what to do.
Okay, now for the case for the commission, now let me talk maybe on behalf, little though I'm not supposed to talk on behalf of the commission, but because we were taken for the training, and thereafter we trained, including that old guy, that old woman down there was aware of what was going to happen in the polling room, because we had trained, we had voter educators on the ground telling them, the voter assisted, how they will get assisted at the polling station. We had several meetings with the chief agent and also the candidates themselves. We told them each and every assisted voter who does not come with maybe assistant will be able to get the assistant from the PO, but we, in the presence of the polling station agents. Yes.
Now tell us about the numbers. How much have you the counting here, the number of
polling stations. Okay. So far I've received less than 10 polling stations, but I expect, because I can see now they are coming one after the other, so I expect to have maybe several of them after this. But so far the ones I've cleared are around 10 out of 190, which means I still have 180 to go.
So what time do we expect the exercise maybe to end?
Me, I'm psychologically set, because today I can't manage and I have to do my things. I have to give myself time to do my things correctly. So I'm so psychologically set that maybe the earliest I can leave here is maybe midnight tomorrow. Yeah, unless miracle happens.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let me release you to go and attend to other duties. As you can see, Ben Troy Njue, that's what is happening here. And also earlier in the day, I spoke to the county commissioner, Mr. Isaac Masinde, because there were a bit of claims that there were voter bribery in some parts of this county. So I had to seek clarification with him, and he told me that all was well and there was no any case that they have been able to arrest, and that the security officers are on toes to make sure that everything is well. Back to you, Ben Troy, at the Bomas of Kenya.
Thank you so much, Ruth Wamboi, live from Narok, and to be precise, she's Narok North there, and speaking to the returning officer there after a smooth exercise now. And talking about numbers, Narok is at 79.21 in terms of availing of the Form 34A. Of course, there are some counties which are a little bit higher. Talking of counties like Nandi at 92%, Nyeri at 93%, Wajir is at 32%, and Mandera at 34%. That is the latest from IEBC. And of course, they gave out that portal to ensure that you can follow how things are. And of course, right here in studio, in our makeshift studio here, we are crunching the numbers, and I have Dr. Churchill Saoke and Dr. Charles, and we are trying to put things into perspective, looking at how the day was. And back to our discussion earlier on, we were talking about how we can ensure that the threshold in terms of ensuring that we talk about peaceful, credible election when it comes to each and every election cycle, so that we may do away with all the electoral violence and electoral malpractices that we have witnessed. Elections do not really need to be a case of life and death. Dr. Saoke, we have never had a convicted politician who has participated in any electoral malpractices, and of course it's a multi-sectoral, just as Doc talked about, it's a multi-sectoral engagement by all stakeholders to ensure that we have free, fair, peaceful, credible elections.
Well, you know, first we have to express the regrets onto what happened in Kimilili. It is very benighted, it's unfortunate, and it's a setback to the democratic progress of this great nation. It's very unfortunate that a young person has to die and shed blood because of the fight of votes of two opponents. It's pretty unfortunate, and I think that it's something that you know, it speaks deep into the ideals of the value systems of people. Because you see, leadership is about service. You know, we go into these positions to serve. And when you look at that, when you look at it from that perspective of the higher calling, then you find value of even your opponent. That, you know what, all of you have got the same aspirations for the country. You have the best interest of the country. And I like how the Americans usually put this, especially whenever they are conceding defeat, that, you know what, I had the best aspirations for this country, and my opponent equally also had the best interest for this country. So if you have won, then the country has not lost. Because each one of us, none of us had the worst interest for the country. And I think we need to reach that level, at that apex of seeing those who, whenever we are vying for positions, we need to see ourselves in that manner. So that in as much as this becomes a competition, we see the end in terms of the service to people, the service to humanity, the service to our country. And we don't bring it down to the fighting, and, you know, it is, we have to get it by all means. The moment you bring it to that level, that, you know what, I have to win it by all means, through crooks and words, then we are losing it. And I think this is even the reason as to why even you see the way citizens engage with the leaders. They think that you are going to these positions because you want to benefit. And so when you are coming to ask votes from us, we want to eat from you as well. Because they know that you are not going there to serve. You are going there, it's greed that is driving you. So it's really, really unfortunate, and I think we need to have an internal interrogation, and, you know, we just need to reflect deeply within ourselves, especially the political elite, how best we can be able to, just change our mindset into the role of leadership in this country, and how best we can, we can relook at the reason why we want to get into political positions.
Indeed. Doc, you guys are going to bear with me and, of course, agree with me, because our democracy is quite young. And crunching the numbers themselves, 6 ballot papers in a single day, and expecting that it will be 100% is quite far-fetched. Do you believe it's time that we do like what other countries do? Perhaps we have a presidential election. Maybe today we could have done the presidential election, and then when it comes to the county women representative, maybe the governors and the senators, we have an election day on a different day. This will ease the logistical nightmares that IEBC has to contend with every 5 years. And also, we have seen, if I am valid, you will see, so okay, having a small photo of me there to boost his chances, which of course is not quite a democracy. And in most third world countries or developing countries, we see that politics are a little bit more on the more on tribal basis and regional imbalances. Doc.
Interesting, and that's an item that many stakeholders have asked about, particularly bearing in mind that at times it's good to cross over our borders and ask what is the best practice out there. Then it's always good to contextualize those practices to ourselves. IEBC has had good improvement because there are key areas where we could say, seriously speaking, from a comparative analysis perspective, this is kudos. From the bottom of our hearts as Kenyans, we must learn to say where we've done well, we've done well. But equally, an item that is in the Vision 2030 is good to look at. Because our Vision 2030 looked at socio, political, and economic pillars. To have a credible election like what we are having had some basic minimums that must be there. Number one, a while back, Kenya did not have relevant infrastructure, be it communication infrastructure, be it transport infrastructure, and in some cases, we had great challenges of security. So the safety and security of those who are voting, the materials, the voting premises, and even those who are carrying out that process from IEBC was threatened. But if we jog our minds back, we can today, because you cannot just talk of that bit of saying that, yes, it is complex. Are there improvements in standards, in infrastructure, in how we are carrying ourselves as a nation that could quickly, in one way or the other, mitigate the complexities that IEBC is facing? For example, today, we are able to transport via air, so we airlift. Number two, we have got enhanced security systems so that the fear one would have, because he or she is in, is along the border, Lafe in Mandera, or Mpeketoni in Lamu, those persons are assured of security. They are able to vote. So in the first place, we have the framework that is already there. The difficult part then from there is to ask ourselves, if we were to go to that line of then staggering, what will have necessitated that? And for us to change it, does it mean then that we need some constitutional changes or amendments of our Electoral Act? These become very important perspectives for us to factor in. But look at our population. we've started the journey towards 60 million, because when you reach 50, you are headed to 60. Are we brave enough as a motherland to go back to our institutions of learning, our private sector, our public sector, our public service, to actually innovate, maybe the same, done in a day, but leveraging on emerging standards, emerging technology, and the values, as Dr. has said, that we should inculcate in ourselves. Because where there are values, then even their ability to adapt systems, processes, change in an ethical manner is better than where you'd be having a scenario where you do not have values.
Okay.
So it's a question that has the law deep within it, an interesting onion. It has got emerging practices. It has got the development that we have already, brought on board as a nation. All these then will need to be brought on board, because again, the cost of staggering would need to be worked out. But if it was to deliver standards that are then better in terms of outcomes and how trustworthy the outcomes would be, so be it. But as of now, Kenya might be dealing, your daughter who might be voting in 2027, God willing, might be one critical actor who might offer ideas, because a nation should never forget that within its youth are critical ideas, nice ones, that when we have an open system of governance across all institutions, we can tap and we can come up with a homegrown solution like we did with M-Pesa. We are equal to that task. And most probably, then the rest of Africa would have to borrow. And when it's patented as a Kenyan product, you never know, it could be a great boost to the status of this country within the League of Nations. Okay. That is the journey I would like to challenge Kenyans, right from IEBC, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, the University of Nairobi, our TVETs, you and I, among other entities, to come on board from an inclusive participatory approach and ask ourselves, why can't we then do it better than we are doing it?
Doc, you can wrap it up on that note.
Well, it's for me, I would say that integrity can be expensive, but it can also be very cheap. When you have high moral ethics and high moral values, it makes things be very, very easy and very cost-effective. And you might find that even today, it might not even necessitate the staggering of the elections. Because one of the things that we are grappling with today, why we have even to deal with this business of, seeking all the technologies from outside this country and, just even putting our sovereignty out there, it's because of integrity issues. And if we can handle this integrity question at the individual level, then all these processes become very easy at all cadre, and not just even within the electoral process, but even all other sectors and all other processes that involve that will involve possibility of you being compromised ethically.
Indeed. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your insight. And of course, on a lighter note, thanks, Doc, for reminding me I'm getting old. In 5 years, my daughter will be voting. But indeed, thank you so much for watching. Keen one is that the reported Form 34A as at now stand at 84.01%. But we are not done yet. We will be camping here till they get to 100% and all the Form 34B, and finally when it will be announced, the new president will still be here. But for now, let's cross over back to studio at Broadcasting House, where Tom is also having a panel there of Akina Mili. Say hi to Akina Mili and Gisore Advocate. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Ben Troy Njue, and a good job you have done there. And by the way, Troy explained to me how he ended up getting the name Troy, and it has something to do with I just want to use that to ask my final question, something that politicians are very good at. You know, you make a promise, and I don't know whether there are any legal consequences to it. I know that if you don't deliver on the promises, there is the recall clause.
Yes, there
but
is.
I've always wondered, and this is something that I've always wanted to ask, that when you're pitching during the campaign and you're making promises and you fall short of those promises, on the basis of the fact that there is some sense of a social contract that you have with the people, and we all know what the preamble says, yeah? Are there any legal options? Number one. And number two, and I want to start with you as we wind down, the question of youth. It is said that, you know, leadership is held in trust, okay? But we looked at registration, the turnout was not as impressive. And that has spilled over. And we are hearing candidates saying, even the voter turnout, we were having trouble. And that at the base of the social pyramid, it is the youth, okay? Because at the top of the pyramid, our demographic is diminishing. The one that's expanding is the one at the base of the social pyramid. So is there a disconnect between the youth and the larger society as we wind down?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And as I wind up, I think that one of the things that has become quite clear is the fact that the youth have been socialized a lot more differently than I think the cadre of people or persons we have in the country who are older. And I say this because youth, I remind them, and they seem to be stumped by that I was also once a youth. And we went through the same things and we did things differently. But they seem to have been socialized to look at things a lot more differently. And people say it is the quick fix society. You know, we grew up at a time when it took longer to get gratification. They're getting their gratification instant, so they expect everything instant. And I think that has impacted on everything. I was talking to some of the monitors on the ground today, and they were telling me that you could not go and vote in the elderly queue because the queues were all elderly, you know. So having that special queue for the elderly was not making any sense because almost all the voters were elderly persons. Which meant that the youth in the rural areas were not turning out to vote as well, leave alone the youth in the urban areas. And that is because they do not see the value of repeat following a leader for a number of elections to see whether in the end you will be gratified with what you get. Look at a leader like Kibutha Kibwana, for example. He has lost elections, he has been in, he has been out, people who stayed faithful with him, and eventually he came back and is celebrated as one of the great governors for the 10 years that he has been governor. He is now going out. At one point when he said he wanted to make a presidential bid, people thought it may not be a very serious bid, you know, because people thought he was not ready despite what they had said. So for those who believe that he is the best president Kenya is yet to have, they would still have to walk with him in the journey for years to come before they can see the benefit of that. And I think this is something that the youth will learn with time. Now, when it comes to relating that to the law, we know that there's a recall clause. But remember that the legislators, who are the ones who craft the law, were very careful to ensure that in the first 2 years, according to the law, in the first 2 years, because it says 24 months of their coming into office, you cannot vote them out, because you must give them time to see whether the promise is being fulfilled or not. And you cannot vote them out on the last year. So you only have year 3 and year 4 to vote them out. And normally we know our court processes take a very long time. So it becomes very difficult to effect something within the year 3 or 4. By the time you're going through the court process, the 5 years are over. So the recall clause has become almost redundant, so to speak. People feel that they cannot use it, it may not be able to apply. And that's very frustrating for many people. But we see that then it reflects in the elections. That is why most of the time you find that 60 to 70% of the legislators do not return. And that is why I remember even in the before we went to the elections, people were wondering when some of the political parties decided to give direct tickets to sitting members. Because people are saying, if traditionally 70% don't come, then what are you trying to say? So it will be very interesting for me to see how that translates as the numbers come in.
As the numbers come in.
Yes.
Wakili, as the numbers come in. And she has brought the aspect of instant gratification. You know, instant coffee, instant results. I even remember, I don't know whether it was one of my nieces who said that she worked somewhere for 8 months. When she resigned, she said, you know, I feel I've not made any impact.
Yes.
So do you get a sense that there's a generation that was raised for patience, but now we have a generation that is been raised for speed?
Yes.
So if it doesn't happen now, it must happen right now.
Yes.
And how do we navigate that?
I think we're in the tricky place as Kenya, or not only Kenya, as the world, because there seems, especially if you look at the demographics, as we have said, we do have, in the rallies you could see quite a number of people who are mostly youth, but now when in the queues of voting, you could actually not see these people, because they are out for the instant gratification. They want to be there, they want to take a selfie, they want to associate with the person who is who is holding the mic, they want to dance to some music, and that is it. But telling them to go queue and vote, that is another business. They say we don't have a contract with that. Then there's that aspect of the Kenyan youth believing that these leaders are not for me because they have not worked for me. And why should I go vote for them? Because that's been one thing over and over. When stories of members of parliament go take like 10,000 in the washroom and then they vote on a bill or water down a bill, those are statements which get to the youth and they get to process them differently as opposed to the elderly. You see, the elderly are patient that there is that one time we're going to get the right person to do something. But these people, the youth, they're like, if he's not doing it now, he's not going to do it any other time. We just need something different. This thing is not working for us. So most probably, we're having a demographic where young people are already signed off. They have already signed off from the discourse of politics. They're just out to have fun. They're just out to live a day at a time. This is a generation, remember, where there is Twitter space, there is things to do with you upload something on the social media and you become a sensation. That is why when Wajakoya was coming, it was a sensation because he was talking different things. And that's why now the numbers of Wajakoya are non-existent because he had this gratification from this instant gratification people who don't go vote.
But you know, we can't say they're non-existent because it is...
They exist, yes, but...
the final
But the numbers don't exist. The numbers we are seeing, they don't exist. The numbers we are seeing, they don't exist. So I think as a nation, we need, or as IEBC and a nation at large, we need to start rethinking how do we capture the souls, the minds of these people? What is it that we can do differently? IEBC in the marketing strategies or the campaign or sensitization they have been doing, I think they've not thought of the youth. That is one thing. There is the aspect of youth also going to the election. Pretty much the youth now are actually on phone. If you can't catch them on phone, forget it. Forget it. So technology, if we can be able to harness things of like electronic voting where in the process of their tweeting and updating status, they will actually be updating, I've voted. You know, that is very instant for them. I've voted instant. That appeals to their souls and hearts. So if we can get to that particular place, that we will be seeing the numbers change differently. Because the results will also be instant. You are voting instantly and you are seeing the results. Those are some of the things which the youth, I think, feel. If this is the election, it's not that. I'm not going to queue for somebody.
That's a good place to leave it. And I get a sense that he's telling us that the next biggest thing after sliced bread is the selfie. And so important to them. So I want you to speak to what he has just said as you finalize and also tell us, there is something I've noticed about spoilt votes. The number is very, very low. What would be the reason behind that as you wrap up?
Thank you. I agree to him. We can do the mixed model in the election.
Hybrid.
So
you have technology?
Technology and paper.
Yeah, and paper.
Who are not educated.
But that's what we're doing.
Yeah, I cannot educate my grandma, right? She's 95. How can I let her go and do the e-voting system? She has been doing the voting since like 80 years in the country. I mean, 70 years in the country. Who am I to spoil her voting rights on the paper?
Yeah. And impose technology on her.
Yeah. So we can do the mixed model.
Okay.
So for the innovative people, like he says, who are innovative, like some of them have international education, most of them are abroad, their family is innovative, they can use the technology. But when we use the technology, let's not other people misuse the technology, because technology started from abroad, of course. We are not starting the technology here in Nepal. Social media, Facebook, you cannot control it. Twitter, you cannot control it if you want to control it. No. Even Donald Trump could not control it. It happens. So are we using the technology to save the democracy, to save the economy, to give the voting opportunity to the people? Or later, when it comes with bad result, then we're going to have another discussion. Oh, it was not working. We should go on that way. How long do we discuss to get the right things on it? So I prefer mixed model, so that we can do it on it. To your next question.
Yeah. Spoiled votes.
Spoiled votes.
Very low.
In this election, I cannot take all the responsibility of the Kenya, but I've been to 65 polling stations so far. In this election, you're gonna see very less invalid votes.
Why?
Why? I tell you. It's, of course, it is connected to the voter education. Now here is the role of the observer Who did that voter education? International organizations, they deployed their mission for maximum long term, like 3 months.
Yeah.
Short term of 1 month.
Yeah.
Did they educate the voters of Kenya in 3 months? Were they the main player? We have to have one part. Another part, did IEBC play the role to decrease the invalid votes? So we have to compare on it.
Okay.
Whether IEBC use that technology or use that innovation to reduce the invalid votes, but end of the day, other observers can take the advantage of it. Hey, we did it.
Yeah.
So we can compare their observation in other country, whether they really decrease the vote in other country as well. So my point at this moment, IEBC has done very innovative work in order to reduce the invalid votes. Why? The first observation gave me sense. I saw 6 different color ballot box. I have been doing the election observation for a few countries. I didn't see that ever. Why the ballot box are different in color?
Yeah.
I was thinking, and later I found they matched that color with the ballot paper.
Yeah.
So end of the day, that paper, there were 3 members. They are giving 2 and 2, so it's going to be the 6 ballot papers.
Yeah.
They give 6 ballot papers right after, and they stamp it. And end of the day, they match the color. They don't have to match the word. They don't have to see the presidential election.
Yeah.
They don't have to see whether it was him, it was her or not. They just have to make the color. Okay, now this is white. Do I need to educate my grandmother to tell this is white?
Yeah.
So there is a very sensitive issue in this voter education.
Okay.
Whether others are doing it, whether our IEBC is doing it. Are we using others' information to spoil our administration? Or are we not empowering our administration?
Yeah.
If we don't empower our administration, we're not going to step in the next election. So my point is, example, presidential box was great.
Yeah.
Member of National Assembly was green.
Yeah.
Member of County Assembly was brown.
Yeah.
Senator, yellow.
As you wind up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woman, member of National Assembly, pink.
Yeah.
Governor, blue.
Yeah.
So these are the innovations that I have seen and I have recognized. I think most of the countries around the world, they need to take as an example of this.
They could come and benchmark then. That's what you're saying.
Or they can send the proposal to IEBC, can I have one of the staff to have such kind of system in your country?
I think that warms the heart, just listening to some of those positives.
And I think just in addition to it, this time round there was a dedicated IEBC staff working with the voter to ensure they put them in the right box, which is a plus.
I must thank all of you.
Then there's a wiser chairman who has gone through the experience of time. I think he's now been wise enough to know how to do an election properly.
At the same time about the technology, we can use it. They use the technology this time as well. For what? If you find any problem on the booth, any problem on the polling station, you have the toll-free number there. You can immediately call there, hey, we are having such problem. And there is the station in the Bomas Center. I visited last night. So that technology, we can use it. To make the people easier, not complicated.
Not complicated.
Yes.
And that toll-free line is actually 1543.
Exactly. I don't remember the word.
And 1544. So in case, there's any incident, you can call that number 1543 1444 and report whatever incident that you have to the IEBC. Thank you so much. While we were wrapping up, I was trying to reconcile what your grandmother and that age group are saying, that the youth are coming with technology.
Civil voting, more than 70 years, she's the one who saved that country, and I'm there.
And she's used to, and the youth on the other side think that we cannot resolve emerging issues using old notes. It's interesting. We hope that we'll get convergence. We'll get convergence. But I thank you all,
thank you.
Lady and gentlemen. Thank you so much
Thank you for having
us. Have a great day.
Thank you. So I have to walk to
to the magical.
How is it? I think you've done a good job.
Thank you very much.
You've done a good job. So before we wrap up and usher in the next team, there were the numbers there. You told me refresh.
Refresh. Just keep refreshing.
But
that's what you keep doing.
You know what? 34 A's. All right, and we've heard from our panelists. The election will be lost or won at the polling station
because results are final. At the polling
station.
After what? The minor KA case?
Yes.
In the run-up to the 2017 elections.
And it's good that we are seeing that being operationalized. In fact, the numbers so far that we have from Form 34As are 84.01% so far. But here's the thing. While I'm saying they are at 84.01%, I noticed that there were some numbers that, I was trying to reconcile. And I realized
and you can't reconcile.
You're very careful,
But let me just tell this to our viewers, Tom. IEBC allowed for the parallel tallying, and we are seeing media houses doing the tallying.
Exactly.
We are seeing the political parties do that. So I just want to let our viewers know that they need not to be disturbed when they see the numbers look a bit different.
Why? Why should they be disturbed?
Listen to this. As KBC Channel 1, we are really taking time to ensure that all this is verified. So that by the time we are relaying these results to you, we are sure of what it is you're getting. So don't be worried, don't be disturbed. Like I said when we began, just relax. Keep your cool.
I like that.
Keep calm.
You're very persuasive. I like that. Let
them keep calm.
So what you're saying is there is a very elaborate verification system internally at KBC.
Exactly.
So by the time Chebukati will be giving out the numbers, then we will all be at the same level.
Because also, he's the only one who can announce results.
He's the only one who can declare.
Exactly.
Do you know, I get a sense that you watch a lot of marathon. Because it's only in marathon where the last lap delivers the gold medal.
Wanasema kutangulia sikufika mwaya. So inakuwa vipi?
Okay.
Pole pole tu.
No, but I'm happy our guests also spoke about the balance between speed and accuracy.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they shouldn't worry. Anyway, those results are provisional.
And let me just butt in. You see, when you talk about speed and accuracy, it's important to be accurate as opposed to being very fast. Then you realize, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No, I like the way you brought it out. I want to thank you. I think you've done a brilliant job.
Thank you very much.
It's our first time with you on air, isn't it?
And we just did it. I mean, we just
listen to her. It sounds a little bit like blowing your own trumpet.
I mean, let's just say we just did it. I mean, it's our business to keep Kenyans abreast of what is happening, isn't it?
Yeah. So there's a lot of energy here in the studio, and that is being projected also out there. Broadly speaking, the comments that have come through so far is it was a relatively peaceful election. So the word peace keeps coming out again and again and again. And we hope, it is a hope, although hope has never been a strategy. We are told by the management gurus, but we hope that, it will go to the finishing line as peaceful as ever, so that the country wins, even as you voted for. So I want to thank you so much for watching on behalf of Prime Edition, the Kenya Decides edition. Thank you so much. My name is Tom Mboya. Our sign language interpreters have been Anne Wangeshi. We had Anne Wangeshi, we had Lucy Mwaure, and I think they've done a brilliant job as well.
And I'm Doreen Arange Okello. It has been our business to ensure that you are abreast and up to speed with the results. As you said when you began, right now it's numbers. Nothing else except what? Numbers.
Shiksha Aurora on the other side, preparing to come in with Daniel Wahome. Want to thank you so much from Broadcasting House in the capital city of Nairobi, Kenya. Good night.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good night this morning. And God bless you. Bye-bye.
continuing coverage of the 2022 general elections on KBC Channel 1. You will see all on our screens. It's written, Kenya decides. And we are going to go through this with Shiksha Arora. It's going to be a fast-paced shift, I've got to say. And just over how many hours? 20 hours, 15 minutes ago, all the polling centers in the country and abroad were opened, and you cast your votes to elect the next holders of the offices of the President, Governor, Senator, County Woman, Member of the National Assembly, Member of the National Assembly, and Member of the County Assembly. There have been delayed elections for specific elective seats as announced by the Independent Election Boundaries Commission due to reasons varying from wrong photos on the ballot papers and delivery of voting material, resulting some from weather ravages and some other logistical challenges. But remember, all that is done, and after the voting has been done, the polling centers are closed, and it now comes down to the numbers. And that is what Shiksha and I will strive to bring to you as they are aggregated by our data management team. Shiksha.
Absolutely, Wahome. Thank you very much for that introduction and a warm welcome. Remember, we'll be taking you through these figures. Numbers are very important today. There's a lot that we have to talk to you about as our team on ground gets those numbers in, compiles the data, and of course sends them back right here at KBC Channel 1. We'll be taking you through an analysis of the past as well. Remember 2017, 2013, and of course compare the years and how things have been in the past elections. Now, in case you're wondering what exactly happened today, I'll be giving you a timeline of the things that happened, the occurrences that went on throughout the day, and also things like criteria to win and results. Now let's talk about the criteria to win in terms of the winner. Now the winner needs a 50% plus one vote in 24 of the 47 counties. Kenyans will also be choosing the 47 county governors, the 47 senators, 47 female representatives, 290 members of parliament, and 1,450 county assembly members. In total, there are 16,100 candidates. Let's move on to results. Remember, results are due to be announced no later than August 16th. Any second round runoff, which would be held within 30 days. And of course, if no candidate fits a challenge to the results with the Supreme Court, the winner takes office 2 weeks after the final results are announced. Now, these are a few of the things that we will be discussing. Of course, we have a team of analysts right here in studio. So Wahome, let's take it back to you.
Well, and talking about numbers, because that's what we're talking about, 46,229 polling stations in the country, and there are a total of 22,102,532 registered voters in the country. Then there are two constituencies that are not geographic. One is the prisons. It had 7,483 registered voters, and the diaspora, 10,443. Those two constituencies have got a special returning officer. So a total of 22,120, 458 vote, 22,120,458 registered voters across the country. And as at 4 p.m., the Independent Election Boundaries Commission had indicated that just about 12.065 million people had turned up. 56% voter turnout. The full numbers are yet to be brought to us. And this is an election. The first focus will be on the presidential election. Just about 86% of the Form 34As, that's about 39,630 have been submitted, and this is to the Independent Election Boundaries Commission, all coming in from the polling stations that are all around the country and also from the diaspora. And one of the other things that we need to take a look at are some of the briefings that we've been given by the Independent Election Boundaries Commission. So remember that due to what I indicated earlier, that all of the voting areas were not going to have elections, let's take us through that about what the Commission resolved today. Number one, in 8 electoral areas, due to court orders and mismatch of material content, the elections will take place on the 23rd of August. That is exactly 2 weeks from now. And this is where it gets interesting. And we'll be having conversations about this because there are 2 gubernatorial contests where we do not have incumbencies. But in the meantime, Shiksha Arora. you could take us through some of the implications, you know, that would have to come in, especially where some of the counties where we're not going to have governors coming back, cases of no incumbency, about 21 of them, and also numbers to do with the one gender representation around this election. So you could take us through that.
All right, absolutely, Wahome. Now let's, take a look at what exactly is happening in the different constituencies. And remember, we are going to be analyzing how things were looking back in 2017 and back in 2013. Remember, this year we have 22,102 22 million, 102,532 registered voters. Now let's take a look at what exactly happened back in 2017 when President Uhuru Kenyatta was elected. Registered voters were 19,605,895. And of course, back in 2013, this was the number of registered voters, 13,979,628. Now, if we come back to this year, of course, there has been a low turnout that we have witnessed throughout the day. Of course, as of 4 p.m., there was a 50% turnout. And this is something that has been discussed over and over again. We're going to go through this with Wahome as well. But yes, as of now, as we're looking at our numbers, and of course, we have a team of very able journalists who are at the polling stations. And these are the figures that they're giving us in terms of analysis, just so that you have an idea of what exactly is going on. Remember, by no means is this the final result. These are provisional results that are coming in. We will be taking you through the final results. And as Wahome had mentioned earlier on, we're focusing on the Form 34A. And of course, these are the forms that have been submitted into the IEBC portal. And remember, 39,495 of the expected 46,229 forms so far, which is around approximately 85.43%. Remember, once again, this is just the depositing of these forms into the portal. And then there's a lot of processes that go on, including keying in of the data. So yes, as that happens, we'll be giving you all that information right here at KBC Channel 1. We also have this particular map right here where you can see the colors. Blue, of course, Azimio, remember, Kenya Kwanza as well with yellow. And these are things that we'll be talking about in terms of the strongholds of the different parties and how things are looking. And yes, Wahome will definitely be also speaking to the analysts and of course the panel members who also will give us their opinions and views in terms of their expert voice.
Well, thank you very much, Shiksha. Well, back to the announcement today by the Independent Election Boundaries Commission, and this has got to do with the 23rd of August, and this is 13 days from now. Basically, we're already into the 10th of August. Gubernatorial positions, Mombasa and Kakamega counties, no incumbencies. So that means there's a lot at stake here. And also consider this, that should the Azimio win, should they win, Governor Joho has a cabinet appointment already, assigned to him, and Governor Oparanya of Kakamega has a cabinet appointment assigned to him. Member of the National Assembly, Kitui Rural Constituency in Kitui County, Kacheliba Constituency in West Pokot County, Pokot South Constituency, West Pokot County, and Rongai Constituency in Nakuru County. So all those elections have been delayed. Then we also have got the member of the county assembly wards are Nyaki West in North Imenti Constituency, Meru County, and Kwajenga in Embakasi South Constituency County. And what are the reasons that they're going to be held in the next fortnight? Voters in the electoral area deserve a short period to elect their leaders, and the commission will be ready to conduct the by-elections then. And also, elections in Eldas Constituency, Wajir County, had been adjourned due to security reasons, and voting shall commence tomorrow at 6 a.m. So that's one constituency where everything that is going to delay. And they also announced that with the closure of the majority of the polling stations, then the commission is now at the results transmission phase of the general election, and they have got the constituency tallying center, and this is where declarations of the member of the National Assembly and member of the county assembly will be made, and the coalition of presidential, gubernatorial, senatorial, and county woman member of parliament. The county tallying center,
The gubernatorial, senatorial, and county woman member of parliament announcements are made, and at the National Tallying Center, the verification of all Form 34As against original Form 34As are done, and that's where the presidential elections will be announced and issuance of certificate to the president-elect. Now, talking about that, everyone's talking about the numbers, and what was it? Well, earlier, just about almost 24 hours ago, we were talking that Kenyans, there is one thing they do not do at the last minute, and that is show up for voting. We could see the queues and the number of people who are there. But initially, when the first briefing was made just before noon, or just around noon, there were concerns. The voter turnout was just at about 35%, and at 4 p.m., up to 56%. Just what is going down in the country. And we've got two guests. We've got Pius Masai Mwachi. He is a former deputy director of the National Disaster Management Unit, and he is leading local observers in the elections. He's on my far left. Karibu, Bwana Mwachi.
Thank you, sir.
And we've got Joy Diwo. She's an advocate of the High Court, a human rights promoter, political commentator, and a board member of International Aid Services.
Asante sana.
And let me start with you, Joy. And from the numbers that we've seen that have been announced by the IEBC, as at 4 p.m., 12 million voters are the ones who showed up against a possible number of 22.1. What's behind this real voter apathy as compared to what we saw in 2017, 2013, and even going back to 2007?
Well, thank you for having me. I think one of the things that would have contributed to this is the fact that many Kenyans have gotten to a place where they feel that their lives are difficult enough as it is. They don't need one more thing to worry about. And so you'd find maybe if your vote was back up country, you do the budget of and the hustle of trying to get up country to cast your vote and come back. And you said, you know what, let me keep my ballot in the pocket. But also there's the issue of there are people who would turn up for the rallies, for example, who are not voters to begin with. Because when you look at the numbers that the IEBC released, the number of young people who are under 35 who are registered are about 30% or less of the total registered voters. So these are the guys who would come out and go to the rallies, but when it comes to translating into votes, then they're not quite there. But there's the other aspect as well of the fact that this time around, it looks like voter turnout was suppressed, but actually the IEBC has also become a lot more efficient at what they do. Because once upon a time, we all used to make one queue, and then now when you get to the front is when you're directed to one of 4 polling stations inside the primary school or wherever. Now, where I went to vote today, we had over 11 of those polling stations. So whichever you're directed to, you have maybe 10 guys ahead of you. So voting was also taking a much shorter time. So there's no time for a crowd to accumulate. So there are places where the turnout was pretty high, but you cannot tell because people were coming and going. So it's been a cocktail and a combination of factors, in my opinion. But then also we cannot discount the fact that many of the people right now would have been in places where they're considered hotspots. Some people may have decided to travel away and not waited for the trouble, as it were, because there has been talk of maybe there might be electoral violence. So in my opinion, it was just a combination of many things.
All right. And Masai, let me come to you now. As an election observer, working with the local ones, what did you notice was different at the polling stations as compared to 2013 and 2017? Because those are the 2 previous general elections that we've held under the current constitutional dispensation.
Actually, in addition to what you said and my colleagues have said, my observation is that surely we've deployed Kenyan-led election observer mission long-term, regionally, county, down to the communities, and also working with other organizations in observation. And actually yesterday morning, I traveled from Nairobi to Nyeri, where I voted Kiganjo primary, Kanjo nursery. And also I observed the same there, and I went to observe also Kanjo primary, and I moved along coming towards Park Nairobi, Kirinyaka, Kiambu, Murang'a, Kiambu, and then Nairobi. I realized that the voter turnout was not normal as before. The queues were quite low. When I asked, I was told that people had voted so early, because I arrived there around 8 a.m. and that was still early.
And that was Kiganjo?
Kiganjo. But I remember it's not what I used to see, because I worked in Ganjo over 13 years, and we used to have many queues and long queues and taking longer to vote. But what I saw, the queues were not too long, and not what I used to see many years back. And basically, where I went through, even in Nairobi and then other places, I realized the queues were shorter, not as before. And as my colleague has mentioned here, I realized that Kenyans have many challenges. There are many factors that may contribute to the low turnout of voters. Some voters may lack interest. Some voters may lack even transport. We realize that voters travel long distances. Like today, many voters have traveled away from the city to where they wanted to vote from. But we realize that also, according to the challenges that are facing in life, may also contribute to that. And also, some may not have a clear interest because they say that whoever wins will be our president, whoever wins will be our governor, will be our leader. They are moving away from saying that let us go and vote so that we elect so and so. So we realize that whatever comes up, they are realizing that leadership is just leadership. And it's important that for Kenya to know that whoever comes on board as our president will be our leader. Whoever comes on board as our governor is our leader. And shifting away from saying that let us go in large numbers to vote so and so in. That's what the shift is coming from. But maybe if you may do analysis, find out areas where maybe from Nyanza, from Rift Valley, may see maybe the difference. That maybe people may say, okay, like Dr. Ruto is standing, let us go and make sure that he gets the ticket. Maybe Nyanza. It may change. You may find that in the regions, maybe Nyanza may have voted overwhelmingly, and even in Rift Valley, as opposed to other regions.
Well, Joy, let me come to you. And you mentioned earlier, and this is a conversation that is there, and when, because we know the IEBC carried out 2 voter registration exercises. There was one, and then there was the enhanced voter registration exercise. And that was last year, and until around February for the 2 exercises. And what kept showing up is that they knew that they were probably looking for about 8-9 million, but they got just about 40% of that. What is this cultural dynamic that's coming up with the youth, that they get their IDs, they hold on to them, but even that extraordinary let me just call it the peculiar habit of Kenyans of showing up at the last minute to register as voters was not observed this time round?
It all boils down to what we teach our children, how we teach our children, and what they grow up to be. When we were growing up, when I was growing up anyway, we had our sense of patriotism was instilled fairly robustly. We had what we called in school GHC, which was geography, history, and civics, and there we started being taught civic education from an early stage. Most schools would have a parade where you would sing the national anthem, you would recite the national pledge, and all these other things that made you understand you're a Kenyan and have this sense of duty. Many of us also had an opportunity to interact with people who had been there when they were fighting for independence, so by the time it was our turn, we also had an idea of what it cost us to be a republic. Now we're dealing with a generation that has walked into there's nothing you talk about tulipigania uhuru, because what are those? These are people who, by the time they were being born, forget about fighting for independence. They did not even meet President Moi as President Moi. They met him as, a former President Moi. So they don't have the shared experience that we do. And our generation has done a poor job of passing this along to this now current generation. So find you have got a generation that have come up whose sense of patriotism and civic duty is not as defined or as sharp as it ought to be. Then you also have young people who have also become disempowered and disenfranchised disenfranchised by the political system. So for example, right now, if you want to run for political office, I think of the people who ran for office this year, the guys who are under 35 were just barely 20% if the IEBC numbers, I got them correctly. Because one, you need a lot of money to run. Where are young people getting a lot of money? So when they're looking at the people who are on the ballot, you've got people who are octogenarians. They've been there since their grandfather's time, and they're still on the ballot. Why? Because those guys have the money and the machinery to run for office. Then the young people have been paid a lot of lip service. You want them to turn up for rallies, you want them to do whatnot, you use them to organize and mobilize, but when the rubber meets the road, what do they get out of it? So you find we have got young people who have interacted with politics at a level where they don't feel it benefits them or it means as much to them. So you'll talk to some of these youngsters, and what you'll get from them is they'll choose whoever they'll choose anyway, and whoever they choose is fine. They don't seem to have the correlation between the politics that we have in the day and how it affects their daily life. And even if they know it affects their daily life, they're like, you know what, I'll find my way around it. So it's something that we have as a society. We have to raise that sense of patriotism again, a pride in this country, because when they look around, all they see, there's a lot of debt, a lot of corruption, a lot of this, and many of them are completely disillusioned by what they have. So in my opinion, part of the reason why we find the younger people just don't care about the political process is because they feel it's actually of no use to their lives and they can maneuver around it without it. So that's something that we need to change.
Well, let me come to this, and she's mentioned something. Post former President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, a phrase came up with the late Mzee Kibaki, kujienjoy. Did we take it too far?
Actually, the way my friend has explained very well about the youth, I remember very well Mr. Kibaki did not want people to line up on the road and wanting for free things. I worked with him very well. I remember I was close to him because of my knowledge of treating the National Police Service. But President Moi was very friendly. He needed people to line, even students to forgo education and line on the road.
Wait, I mean, I grew up in that generation. If he was just passing by, everyone had to be there.
Yes, Dingisa.
With a little flag.
Yes, a little flag coming. You just want to see everybody. You know that he's being welcomed. That was a tradition for him. But now President Kibaki, he changed. Let me tell you that I grew in different levels, and where I came from, I saw many things, and I realized that if I don't own what I want and just aim to what I want, I can't get it. But you realize that now some parents are not responsible. In fact, a parent has children who are over 18 years and don't want them to take any responsibility. Will want to let them sit somewhere, and the parent does everything. The parent does want to engage the children, even tell them, okay, you need to have a responsibility. You know, we need to empower children. How can you empower them? Letting them to know that they can do communal work at home is not punishment. And some parents don't want. When they employ maids, they employ the houseboys, they want them to do everything. They don't want to allow the children to know even how to cook. We knew how to cook. We know how to do certain things. I remember I used to wake up early morning. I was told that go and palilia at least one line before you go to school. And then you come back from school, another line of maize. You palilia. You know what palilia?
Yes.
Weeding.
I'm weeding. But you see, nowadays, it doesn't happen. So, okay, that's why you realize that youth, there are too many in this country. They have a higher population. They can take over this country. Why can't they take over? And we join them in the leadership. But you realize even they're not voting. They think that parents will vote for them to get opportunities. They need to create opportunities for themselves. And I always tell youth through my consortium, PMAC International and Spectre Professional, which last year I was voted the best globally through my initiative. You understand? Number one. I tell them that let us tell the employers as youth, employ youth without asking for experience. And then we professionals will mentor the youth. Because I worked in the United Nations without experience, I was mentored. I was employed in the public service, and then I was mentored. Because, you know, youth want to know how much am I going to get. If you want to get employment, don't ask for how much. Ask for the job. Even if it's for free, you get experience, and then money will come. But most youth will want money, will want just to sit and be given the jobs, and some parents all contribute to that. So what's important is to tell the youth, let them be responsible. If they are responsible, they lead this country, they get opportunities because they can change. Well, why can't they vote the youth inside? You know, they follow people, give them little money I know most youth are taking drugs all over. They are spoiled. Instead of them using the education to do better things, they are using education to do funny things. Even making noise all over the estates, funny music. That's what they would like to do, to enjoy. That they are enjoying. But what are they enjoying? Nothing.
There isn't much. Well, and this is where I'd like to come in, and what is the effect of the youth and some of the dynamics that are going to come from this election. A lot of focus is on the presidential election and, you know, just keeping tabs on, you know, the number of Form 34As that have been sent out to the IEBC that have reported Form 34As, 86.37. We know tomorrow is when we'll get the last one, which is Elders constituency, and that's as far as the presidential election is concerned. There are some numbers that I would like to bring out. Now, the National Assembly has got 337 members. Now, I know that that may sound strange, but there are 290 constituencies and 47 county woman members of the National Assembly. That brings it to 337. There is the 1/3 gender rule. And for that to happen, you need to have 113 women elected. There are 47 who are assured of those places. So there is a gap of about 67 for that 1/3 gender rule to be properly met. Joy, what's the implication of this? Because we are going to end up in a conundrum when it comes to the numbers down the week.
The elective post will may not be able to get the 67 as anticipated. There are more women who ran for women reps than ran for single member constituencies. So it's possible that we may not be able to get that number. But to remember that the IEBC was very intentional about insisting that the party list submitted to them for nomination after the election observe the gender principle and the other demographic, the youth and the disabled. And I think, in my mind, the numbers will be made up by the IEBC by nominating the women and the young women and the disabled women in the list first before they start nominating their male counterparts. So it's one of those things where I think this time around IEBC has tried to position itself in a situation where they have options, because before what would happen is even if IEBC wanted to make the top up of the women numbers, there were not enough women who are put in the nomination list. Remember the long-standing joke about Maina Kamanda asking him whether he was a woman, he was disabled, or he was a youth, because he made the nomination list. This time around, they kept sending those lists back until they came back compliant. So every party list that has been submitted has got enough women on for the IEBC to make any shortfalls that may arise, because from the 10th Parliament, 11th Parliament and the 12th Parliament, they've all been non-compliant with the gender rule. So I see this time around, IEBC through nominations is going to make that right.
Well, and we're giving you 24-hour coverage right here on Kenya Decides. And right now, let us join our reporter, Zainab Saeed. She's going to give us an update now from Kwale County. Over to you, Zainab.
Yes, Daniel Wahome, ni kweli ulivyosema, tuko katika kituo cha
Okay, looks like we may have lost Zainab Saeed, but we'll be coming back to her. And remember also that in studio with me, we've got Shiksha Arora, who's giving us an, updates on the numbers as they flow and breaking them down as to where they are across the constituencies. And I would like now to come back to Bwanamsai, and what is the implication of this? Low voter registration by the youth, low voter turnout, by the youth, eventually that is going, and the impact that it's going to have. Just hold on to that thought. My director Max tells me that we've got Zainab Saeed back. So Zainab Saeed, you could give us an update from Kilifi County.
Yes, Daniel Ohome, kama ulivyosema tuko katika eneo bunge la Lungalunga katika kaunti ya Kwale, ile ambalo ni eneo ambalo tunasubiri matokeo kutoka vituo vya kupigia kura 140.
All right. So looks like there is a hitch with that. So Bwana Masai, let me come to you and tell us what's the implication of this, because it comes to the numbers. There are things that there are certain things that must be met, and like everyone would say, from the country's perspective, from a national perspective, it becomes expensive when you've got to bring out the balance by using nomination numbers.
Yeah, actually. It is important that when people are deciding whom to vote in, they must understand that they need to vote in good leaders. And basing on the numbers, you realize that women are good voters. And I'll urge women to take responsibility by ensuring they vote in more women. There's no need for us saying that let us empower women while you do not vote them in. Because if women want to vote you out, they'll vote you out. And the best voters are women, and they're good leaders. So I would say that it's important that our people understand that instead of just waiting to be given spaces because of people didn't vote in the right people, or the parties didn't bring the right people to be voted in, it's not a wrong practice. So it's just an attitude change of our people, starting from the leadership of the parties and also now the publics. What is lacking is civic education. Election is a process. Is an event, and also is a process. I'm meaning that it's a process because it takes long time, and it has got procedures to be done to go through an election. So it is important that as much as IEBC goes through planning and requires the budget, and also civil society organizations, even the religious people, they continue taking responsibility to coming in to support this. The government, it's all of us responsibility to make people understand. Civic voter education is the most thing that is lacking. And also people, they need to understand that when they are told to go somewhere to be educated or sensitized, let them move in there. Instead of just them keeping saying that we know these things, they know, and while some of them know nothing. So it's important for them to understand that they need to be sensitized to understand their responsibilities and responsibilities of other authorities, and even including the youth, and encourage youth to do certain things that we used to do many years back. But most of youth, even some of they don't even have a responsibility. Even at home, they want to just remain quiet, eating, sleeping, and being dressed, but nothing else. Let them take responsibility.
But just to add onto what Masai is saying, we also need to come to a realization that there is the need for affirmative action to some extent.
Yes.
Because until women leaders are demonstrated to be excellent at what they do, then they're not electable. Because if we look even at the patterns in our electoral systems, many of our strong female leaders now started out as nominated MPs. So if you look at, for example, Millie Mabona, or you're looking at who else? Cecily Mbarire. All of them start out as nominated. Then people see, this one can be a good leader. And then from there, they sort of grow the wings to become what they need to be. So even now that we need this gender top-up thing, we have to move away from tokenism. And which is why I'm glad this time around, when the parties were being asked to populate their lists, many of the political parties were making an effort to look for women who are active in politics. Because before, those lists were filled with women who are just women. But in terms of leadership acumen, they did not give a good representation of themselves. And like Masai is saying, until you demonstrate that a woman is a good leader,
yes.
If you have got somebody who's a bad demonstration of women leadership, then the next woman who comes along who's a strong leader can't get an opportunity based on what has happened before with the previous woman leader. So I think we must also appreciate the fact that our constitution makes room for some affirmative action, but look at that as a stepping stone, such that eventually those women who are getting, quote-unquote, a through pass into whatever leadership position they're given, also prove themselves that the next time they are able to take elective positions by themselves, just cut their teeth and move forward. But the other thing also we need to be more conscientious about is raising the right kind of leadership. So we have to have strong mentorship programs where young women are actually encouraged to join and participate in elective politics. If you look at, for example, the political rallies that we have, majority of the people who turn out and are very active, you can see are young men. There's incidences of a lot of violence, pushing and shoving. It's very rough. You find there's sometimes there's gender violence. Even when you look at the politicians, that the trip that we've been having recently of climbing on top of cars, things that do not lend themselves to, it's easy for women to do. So we need to find a way of also helping young women to take an interest and to participate, such that when it's their turn, they already have some experience, because most of their male counterparts start from school, they start from university. So we need to find a way of mentoring the young women and making affirmative action actually produce quality leaders now for elective politics.
There's something we want to mention, which is forgotten here. I've traveled this world. I've interacted with many communities. But why I'm surprised to my Kenyan people, most of them, like the consortium I'm running and professional initiatives, somebody wants to work with you, but ask you, what am I going to get? How much are you going to pay me? I have hundreds of people that are working with me through acts of kindness, generosity, and volunteerism. I'm paying them nothing. But somebody wants to come because they want to get something. Why is it that some of these Kenyan people, if they want to get something, then they need to be paid? Even right now, somebody ask somebody, hey, please come, you stop with your car, please show me this place. Somebody tells you, how much are you paying me? So that I show you. Show me. Where are we heading to? That culture must stop. Must be attitude change, and the culture must change.
Well, you know what, Joy? It reminded me of something that Cabinet Secretary Professor Kobia once said, that when it comes to some of these elective positions, especially where the women are involved, is that if you win, like we'll say in Kenya, unainuliwa juju. So she asked, how does this work for a woman? She did ask that, because now that's why at times, even if you want to do some of this, roof rack, rally styles, they probably wouldn't work for the women. But remember, tonight it's all about the numbers, and Shiksha Arora has been taking a look at the numbers. What's on the boards?
Right, of course. And remember, there's one thing that we have been discussing right here, as Wahome said, it's all about the numbers. And right here, let's do a bit of a comparative study regarding the different constituencies and, of course, different counties. Now, if you take a look at 2013, remember, this is something that we have been seeing over the years. And I'm going to just look at Nakuru, take a look at what exactly is happening in Nakuru. And, of course, there we go. In Nakuru right here, as you can see, mostly it is red, which means stronghold of Uhuru Kenyatta. That's TNA, 80.92%. 494,239 people voted for him in total. Raila Odinga managed a 17.30. And of course, this is 105,660 people. Musalia Mudavadi of UDFP managed 0.80%. And that's 4,901 people actually voted for him. Back in 2017, let's just take a look at what exactly happened. Registered voters were 949,618. Uhuru Kenyatta from Jubilee Party managed 84.76%. That's 639,000 people. 528 people gave him their votes. Raila Odinga from NASA managed 14.82%. 111,789. Now, taking a look at what's the situation right now as we speak. William Ruto, 64.23%. And of course, 8,203 people have voted for him so far as we speak, as we still get more of the results coming in. Raila Odinga, of course, from Azimio managed 35.02%, 4,473 votes so far. So this is something that we have seen with regards to Nakuru County. Now let's take a look at the constituencies. We've got Naivasha, Gilgil, Bahati, and of course, this is something that I think we have seen. As you can see, majority of the map looking pretty much spread. It isn't, there isn't much of a difference when you see, because this one, if you click on Gilgil, for instance, we've got William Ruto with 1,523 and Raila Odinga with 1,123. Now there you can see there isn't much of a gap in terms of the margins. Let's take a look at what's happening in Naivasha. William Ruto with 2,150, Raila Odinga with 1,324, a gap there of around 800. And let's take a look at Bahati constituency. William Ruto with 4,515 votes and Raila Odinga with 2,026 votes. Now let's take a look at this particular, these results haven't yet come in, so we're definitely going to be giving you more results when it comes to the different constituencies in the different counties, and that's something that we'll continue to look at as we get the numbers coming in. Now, taking it back to the analysts, of course, now you've seen the different years. You've seen the results in 2013, you've seen the results in 2017, and so far you've seen a bit of the results that are coming in. We still have to get the final results as we continue to get these numbers. You know, our reporters are on ground, and of course they'll be giving us the final results as they keep trickling in. But in 2022 so far, you've also seen the numbers. Do you think that things have changed in these last two elections, Naomi?
Oh,
sorry, you know, say Naomi was like, okay, I'm sorry. No, but things have changed over the last two elections, because one of the things we have seen is like a switching around of the strongholds. So there are areas that you would have expected would have remained strongholds, because in 2013 it was a Jubilee stronghold or it was an ODM stronghold. But now with the new formations, you have Azimio, some places that were not a stronghold and now shifted. And now that you also have UDA that has come very strongly as well, they have made forays into areas where they were traditionally not very strong. So I think your colors might change a little bit with the final results coming in. We have Elders, I think, is coming tomorrow as well. So this is 1 year where there will be definitely a few surprises. Some ground gained, some ground lost, but it's the nature of love and war.
Well, right. Thank you very much, Wahome. Back to studio, and we'll definitely get back with more numbers. Remember, we're also looking at the 34A forms, and we'll be giving you an update on that later on. But Wahome, back to the conversation in studio with our analysts.
Well, thank you very much, Shiksha, and we'll continue, with that conversation about the changing dynamics. And maybe, Shiksha, you could help me out here, because it would be good to take basically a look at the map of the 2013 election, when we had the TNA, the URP, and ODM coming in as CORD. And Masai, what is the full driving force, especially when, if I was to, without preferring a party at that point, ODM was a force to reckon with. We'd seen that they were they had the most number of MPs in 2007 and tended to carry the force. But what changes these dynamics about preferences for political parties?
Actually, what changes, according to my own perception, is collaborations, partnerships. We find that friendship is not carried a long way. It breaks on the way. And also people looking for new partnerships with interest. Some people coming in with some other issues which other people see see that there are good inputs within the arrangements, and then we'll bring packages, we'll bring changes. So there is such the dynamic. You cannot base on one thing, and also checking on what's currently needed to be done and by who. We realize that people need to lean on a particular side. And also, some people have issues, and when they have those issues, they think that if I'm aligned to so and so, I'll be safe. So it's just a number of things that are aligned to that.
But we also have to remember that the more things change, the more they stay the same. If you look at what happened in 2013, for example, you had the merger between, or the collaboration between TNA and URP that brought in the the dynamic duo, as we call them at the time.
Yeah.
And for both of them, you remember their uniting factor was what was going on at the ICC, and that sort of brought them together because these were two very serious rivals who came together. Now, you've seen a repeat of that sequence with what happened with the handshake this year. So those are trying to recreate that moment. Then also when you're looking at the collaborations, so Raila Odinga is one person who almost every election he goes into it with a policy. He doesn't go by himself. So he's had the Rainbow Coalition, there's been CORD, there's been NASA, and this time around you've seen him cobble Azimio. I mean, you gotta give it to them. They know how to pick these names. They always resonate. And you have seen with every election, he always gets his people to come along with him. He's very good at mobilizing and drawing leaders to himself. But at the same time, you will notice that many of the people who are now in UDA are sort of his former proteges and partners. So he has a way of making friends, and as soon as he's done with the election, he doesn't really keep them. So you find that, like we said, the more things change, the more they stay the same. So that is why you find a place where, for example, you would have not had any votes for let's say, Ruto in Western, for example. But now because Mudavadi shifted, he mobilizes his base for Ruto. Now you will say, okay, that is a possible battleground for Ruto. But in actual fact, it's still just the base for Mudavadi, to be honest. It's just because Mudavadi has shifted base. So all this political chess playing as well keeps changing and mutating the colors. You may find on the ground that things are totally different. The Wananchi still want the same thing. They still want Maendeleo, they want this, they want that. But the politicians themselves play this game of numbers that keeps changing the colors, but if you really look, it's the same color painted.
And actually, there's something I want to mention about that. What's important here and people fail to understand is leadership and being Kenyans will remain. It's important that the parliamentarian think about bringing a new act that when somebody wins, then take it all with this party or the coalition that winning. It's about when somebody has won election, but also the failures have played a very important role. Let them be considered and have a responsibility, so that they can also accommodate and do some work and feel they are appreciated. But you see, if somebody wins and the other loses, then somebody thinks he has spent this money, he has done all those, but now he has nothing. So it's important that election should just come as something that is a process, that will have leaders who lead us, others will be there below, but doing different things. So there's need to be to have enactment of the law, so that we have a better law that gives responsibility and power, that when somebody wins an election, the loser has a responsibility and has some work to do with these people.
But that sounds more like what was being suggested, through the BBI.
No, but allow me to interject. I shed very few tears for politicians in this score, because that's what we had before. You could run for a parliamentary seat as you're pursuing a bigger seat. So even if you don't get the bigger seat, at least you're a member of the National Assembly. It's our politicians who are so greedy, who wanted to hog everything.
Yes.
When if I'm running, I don't run for anything else, because you wanted to vanquish the people that who do not succeed. Now, what they tried to do, thinking that they're building castles for themselves, has ended up being their biggest Achilles heel. When they wanted to change it, like you are alluding now with the BBI, again, greed got in the way, because Kenyans were happy to have a conversation about maybe changing the winner takes all model, but they started throwing in, we want 70 new constituencies, we have what these other women leaders want to throw in, and Kenyans are like, whoa, 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 we want more money, but not more leaders. So our politicians keep doing this to themselves. So there are times when I want to sympathize with them, but there are times I'm like, you know what, if you people had followed the common sense position from the beginning, what Masai is suggesting is the correct thing, because a person who has a sizable following is a national leader by any stretch of the imagination, and they ought to have a role in the national life and in nation building.
There's something that I want to mention here. As much as we are talking about the leadership of who wins and who loses, we are forgetting one thing, that look at the numbers that you gave us. There are too many. They have invested resources. This is what you call political disaster. Where are they going with addressing that? Some of them will become thieves. because they sold everything. They opted to get the position. They have lost the position. Even there's no one who is trying to come out and do psychosocial support and counseling. You understand? So it's
actually, yes. It just so happens that if when you're running for a seat, your title immediately becomes Mheshimiwa.
Yes. Before you even get it.
Before you even get. And I can give an example because it's a high stakes game. I know from my home ward, I realized that when the the election financing campaign, estimates were given, for you to become an MCA in my home back home, the campaign money that was set was at about 3.5 million.
Where are you sharing that?
Sure. You see,
buy you a house.
you see, what's important here is the way they call, I've been in public service. We are servants of people. Why can't the Waheshimiwa be servants of the people?
Because they want to be called Waheshimiwa.
No. That should stop. Because Waheshimiwa is elected by me, he is my servant. But it's opposite way that when Mheshimiwa is elected, it becomes authoritative. He owns everything. He cannot even find the Mheshimiwa then because he has been elected. But when he wants to be elected, he will come down talking to you. But now once the Mheshimiwas are elected, you will never see them around you.
No, you know what we do as Kenyans, even that calling people Waheshimiwa. I look at other jurisdictions, you'll be called Joem Divo MP.
Sure.
But here it's honorable. We want, when a Waheshimiwa, we tell them, by the way, you know what, we can afford to pay you the amount of money we pay you. We're going to scale down your money. What's the first order of business of the 12th Parliament? Was to go in and reverse the decision of SRC and cushion themselves with more money. Now, if you guys are going to be receiving $1 million shillings per month on our tab, guess what? We are coming for some.
Okay. Well, we'll be coming back to that because it raises an issue. Because back then, when the 12th Parliament came in, Kenyans simply went and said, hey, listen, so these people, we've seen it with this. We've seen it with the 10th, the 9th, we've seen it with the 10th, the 11th. It just went wild. About how they act up there, could it be another reason as to why there is voter apathy? Because they're saying, aye, si walifunzwa na wengine. But anyway, in the meantime, an update on the numbers as they are coming in from our reporters who are on the ground and sending us the form 34As to our data center. Shiksha Arora, tell us what our team has put together.
Right, thank you very much for that, Wahome. Now, as you can see, things are changing slowly but surely because we are verifying the results that come in. We've got reporters on ground who are making sure that they are verifying all the figures that you see right here. As I said, surely they will be here, so make sure that you keep tabs on what exactly is happening. So as you can see, we've got 22,102,532 registered voters. Of course, this year's election, we have seen a very low turnout of voters so far. William Ruto at 53.33%, and that's 118,099 votes. Raila Odinga at 46.01%, 101,875. George Wajakoya at 0.45% at 994 votes, and David Mwaure at 0.21%. And of course, that's 465 votes. Now, if you take a look at what exactly the situation is when we look at our specific counties, let's take a look at Nairobi County, and we'll be able to get the numbers that are coming in from Nairobi and also have a comparison with the last 2 years. And something very interesting that I have come to see, of course, and come to observe as we look at Nairobi County. Now, taking a look at Embakasi East, I'll be going to the numbers. That is Raila Odinga at 10,163 votes in Embakasi, William Ruto with 4,786 votes, George Wajakoya with 74, and David Mwaure with 34 votes. And of course, taking a look at what exactly the situation is in Mathare County, we've got William Ruto at 850, Raila Odinga with 518, and George Wajakoya with 5, David Mwaure with 4. Of course, taking a look at what exactly is happening in the different counties, we've got Embakasi North. Let's just peep and see the numbers there. Raila Odinga with 227, William Ruto with 149. So far we've got George Wajackoyah with 2 and David Mwaure with 1 as well. Now, I would like to throw this back to our analysts. Of course, I'll also be able to look at what's happening in 2017 and how things panned out back then. Raila Odinga with 51%, 834,032. Uhuru Kenyatta with 48.49%, 793,065 votes obtained. That was back in 2017, a total of 2,250,833 people who had registered back in 2013. Looking at the registered voters, were at 1,309,820. Raila Odinga at 49.42%, 691,156. Uhuru Kenyatta at 47.16%, 659,490. So as we look at the trends, of course, and things shifting this year, the past 2 elections, as you can see, Raila Odinga was pretty much leading, and of course Nairobi being his stronghold the last 2 years. This year things are looking a little different. We're not sure exactly what things will look like tomorrow morning, but I'd like to throw it back to analysts and ask them what they feel. Do they think this year we're going to have any surprises in Nairobi County, or do you think that, you know, things will continue to stay the same, keeping in mind that Nairobi County has a larger percent of the youth? What do you think?
Well,
in my opinion, Nairobi is one of those counties that's always battleground, because the city is full of, it's a cosmopolitan space, it's full of different tribes, so there's no one mainstay that you can say because there is the bulk of this particular community, then this is a particular stronghold. That cosmopolitan nature therefore lends its fluidity. In this particular race, you'll have to remember that there was one little curveball that was thrown at the end, and that's the Sonko factor. So you had a race where Sakaja was in the lead by a nose, and Igathe had come in and had put up a fairly good fight, and Sonko came and endorsed Igathe, and Igathe started gaining some momentum. But because of the fallout with Sonko and Wiper in Mombasa, he came back and he flipped the switch. And I think right now, by all indications, Sakaja seems to be in the lead. So Nairobi is one of those places where all it takes is one little incident and everything is just scattered. So it's one of those places where predicting how Nairobi will go is very difficult. A good indicator for Nairobi usually is how many seats you've been able to get. So out of the constituencies, how many constituencies have you been able to secure? What does the membership of the county assembly look like? Because it's one of the larger county assemblies. Nairobi also controls a large percentage of the revenue that is collected by the national government. So the national government has a direct interest in who becomes governor, who are the people who are going to sit in City Hall. So you find that the Nairobi politics is not just played at a local level like other counties. National government has an active hand in it, and we saw this with Azimio picking Igathe. It was almost a selection. It was not a nomination or anything. So Nairobi, very cosmopolitan, very fluid, always battleground, and because it's vote rich as well, always very hard fought, because it's like the jewel in the crown. You don't want to be president, or you don't want to be in State House and not have your man sitting in City Hall as well.
Yeah, just in addition to what my colleague has said, is that he realized that Nairobi is cosmopolitan, dynamic, issues are not similar to other regions, and he realized that now the leaders who are holding the big states would want to work with certain people, and now they'll suggest that those people become elective. So it's important that they also learn that let them allow people to choose democracy. If they're leaders, let them hold their seats, but allow now the public to decide for themselves. That's the best practice.
All right, so thank you very much for that feedback. Now, speaking of Nairobi City, remember, we're also giving you details on what's going on in terms of the 34A forms. So far, we've got 40,283 of the expected 46,229 forms that have been submitted, and that makes it a percentage of 87.14%. Since we were speaking of Nairobi, taking a look at what exactly the situation is with 34A forms in Nairobi, 3,000 1,445 of 3,649. That means 94.41% of 34A forms have already been submitted, and that's in Nairobi City. Also taking a look at other counties. For instance, we've got Machakos, where 94.17% have already been submitted to the portal. That's 1,389 of the expected 1,475. Another county where it seems that, you know, for example, Elgeyo Marakwet, where 521 of 555 34A forms have been submitted to the portal. That's 93.87%. So remember, we're definitely going to be giving you more details on this as being reported on the forms.iebc.org.ke regarding the percentage, and things will keep changing. So remember, this is not in any means the final percent. We will definitely be giving you things as they continue progressing and as they keep getting updated on that particular website. You can also go check it out. Wahome, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Shiksha. And remember, the numbers is what really counts, and we shall be keeping you informed on all the numbers as they come in. The presidential election, the IEBC has made a deliberate decision that the Form 34A is taken care of first, and before they move on to the National Assembly, the County Assembly, the woman county member of the National Assembly, the senator, and the gubernatorial seats. So there's going to be a different approach to this, unlike in the past, where everything would be aggregated at a polling station. They would count the blue, the yellow, the pink, the green, and then take them over to the constituency tallying center. And Bonamasa, you've done this election observation work, and what kind of shift has it brought to the way we are viewing, the way the elections are coming through? Because at times, it will take 2 or 3 days before a constituency announces anything, but they announce the governor, MCA, the member of the woman member of the county assembly, you'd say the president, everyone whose name was on a ballot.
The important thing, I've been involved in meetings with IEBC, we observers, and IEBC has been open to us, telling us that down there, results are announced, opened, counted, and even media, observers, and party agents are allowed to take photos of images from 34A, and once results are counted down there, what comes up comes from down. So if something will get spoiled from down there. So he realized that results will come out quickly because they are not boxes, or the ballot boxes are not moved anywhere to be counted, but they're counted within the polling station. So it's important that the IEBC are streamlining those issues, and also they are allowed to work with media. Even the Bomas of Kenya, they have opened media center and a call center. So there will be this time there will be no correction of information. You realize that whatever IEBC is announcing, the media already have the information. So one can also look and then decide by even not being announced. I remember some time back when I was doing disaster management, I engaged media. When they come to where I was working, I gave them a space. And surely they helped me very well. Now media are helping Chebukati, the chairman, to manage elections because there's no anxiety. They have all information. Even if you go to Bomas right now, media center, media houses are very busy. They have already the information. What they are doing is just interviewing people, but they already have what they needed to hear from the IEBC. And there are people down there communicating the same.
All right. And Joy, let me just come to this. And from what you have done, trying to get through this governance aspect of it, what's the huge difference in the way that the numbers will be looked at when you compare 2017 and 2022? And this is just the start, the presidential election. The moment, if it's the IEBC makes the call before all the others, they'll just get lost in the noise. How different is it?
I think the level of interest that you have in the presidential vote means even if people celebrate the quote-unquote smaller wins, the eye is still on the prize, because that is like the ultimate. And there are some people who actually go to the polling booth with the interest only in the presidency, and these others, they just, they do their civic duty because you have 6 ballot papers and you have to do something with all of them.
And you don't want to spoil them.
Sure.
And even if you spoil them, you're like, there's only one I'm really interested in. So you'll find that the interest in the presidential vote, even if the delay is a day or two still, people will remain glued until IEBC blows the final whistle. But what we have seen is an evolution. Since, for example, the Issa Hassan Commission, where at this time would be waiting at the top of every hour, there'd be somebody coming out from some back room somewhere and saying, these now are the following 3 from 34As we have finally received. And then all of us now are sitting with the biros on our pens. Now we've evolved to a place where there's a portal.
That is Bomas 2013.
Yes. I remember that it was excruciating, but all of us had to do that because that's what we had to work with then. The Issa Hassan Commission didn't get a second bite at the cherry of doing elections under the new constitution. By 2017, we had the IEBC that we currently have. Okay, half of them are the ones who are there. And by that time, they were very green. It was a greenhorn commission that just came in and, of course, bungled the election, and to an extent that the elections were actually nullified. Now, during that time, again, massive failure of the BVR kits. There was a massive failure in transmission. You remember people who were transmitting blank papers, they were transmitting, doodles and other funny things, until it got to a place where it was unascertainable who had won the election. Now, what we're seeing in 2022 is an IEBC that is coming of age. It's not just come of age, but it's coming of age. So, for example, you've got 46,222 polling stations, and they tell you that of those, 200 BVR kits are the ones that failed, KIMS kits are the ones that failed. To me, that's a very good showing. It shows that we have come from a place where voter identification used to be cumbersome. You have to strike out in the paper, the reconciliation alone. Because by the time the first results were coming in, it was almost 8 o'clock, because between poll closing and counting, you first had to count all those struck out lines, count the ballots that you have plucked, make sure that the numbers are reconciled before you can even go open the boxes. That's been cut because KIMS gives you in real time how many people were here. You can check your ballot papers. You can start going to counting almost immediately. The other thing we are seeing now also is IEBC have taken, we only come to talk to you on a needs basis. The rest of it, it's an open book. Media houses, you've been allowed to tally. Political parties, you've been allowed to tally. Only thing is wait for the announcement from the IEBC. What that has done, it has also taken out the guesswork and the tension that used to be there. Because the tension used to be in terms of people don't know what is going on. But right now, you can go to any media house and they've got something to say about it. So if we look at how the evolution has happened since 2013 to 2017, to what we have now, we are actually getting better at this. And my anticipation is that by the time we get into 2027, most of the kinks that we are seeing in the system will have been ironed out. Like we were having a discussion before we came on air about how we should get to a place where our ID cards are filled in with a chip where we don't need to register as voters. All you need to do is turn up with your ID card, have it checked like your ATM card or it's a legitimate one, and you just go ahead and vote, because it is adult suffrage after all, isn't it? So anybody who's 18 should be able to vote.
Well, Mr. Masha, I'll be coming to you because I wanted to weigh in on that, and from your experiences observing the elections, and from something that you may have picked, and I will refer to it as voter behavior. No matter the number of times it's been announced, could this also be affecting the numbers? But before that, let's move out to Kajiado West, and we've got Topi Liambila, who is going to give us a report from the activities on the electoral process in Kajiado.
Well, we are at the Don Bosco polling center in Kajiado West constituency in the Kajiado County. And Kajiado West constituency is one of the 5 constituencies inside the Kajiado County. And Kajiado West constituency has got a total registered voters of 75,170. In total, we have got 175 polling stations in Kajiado. Where we are now is actually the Don Bosco polling center. Now, why I call it a center is because within the Don Bosco polling center in Kajiado West constituency, we have actually got 11 polling stations. 11 polling stations which are within the Don Bosco polling center. And all this, of course, they actually operate separately. They may look like they're all in one place, but they are actually separate. And you can, when you come into the center, then you find that they are separate, and people queue separately. And so, out of the 75,170 voters who are going to cast their votes within the Kajiado West constituency, of course, it's been, and what we have been told, there's kind of been a bit of voter, what you would call voter apathy. The numbers, as we talk to the polling station or the polling officers and the returning officer for the Don Bosco polling center, he told us that because they started about 30 minutes late, but so far, as what we can see is that it's not, the numbers were not as big as they have been before. And normally, sometimes you'd find that the numbers go up. The queue goes right up to the road. But this time around, the queue was not very long. And they had registered at about 2 o'clock. They had registered only about a 56% turnout. But not to be put down is that the voting went on very calmly today. There were no incidences. Everything went on fine. The queues worked. There was only a little problem here and there of some of the voters who could not get their fingerprints, because maybe especially what the polling officer was telling us that some of these guys who work, say maybe the construction industry, may have filed their fingerprints. So that's why again it brings a problem when you get to the KIMS machine, which is very sensitive as well. Now, in Kajiado constituency alone, we had four gubernatorial aspirants, but the interesting is the MCAs. We have got 16 MCAs who are contesting the MCA position, the MCAs in the center. But the MPs, we have only 4. And among them, of course, later on we speak to Jacob Gitau, who was also one of the MP aspirants, and he will talk to us. About what he thinks. What he thinks. Jacob Gitau, and this is Jacob Gitau, who was one of the MP aspirants. Now, so overall, things have been things were very calm on the Kajiado West constituency here at the Don Bosco polling center, which was hosting actually 11 individual polling stations, and which is very interesting because that all, when you saw those pictures in the queue, those who are going to actually the different polling stations, but they'll come together, and right behind where we are having the polling stations, we have got the Tallying center, where all these 175 polling stations will bring their numbers for tallying, and that will be for the MPs and the MP aspirants, and also for the MCS. Whereas those of the women rep, senators, and gubernatorial contestants will be sent to the Central Tallying Center in Kajiado County. Now, we had the pleasure, of course, of speaking to the aspirant Jacob Gitau, and also we ran into the governor aspirant, Mr. Moses Sakuda. Moses Sakuda is also a veteran player in Kajiado politics, and he was on hand, of course, to speak to us and tell us about how it's going.
Right now,
otherwise, all in all, so we're waiting, and the numbers are still coming in. Now we have the Tallying Center. They are finished about for the MCAs, the MPs, and the presidential aspirants. That one was sent straight. It goes straight to the Bomas of Kenya. So looks like we're going to have a very long night. And because as it is now, the Tallying Center, they are actually showing, doing the tally. They're still tallying, in the background. They're also tallying, they're doing the tallying of all those, the ballots that were actually brought in. So because we are actually standing right now, standing within the one of the polling stations, the polling station 1. So that's what we have for us, and later on, of course, we shall speak to you and
That is Topi Liambila, who is reporting for us from Kajiado West, and he has been giving us the latest details of the electoral process in that constituency. And remember that we've got reporters in all the 290 geographic constituencies in the Republic of Kenya, and they will be giving us the reports on a day-by-day basis of the activities that are going on there. And those reports, you can get them right here on Kenya Decides. We were having this conversation about, the processes around, not just around the elections, but things that happened before and things that have come up. And Peter Musai is an election observer. He's leading a consortium of Kenyan observers, and whatever they do is not just around, the election day when suddenly you see their accreditations and you see that cars have got stickers on their doors, but there is a process to it. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission kept making calls, and this was to members of the public to verify their details in terms of registration, your ID number or passport number, depending on the document that you use to register. That is one of them. The other was about the constituency you're registered in. Basically, let me just simply summarize it. The geographical details about where you registered as a voter. Say, for example, if you're in the Nairobi CBD, did you register as a voter at the Moi Avenue Primary School? And from then on, you can confirm in which station you're to go to. What did you observe today from some of the people, because we've seen reports of some people saying, sikuwa naona jina langu, I couldn't see my name, but if we go back 3 months in time, did they follow this procedure?
Actually, I want to thank those Kenyans who took or had an opportunity to go and do verification to be sure of where they cast their votes. And we realized that most people did not even show up. And it's important that when information is given about voter verification, they need to take up responsibility and proceed to IEBC offices and verify. I did the same. And what I realized, like mine, I was to be transferred from somewhere to somewhere. It didn't take place, but I just understood because somebody failed somewhere, but I did not fail to vote. Because I knew I'm a registered voter. That's why I drove today to from Nairobi to Nyeri to go and vote. So it's important that people know that they need to use leaders. And voter behavior will determine a lot in terms of the way that the voting pattern reduce or increase. But it's important for us to highlight that voters, they decide who is our leader. So let them desist from failing to adhere with the given guidelines so that they be aware of what they need to do at the right time, and then issue of time. What I saw, like some challenges when you're doing observation, some voters like working in the quarry, doing building construction, they could not identify their biometrics. Only that if they only a possible way of identification was now through identity. So, but some also who claim to be missing, there may be some failures on some part of the IEBC, certain people who never did their work. But also, it's important that when information is given, they go out and identify themselves.
Actually, let me ask, because you mentioned to that, and you'd understand this very well. The primary form of identification that is used by the IEBC is your fingerprints.
Yes.
But we also know through some of the other documents that we have in this country, the retina, the eye, that right at the back of the eye, is unique to everyone. as their fingerprints are. Is that also a possibility?
It is okay. You know, one thing what's important is what has been agreed upon as per the law. You know, the legal framework gives the guideline. The law is here, will give you that everything is by the law. You cannot do anything that is not within the law. So it needs to be included, it should be guided by the law. And it will be, as we say that they can define a person, it's important it can be used.
And Joy, let me come to this because he's mentioned it and it's something that I wanted to bring out, is how do you take care of, you know, changing dynamics? I'll simply put this. If you travel abroad, people may not know, but when you get to that immigration desk at the airport, when they tell you Angalia Hapa, they're not looking for...
They're not taking your picture, your best angle.
Yes, they're not looking for your best angle. They're actually confirming your biometric.
Sure.
That is true.
It is true. So how then would we incorporate this? For example, to have people who are working in what I would call heavy manual labor, but in environments where, for example, gloves are not mandatory equipment, safety equipment.
The way our KIMS kit has been configured, first and foremost, it just doesn't take your primary fingers, which would be the thumb and the index fingers. It takes all 10. So, for example, chances of your pinky being messed up, whatever manual labor you do, your pinky remains fairly, that's why it's even called a little pinky, because it remains fairly insulated from the vagaries of life. But over and above that, our KIMS kit also has got the alphanumeric identification, such that even if we can pull up your details using biometrics, maybe your fingerprints are messed up, or you've done a HINA application, or you're missing a limb, then we can use your ID, which is also a unique identifier in Kenya, and pull up your details. Problem with alphanumeric, I think you saw in social media today, there is somebody who said that by the time he turned up at the polling station, he was informed that he had been identified as having voted. That means somebody either had his duplicate or something and voted on his behalf. So alphanumeric lends itself to some, mishaps here and there. So I agree with you. Technology has evolved. We have to take advantage of what we have now. These days we've got kids who are coding, they're writing all these programs, they're doing all this innovative stuff that we can use to make things easier and faster. So for example, I've never understood why we have to physically turn up to vote. If we can send money anonymously from the living room and it will get to the intended destination with a fair level of security and safety, why can we not have...
Yeah, but Kenyans will still ask kumepata.
It is true. It is true. There has to be a way for us to leverage on what technology has to offer. If you look at the reason why our elections are so expensive, it is because our deficit of trust means that everything has to be verified and verified and triple verified. It means if we're doing something as simple as printing ballot papers, we must go to a security printing firm. Our ballots have more security features than even our money. I think 9 in total that we have. We have to come to a place where we say, you know what, forget about even printing ballot papers. Use your unique ID code to get into the website, vote, and once you've voted, it shuts you down. You don't need to have the pinky that has been colored. You don't need all these things. Yes. And once you do that, then you're settled. But now Kenyans aren't stealing. They'll vote for you, they'll vote for us, they'll do what? So we have to come to a place where we look at how can we leverage the technology to, one, make our elections more secure, 2, more ascertainable. I would love to live in a situation where we can see results in real time. We don't have to wait for Chebukati to make the formal announcement. Like what you see in other jurisdictions, like now the way the media houses are tallying, get to a place where the media house can say, you know what, we are calling Kakamega County for Flani. We can authoritatively say, because the numbers are there, they can be added up. So leveraging on technology to solve some of these problems, I think, is one of the ways to go. And like you have said, the retina, there's so many things that we can use to try and have identifiers. Like what I'd even said earlier, removing the need of something like the voter register. Why do we need a voter register anyway? We are talking adult suffrage. So as many Kenyans as are 18 should be able to vote. And even that thing of having to vote in a certain area, there should be races where you can vote wherever you are in the country, as long as, like for example, the presidential one. That's why you can be in diaspora and you vote for the president. So even if you can't travel home, you should be able to make your voice heard regarding. But all these things require people to think through. they require what we call in Kenya political goodwill, which is just speak for the politicians have to be ready to think outside the box.
Yeah, and just adding value to what she has said, it is important for us to think about saving resources. Actually, if we can vote just through the system, we will save a lot of money. The budget will be too low. We'll cut the budget. It does need. But if you make everything manual, it's very expensive. And another thing, why, for me, I see there's no need for us having even monitors. Monitors are there because there's no trust. We need to have only observer. You know, observer is just you watch, you open your eyes, ears, see what's happening. We are observing for everybody. But you know, when you say I'm monitoring, you're monitoring for a particular party, particular person, you know, you can even create problem because you give information which is not correct. You say that inside here, party A is being done like this, and then people outside will start a conflict. So Kenyans need to adapt the observation, and that's why we, PMAC International Organization, we have deployed all Kenyans to observe election.
Well, we'll be coming to that because there's one thing that Kenyans hate: public scrutiny. And I observed that today as I was voting.
We demanded, but we don't like it.
You demanded for it, and I could see, I mean, the scrutiny that people had to go through before they voted if their biometrics were not available. But right now, let's move on to the numbers. Shiksha Arora.
Thank you very much, Wahome, for that. Now let's just take a look at what exactly is going on when it comes to the analysis, of course, and the figures that are coming in from our team on ground. We've got reporters at different polling stations who have been gathering this particular data and, of course, doing a tally. And right here we have William Ruto currently now at 53.27% and 140,934 votes being casted for him. Raila Odinga at 46.10%, and of course 121,956 votes for Raila Odinga. Now that is the situation as we speak. Remember, we're also giving you an update on the 34A forms that are currently being submitted into the portal, and as we speak, this is the recent update that has come in from forms.iebc.org.ke, where the reported forms 34A are currently at 40,574 of the expected 46,229. That's 87.77%. Once again, the reported forms 34A as we speak, this is the latest update, at 40,574 of 46,229. That's 87.77%. Now, as I was looking through, you know, different counties and of course doing an analysis of the last few years, I came across something very interesting that I wanted to bring to your attention with regards to governors in 2017. Remember, we had just 3 ladies who managed to grab that governor seat. Of course, it's a very coveted governor post that is from, we had 3 ladies, Kirinyaga seat. Of course, we had Kitui County, as well as Bomet governor, that was Joyce Laboso, former Bomet governor who lost her life. So let's just take a look at Bomet, and of course she managed 67.19%. That's from Jubilee Party, as you can see, is predominantly red, 176,712. I'll take you back to the other counties as well. We had Kirinyaga County, that was Anne Waiguru, and just taking a look at exactly what the situation was in terms of the figures back in 2017. As you can see, we had the governor post, she won this one, that was from Jubilee Party, Anne Waiguru, at 54.05%. 161,681 people voted for her. Mathare at 40.81%. 122,067 people voted for her. And also we had another lady governor. Remember, this is Charity Ngilu, that was from Kitui County. So we'll also be taking a look at Kitui County as well to just highlight In 2017, the numbers that she managed, that was 47.33%. Now Kenya, 170,031 people voted for her. David Musila at 31.88%, 114,527 people voted for him. Now, I'd like to take it back to our analysts in studio and just have a conversation about how this time round we have at least 23 women leaders who are eyeing the governor post. And of course, this is something that we hope to see more women as governors in this particular election. What do you think the chances are of having more women leaders this election? I'll start off with you, Joy.
One of the things that the women leaders have shown is that given an opportunity, there is incremental improvement. So coming from no woman leader even offering themselves for governorship, to 3 women clinching the seat, now to a potential 20-something women, all of them may not succeed, but at least they dared to try. It shows that given an opportunity, women leaders are ready to take the next step. And the incremental numbers that we are seeing also has something to say about our political parties, because most of the women candidates who are standing are in political party structures. So it means political parties are willing to stake an important race like the gubernatorial race on a woman leader. That is a very strong showing. We've seen also with the national ticket where 3 of the 4 running mates were women. So we are coming to a place, I think, women leadership in Kenya is being not only recognized, it's actually on the up and up, it's on the rise. And I always make this joke about, it's not even a joke, it's just this, friendly warning that now the 2/3 gender rule might look like it needs to favor women to be in positions of power, but the way the women leadership is coming up, there'll come a time when it's the men who need the affirmative action. So it is good for us to strike the balance now, because who knows, the way women leaders are coming up and they're very forward-looking and forward-moving, it's not in the too distant future where we will see women leaders surpassing the numbers that we currently have and even overrunning the men in leadership. And I say this because I'm a member of the Law Society of Kenya, and if you look at the composition of the Council of the Law Society of Kenya, as well in Nairobi as well as nationally, you'll find that like half of our branch chairs are women. In Nairobi alone, if you're looking at the composition of women versus men, we're actually at something like, I'd say about 70% is women over men. If you're looking at Nairobi, there's a time I was serving in Nairobi, out of a council of 13 people, we had only 4 men. The rest were all women. So the idea that women might actually come to a place where they're way more than men is not uncalled for. It's not in the too distant future. So I am very heartened by the number of women who are coming forward. I'm heartened by also the encouragement from the political party structure. And when the results come in, I'm sure we'll have more than 3 women who are governors and a lot more who have been elected in other positions. Especially, I'm looking in areas where patriarchy is very strong, like, for example, Northeastern, in Kisii, in Maasai Land. I'm looking forward to some women MCAs, because there are places where you don't get even a single elected woman MCA. I'm hoping some of those glass ceilings will be shattered in this election.
Absolutely, great point there, Joy. I'd like to move on to Pius and ask him a question. Now, just recently, an international journalist asked Martha Karua if Kenya is ready for a female deputy president, and her answer to that was very interesting. So she said that just that question, for me, is disrespectful, because that means that we've never been ready for a female deputy president. What do you think of the chances of this actually happening in the near future?
Actually, where I'm sitting and how I have worked internationally and here in Kenya, I value women as my leaders. I remember when I had a DIG Kahindi was in charge of the Kenya Police Service. She did good work. There are so many women leaders in this country who have come up to take responsibilities. And I'll urge just men whom I belong to, let us vote women in and let fellow women trust women. The problem, what I've realized, is that women don't trust themselves. They want the seats, but they don't want to give they don't want to vote in the ladies in the leadership. So it's important that for us to understand that women leaders are very good. This country can have a female president, and I'm looking forward to live and see a female president in Kenya. It is possible.
Indeed. Thank you very much for that. I will definitely be giving you more details and, of course, an analysis and comparison from the last few elections and how things are changing and bringing to you more trends in the recent years, of course. But for now, Wahome, back to you in studio.
Well, thank you very much, Shiksha. I mean, for that engaging conversation about, getting women involved and those who are seeking positions. And, who would have thought of the day when two women would be contesting for a gubernatorial seat? I'll start with you, Pius.
And they have front-runner status.
And they have front-runner status. We are talking about Kirinyaga County. It's happening for the second time.
Yes. I like Central Kenya. In fact, it's setting a benchmark. Leadership of women in Kenya starts from Central. That's what I can say, because women in Central, they are leaders. They are showing other women in other regions to lead because they are able and they are capable. So I'm saying maybe in the future we'll have even more MPs, more MCS and governance leaders. What is there? Let us look into the leadership. Women are leaders. Let us vote them in. And also let them accept that they are leaders. They are not lower responsibility. They are missing nothing. They have all what it takes to be leader. And they work alongside men. So what is important is for them being voted in by their own. Who fails women? Leadership is women. I'm telling you. That's my experience. I don't know. I don't know why women don't want to vote in women, and they'll complain. They want seats.
Well, I have to, and this one has to come hot and fast, because if you look at the numbers today, the male population is a higher of the registered voters. We have got more men than women who are registered to be voters, and so the notion that women do not vote for other women, I think, is a misnomer that has been perpetuated, that women are their own worst enemies. It's completely not true. We have a situation where our society is very patriarchal. So you're making an example of the Kikuyus, and the Kikuyu structure is quite matriarchal. The place of the woman in the Kikuyu structure, from their folklore to their experience, places mother front and center.
Yes.
In other communities, it places father front and center. So if you come from a patriarchal society, for example, and you want to run, the very first person who will tell you that this is not something that you should do is your own father or your own brother. And therefore you find that even the places where you're asking why women will not vote for women, you'll find if somebody needs voter assistance, you're an illiterate woman married to a semi-illiterate man, he wants to go with you to the polling booth to help you to vote. So we're in a situation where there are women who are completely disempowered from even engaging in the political process in a meaningful manner. Yeah. And like I said earlier, we also have the situation where there was a lot of tokenism, where the people who are being asked to vote for were people's well-known girlfriends and, side chicks and all these other people who are not fit to be leaders. I'll not vote for you simply because you're a woman, just because you're a woman. I also want to vote in a leader. And if you're not a fit leader, even if you're a woman, I will not vote for you simply because I want somebody there who will do the work that needs to be done, not go and peddle anatomy. So we have to come into a situation where we understand that the evolution, and that's what we're talking about, correct mentorship, making room specifically for women to engage, showcasing what women leadership could mean for the community. And that way it becomes easier for the women who come after, the ones who have paid the price. Like now, with Mathare having run alongside Raila, next time you can be sure it will be the battle of who is matching the genders, who is matching the genders, because there's a certain glass ceiling that has been broken. And that's how it goes. It's incremental.
Actually, it isn't there.
Sure.
Actually, it is completely gone, because Mathare not only became running mate, she's also run for the highest office herself.
Yes.
So there'll come a time where this will be so commonplace, even our children will be wondering, oh, was that ever a thing that women could not be leaders?
Anyway, Joy Mtiva, I mean, people have forgotten that Charity Ngilu did run for the presidency in 1997.
Yeah.
And
and there was a
did
phrase,
Wangari Maathai.
and also did one, yes, and people were saying Masani Yangilu. Those were the phrases used then.
Yes.
Well, I'd asked Pius that we'll be talking about scrutiny, personal, and how people are reacting to that. We'll be coming to you about that, and then also, just be giving an update. There's the diaspora constituency. Just a quick update on that. But before that, let's go out north to the Central Rift, Uasin Gishu County. Timothy Kipnusu is our reporter there. Kipnusu, give us an update on how things are moving on in Uasin Gishu County.
very good morning to you, my colleagues Shiksha Arora and Daniel Wahome there at the broadcasting house. I'm still pitching camp here in the county of Uasin Gishu, the county number 027, the political bedrock of the Kenya Kwanza flag bearer, William Samoei Arap Ruto, and the counting of votes is ongoing. I'm actually at the constituency Tallying Center for Ainabkoi constituency, that is Rift Valley Technical Training Institute, just a few meters from Eldoret town, and this is one of the constituency among the 6 constituency in Uasin Gishu County that went to the ballot very early in the morning. And surprisingly, Shiksha and Wahome, the cars ferrying the ballot boxes that were cast in different polling centers or just arriving like 30 minutes an hour ago to indicate that it is a long process, and we expect that it will continue till early in the morning. And earlier on, I was in the constituency Tallying Center for Tarbo, one of the largest populated constituency in Uasin Gishu County that has 120,202 registered voters by Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. The same thing is also witnessed there in that particular Tallying Center, that is Uasin Gishu High School. And my colleague, was senior reporter, has been pitching camp here just to make all these particular exercises, well, get to understand what is happening. And I'm joining Eric Kipyegon, my colleague. Good morning to you. And what do you make of this exercise? It seems that we'll be here for a bit longer to get the results.
Kipnoso, like you said, it's a morning. We started yesterday morning for as early as 5 a.m. Remember, we went all the way to Deputy President's polling station in Sugoi, that is Tarbo constituency. And exercise ended well here in Uasin Gishu without any major incident. And after the closure of polls, of course, what everybody has been waiting for is the tallying of votes. Unfortunately for many of our viewers, yes, I know you haven't heard so much from Uasin Gishu. Remember, this is the hometown of Deputy President William Ruto. And if Ruto is to increase his chances of winning this election, then Uasin Gishu County must come strong for him. And so we can confirm now that from various polling stations and from various constituencies that we have visited, the returning officers are telling us that the turnout has been slightly higher than 73 to 75%. But of course, that is to be confirmed because results are coming in still. There has been delay because returning officers are very cautious not to go out with results that have not been verified. So remember, like in the polling station that we are in in the tallying center that we are in right now, that is RVTTI, the results started coming in as late as 1 a.m. and right now we are doing 3 a.m. So for the last 2 hours is when we've really seen a lot of activity towards this end. A lot of vehicles varying results are now going to tallying centers. I think then this process now has taken another trajectory where it's not going to take long really before we get to know that how many votes the presidential candidates have been able to get. And of course, not forgetting that we have for leaders that were vying for the positions of National Assembly, the governor, the senator, the women rep, the MCA. And by the way, we are getting all those results exhaust ourselves at the moment because we are going right, engaging the IEBC officers, trying to get exactly what is contained in those Forms 35A, what is contained in Form 34A, what is contained in Form 37, 38, and 39A, just to ensure that our viewers back at home get the real picture of where we are. But like I said, this is the home of Deputy President William Ruto. If he is to have any chance of winning this election, then Uasin Gishu County, with a total of 506,000 voters, must come strong for him. Then he sees how much else he can get from the other parts of the country.
Talking of this being the home of the Deputy President, my colleague Bigon, remember the Kenya Kwanza Brigade launched an onslaught on the independent wave, and we are seeing a number of independent candidates from the provisional results that we have received from different polling centers, of course, Tallying, the constituency Tallying center. As per now, it seems like most of them are not making back to their seats. What does it mean for William Ruto and for this particular county where it is the home for William Ruto?
I mean, Kipnusu, that was expected. This being the first time Deputy President William Ruto is going for the top seat, his people are really coming out, or his supporters had to back him. And with that backing came the demand for Deputy President William Ruto to ask his supporters, then if you are going to back me for the top seat, then I need foot soldiers wherever I'll be going. And those foot soldiers definitely must come from parties that are allied to United Democratic Alliance, which is his party, and of course other parties that are allied to Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And that is actually showing in this election today that information we are getting is that majority of those who are vying via UDA, especially in this county, are carrying the day as opposed to independent candidates, where I think a few of them will make it. But that is expected because Deputy President William Ruto is a person from here and is seeking the presidency for the first time. And it appears his supporters have had his rallying call that I need supporters, I need troops to go up there if I have to lead you.
Thank you very much. There you have it. That is my colleague Eric Biegon, who is actually making sure that he gives you the figures here at Ainapkoi constituency, one of the constituency in Uasin Gishu County. And of course, we'll be here just keeping tabs on what is happening in this particular constituency Tallying center for Ainapkoi. From here, we are heading back to Tarbo. As I mentioned earlier, that is one of the populated constituency here in Uasin Gishu County. Just to give meaning to the numbers or the votes that have been casted so far, as my colleague, the senior reporter Biegon has mentioned, this is one of the areas that all eyes will be focused on best, bearing in mind that this is a home area of the Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate William Ruto. From us here in Uasin Gishu County, it is back to studio Shiksha and Wahome.
Well, thank you very much, Timothy Kipnusu, for that report. We shall be keeping tabs on everything that is happening around the country. Timothy Kipnusu reporting for us from Uasin Gishu County, and this is on Kenya Decides. It is numbers night, and I'd like now to move over to Shiksha Arora.
Thank you very much, Wahome, for that. Now, let's just take a look at what, the map is looking like in terms of the percentages and the numbers that are coming in. William Ruto at 54.63%, 158,000 people, 651 of course, votes that he's managed to get so far. Raila Odinga with 44.76%, 129,997 votes that he has managed to get so far. Now, let's take a look at the past few years in comparison to this year. When we speak of Uasin Gishu County, of course, the reporter there just gave us an update on Uasin Gishu County and the numbers the last few elections. I'll be taking a look at 2017. Right there, as you can see, Uhuru Kenyatta with 78.21%, 267,000 people, 392 voted for him from Jubilee Party, of course. Raila Odinga of NASA, 21.23%, 72,574 people voted for him. Moving on to 2013. Back in 2013, we had 332,000 people, 177 who had actually registered for him to vote, rather. And of course, now moving on, we had 75.01%, and that's 211,438, I beg your pardon. Raila Odinga at 21.31% with 60,060 people voting for him from Uasin Gishu County. Now, moving on to this year so far, as you can see, this is what it looks like. As I mentioned, so far, this is what the distribution looks like in terms of percentages. William Ruto at 78.24%, 9,560 so far. Raila Odinga at 21.48% with 2,625. Right, so I'd like to take it to our analysts, of course, but before that, Wahome, there is an update from one of our reporters on ground, I believe.
Well, sure enough, Shiksha, and we have got Ruth Mwaure, who is reporting from Narok County. Let us listen to Ruth as she gives us our report. Well, we shall be waiting for Ruth to come through to us. So back to you, Shiksha, with our data.
Thank you very much, Wahome. Now, as I said, I would like to talk to our analysts in studio. We have Joy and Pius, of course, who will be giving us, their views and opinions with regards to the trends that we've seen in Uasin Gishu County back in 2013, 2017, 2022. Things are looking pretty much similar in 2017 and 2013. It was a Jubilee stronghold. Now things obviously are looking different. Joy, what are your thoughts? Do you think that, William Ruto will manage to have a big margin and a big gap in this particular county?
So far, it looks fairly, it's 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. And I think until the IEBC numbers are completely tallied, what we are getting right now is so incomplete that it's almost impossible to call. It's almost impossible to predict, because the IEBC have only told us how many Form 34As that they have received. But the breakdown, what it looks like, is something that we still haven't seen. So we are relying on what the media houses have received from their troops on the ground, which is also very incomplete in its picture. So at this point, trying to make predictions, I think, would be a little bit foolhardy, because we might have to eat our words tomorrow, and somebody would definitely get the sound bite and compare and contrast. So I think it's a bit too early to call, but like we have seen even the numbers all night, Raila goes ahead a little bit, Ruto comes ahead a little bit. So I think unless it's a place where it's completely locked down from, the way they call it locked down, most of the places have been real battlegrounds. So it's no different. I think this is a real battleground. Up today, down tomorrow. But tomorrow around this time, we'll have a very clear picture of what you're looking at, because the verified Form 34As will now have been opened for the members of the public to go ahead and carry on with the tally. So we are looking forward to that.
Absolutely, as you mentioned, battleground indeed. And since you also spoke about the 34As, this is the update so far. Last when we spoke, it was 87.7. Now it's moved up to 88.23%, meaning 40,788 forms have so far been submitted out of the expected 46,229. So yes, we are going to get a clearer picture once we do have a bigger percentage, of course, and once they're complete, we'll be able to know what the different counties and constituencies are looking like. So yeah, we'll definitely be giving you that update as soon as we have that information from the forms.iebc.org.ke website, which you can also go check out to get a live update with regards to these percentages and these figures when it comes to the 34A forms. Wahome, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Shiksha, as for keeping us updated and telling us, the trends and looking back over time and how all the dynamics are playing out in this election. We're speaking about numbers and how this election and the outcome has been affected by some of the things that are there. And, we've got Pers Masai here. And one of the things that, I've held back, I mentioned this to him, but eventually this question has to go. I observed something today. I walked into a polling station, is that somebody's biometrics couldn't be identified, but eventually they were allowed to vote, but they had to pick up their ID, place it next to their chin, and for one form of identification. The question is, from your as an election observer, what did you see at the various pollings? What did you pick out from the various polling centers as to how much scrutiny a Kenyan, would like to face in order to cast their ballot?
Actually, all is about transparency and identification, in that you have the right voters voting. And actually, the way IEBC has produced those registers and the kits, it is relevant that information about the person is found there. And if anyone information is not found, then it is just unfortunate. And whoever did what he did, I don't know whether it's within the law, whatever what happened now, whereby you explained that something happened differently. Well, who decides that? What's important is there a legal framework backing on that?
Well, we'll be coming back to Joy on that, the legal framework about identification and what it actually means for a person who is going to cast their ballot. And, we know there are people probably out in Eldasmo watching this and saying, oh, even the Vokuluko Kunaenda, we have something to say. So what's a proper legal position? We shall be speaking about that. But right now, our reporter in Narok County, Ruth Wamboy, is ready. Let's listen in to her report.
Daniel Wahome and Shiksha Arora back from Broadcasting House in Nairobi. We are coming to you live from Eure Ekule Secondary School in Narok East, whereby it's the constituency tallying center. And right now I'm at this tallying center where ballot materials are being brought from polling stations across this constituency. It has been a hectic day for us here, traversing all over to see how the exercise is ongoing. And Narok is, as we know, it has over 46,000 registered voters, and they are sparsely distributed, so it's kind of difficult for the materials to reach in this main tallying center for this constituency. But let me not preempt what the returning officer Joel Omai is going to say right now. I welcome him so that he tells us that some of the challenges that they have encountered. Mr. Joel.
Thank you once again, KBC, for coming to see what is happening in this constituency. Today we began the election process here. Polling stations were opened, except for two polling stations where we had an issue and there was a delay, but that was sorted out during the day. And we have added time that was lost, and we have managed that all of them who were disadvantaged to start on time were able to vote. And now we are starting to receive the presiding officers. They are coming. So far we have received 4. And there are some who are still on the queue, and as you can see behind me, they are already streaming in. Yeah, and transmission of result has been done. 80 polling stations have already posted. We are yet to get just a few others who are still doing it. And we should be able to have 100% transmission by the time they all come here. Yeah.
What are some of the challenges maybe you have encountered, either security-wise or in the listed of your mandate as the exercise goes on?
We really haven't faced real challenges. Of course, as usual, there are always people who spread some malicious rumors, so we don't take also that for granted. The security team has been on toes to address any threats that are probably propagated by some people. But by and large, we haven't experienced any form of threats in terms of maybe even our officials or even the election materials that we have deployed.
What about maybe in terms of malpractice? Is there any of your centers around in this Narok East that has had such a challenge?
Not really. We haven't received any report of any election malpractice. Of course, there are such kind of information that comes, but some of it is not authentic. So we have yet to establish whether there are any which have not been reported, and when they come, we'll be able to address them accordingly. Yeah.
And because Kenyans out there are so eager to know how the numbers are faring in and who is maybe topping, and despite this county being so vast that maybe materials reaching here for you guys to continue with your tallying, so how should you advise the voters or the citizens out there?
Election ended at the polling station, and what we are doing here at the Tallying Center is simply to collate what has already been done at the polling station. Results for the presidential are done first of all through the transmission that is, that I've said, over 80 stations have already posted. So when we are here, we are just already giving out what already is in the public domain, and even the agents of the candidates have these results. So what we urge the populace is just to be patient so that we are able to verify whether the results that are announced at the polling station are the ones that we have received, so that we can be able to declare and also announce for those that we are collating for these elections. Remember, we are collating for the county elections, and we are also doing the declaration for member of National Assembly and County Assembly, where we will declare the winners. Yeah.
Okay, you have already heard there Wahome and Shiksha. That's what it's ongoing right here at this constituency tallying center in Narok East. Maybe if you have a question, you can throw in.
Ask Ruth is, from your observation, what was the overall voter turnout? What could have been the hitches that may have led to a low voter turnout? Well, looks like Ruth may have left her picture, so we'll be getting back to her. And Ruth is reporting to us from Narok East constituency in Narok County. And now let us move over to Homa Bay County, where we join Edward Collins Omonde.
We are still we're still covering matters here. Of course, the tallying process is underway. It began a little bit slow, just hours after the final votes were cast yesterday, and it has picked over the last couple of hours. A number of presiding officers have arrived to the Gendia High School Tallying Center. This is the constituency tallying center, and they are waiting for their turn to have their results tabulated by the constituency returning officer. And the general feeling is that the exercise has moved quite in a manner in which so many people were expecting, despite there being a little bit of hitches here and there with regards to the Kim's kit. So we'll just show you what is happening in the background. The returning officer is announcing the number of the results which have already been tabulated and brought to the constituency tallying center. Just like I said, the process has been slow, but managed to pick and gather momentum a couple of hours ago. And the hope is that over the next couple of maybe 3 or 4 hours, they shall have covered most of the 206 polling stations which are spread across Karachuonyo constituency. And there's a lot of focus on this race, considering the heat that the campaigns did bring, and some of the supporters of various candidates have been paying close attention to this process. Former Governor Evans Kidero and the county woman member of National Assembly Gladys Wanga are both angling for the position of Homa Bay County Governor. And we have seen, according to the results which have been announced here by the returning officer, the race is quite neck to neck, but it is important to mention that the forms 34A and those forms which are declared at the polling stations, they are sent to IEBC electronically. It's only that the process of verifying these results takes time, and IEBC cannot announce results that they have not verified. So various portals which some of the supporters here have access to shows exactly where the matters are. But of course, it is IEBC that is mandated to make public this announcement, and they have to wait, even if they have the results as tabulated by their agents, who of course they've been training and posted in different parts of this constituency. They have to wait for IEBC. A number of aspirants have arrived here, and their agents have also been camping here since the tallying process began, and they're trying to just compare what they have and what IEBC is announcing. The Commission has tried to ensure that this process is open enough, this process is fair enough, and the media has been given access to the details here, and we have been able to see for ourselves that the process, right from the polling stations to the tallying center, the process, they have tried to make sure that it is as transparent as possible. The only challenge has been the pace that the process has been going, but outside the hall, the presiding officers from various polling stations, there are 206 of them in Karachuonyo constituency. Most of them have made their way here, and we'll try to show you the ballot boxes which have already been brought to the tallying center. Some of the ballot boxes which have been brought to the Tallying Center. Just behind the screen, we have a number of them that have been lined up now, which will be announced next. Of course, it is a slow process, but they're making sure that it remains as transparent as possible. There's no hurrying the process. They're making sure that every vote that has been cast and counted is tallied according to the forms which originated from the polling stations. And it is a process that will perhaps go beyond 6:30 a.m., considering the fact that the number of which the returning officer has announced so far are slightly below 50, and that is still a very long way to go. And it is a process that is happening in different parts of the county, and a little bit later we'll be taking you to Homa Bay, where the tallying for the county governor, the senator, the county woman member of National Assembly is taking place. Homa Bay has attracted a lot of interest in this campaign, and we did see, according to the earlier results which have been announced by the returning officer, it is neck to neck. We still cannot predict where the wave is going to go, but it is neck to neck as far as the governor race is concerned. This is live coverage of the 2022 general elections, live from Gendia High School, the constituency tallying center for Karachuonyo.
Thank you very much, Edward Collins Omondi in Homa Bay County, keeping us updated on that county. Remember, this is one county which will attract a lot of interest, especially when it comes to the gubernatorial contest, and this is because it has no incumbency. So whoever is voted in as the governor definitely is one who's got, a lot of things at stake. Cyprian Awiti was the incumbent, and his 2 terms are done. That means there's going to be a new leader of Homa Bay County as one of the governors. Thank you very much, Edward Collins Omondi in Homa Bay County. And we go back to Ruth Wamboi, who is in Narok County, and one of the things that everyone's been talking about today is the number of people who've turned up to vote. You could, from your scope of duty over the past close to 24 hours, what have you observed about the number of people who've showed up in Narok County and some of the reasons they may have given for not voting or not being able to vote?
What I can say for now, Home, is that the voter turnout across the whole county was not so pleasing. It was not as it was expected according to how maybe the politicians did their campaigns. It was a low voter turnout area among the country. So some of the reasons that some of the residents have given is that maybe they are too busy. They are doing some activities, economic activities to sustain their lives, and others are saying that maybe their vote won't count so much. So even if they vote, so what? So those are some of the reasons that we have gotten from the residents on the ground. Some of them have given up on voting, and some of them are too busy. Ohome?
And I know it's been a long day, probably a well-deserved rest and something warm to take. I can see you're dressed, to keep off the chilly weather that comes around this time. Thank you very much. Well, you've had it from Ruth as she speaks, from the people of Narok County. Looks like they were speaking so bluntly. And, it's gotten to a point, Kenyans are saying things as they are. Then they say, the case of wacha niongee ukweli kesi baadaye, as you know, the kind of language that they use. And you know, when it's for Pius, when a Kenyan says kwani kura yangu itanisaidia na nini, it gets to that point.
Surely that's very, very, very bad. That one vote makes a difference. One vote makes a difference. So it is important for Kenyans to know a single vote makes a difference. Hiyo kura yako ndio inasaidia, ndio inaleta mambo mazuri, ndio inaweza patilisha, ikuletee ile kiongozi unahitaji kama unataka kupatilisha. So why am I saying that? One vote counts.
But you see, for most of the Kenyans, if you listen to them, what they aren't saying is the one who counts the votes matters more than the one who casts the votes.
And you know, who causes the problem? Let me say something here. And sorry to say this one today because I did my research and came up with something about how can you have best leadership, people-owned leadership, is by accepting that the people down there in communities need to understand that it's a responsibility to have their plans and to participate in the planning of what they need to happen in their communities, whether development, name it. But members of the public think differently. They think that the leaders owns them, and the leaders gives them direction what to be done. I remember in my own village, the schools that are there started by us. Anything good started by some people. So then government came to support. Then missions came to support. And that's what you have, those big schools, big institutions around. But you see, public today, most of them, they think that they have no say. They say is an MCA, will order things around. MP. Those are our leaders, of course. But we elect them. But we need to know that it's our responsibility, we publics. That's what's lacking. That's why somebody may say, my vote will not count. Even if I don't vote, it doesn't make a difference. It makes a difference. It's also you say that you tell a neighbor to go and vote. I remember Honorable former Prime Minister told people that in the morning they whistle, alert others, let's go and vote. You remember?
That was happening. It was happening this morning in some places in this country.
Big frimbi, alert people, let's go and vote. So that when you are going to vote, you are going to vote to make a difference. But if you don't vote, people will make a difference for you, and you know whether or not it will happen. So it's important you participate in voting in good leaders.
Well, Joy, let me come to you, and on whatever has been said, you know, from what the people of Narok County have told Ruth today. One, they are so busy. Number two, it's that the whole essence of suffrage is gone. It is just another busy period. Just to keep, basically they are saying, nikipiga kura nisipige kura, kutaendelea vile vile. You know, it's how dangerous is that in the long term?
Our political leaders modeled this to the Kenyans, and the Kenyans learned from the best, and they're simply feeding back what they have been given. So for example, if your political leader stays in Nairobi the entire 4 years he's in leadership, and you only see him the time of elections, then his electorate think this man hasn't built a road, this man hasn't built any school, this man hasn't done anything, but he's now coming with 2 shillings, 3 shillings. You know what? Rather than do a lot of gymnastics, let me take what is mine now, and on voting day he can go vote for himself. So you find that people have fed off the negative energy that they get from the politicians. And yes, and then they go ahead and you know, you tell them ninaomba mjitokeze kwa wingi. They're like, tujitokeze and our children are starving, tujitokeze and our businesses were perished after COVID. So you find that that sort of attitude has made many Kenyans become a bit apathetic. But then also there is the reality, the harsh reality of we're in the middle of a failing crop, we're in the middle of failing rains. Farmers are staring at huge losses. The pastoralist community depend on their flocks. Many of them are nomadic. So for you to be found even waiting for voting to happen is not priority for them right now. Priority is just simply staying alive. And so you really cannot blame them. You saw this even in the Bible. Some people are invited for a sherehe and they said, you know what, me, I've married a wife, I've bought a field, I have a cow. And so those sort of people you cannot miss in our midst. But the final point I think I want to make on this is, we, as the electorate as well, the disillusionment, we go for votes and then there is a talk of votes were stolen. There's a talk of we don't know who won. Such things make you think, I'd have to be foolish to keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. So there's some Kenyans who have sort of given up on the process. And that's why it's important, for example, in this process, for IEBC to get it as right as they possibly can. Because there's some Kenyans who, that's what they'll need to get them interested in starting over with the Kenya electoral system.
Inspires.
Yeah, and what I want to appeal to our Kenyan people, we are Kenyans. Kenya is greater than we individuals. Let us accept the results. We voted, you voted. It is important that when you're voting, you know that somebody will lead you. You're voting for leaders. So what's important here is have leaders. And leadership is just within a definitive period of 5 years. Yeah, nothing else.
And all the people vying are also Kenyans.
And all Kenyans and their brothers and sisters. There's nothing different. So the difference here is, if voting right leaders, you participate in voting them in. If you don't participate, the number will go down. Like this time, what I'm saying, most people assumed that everything is normal.
The Jirani will vote.
The Jirani will vote. And the freebie was there, people are not coming out. And it's important people know that all the time and every time you have to vote. Don't assume that so-and-so will vote in your leaders. And it might happen so, people say, is that me going to vote? Let me go on to something else. No, today is voting. Yesterday was a voting day, whereby everybody was expected any registered voter, and who is not sick, even that who is sick should have been taken to vote. There are procedures, it can be assisted. I believe so. If people can know that every vote counts.
Like just to throw in a little bit of the span and the works, there are some jurisdictions in the world where voting has been made mandatory for the same reason that Peace is talking about, where you have to get, if people won't come out voluntarily, then you place some sanctions on them if they don't come. Sure. Usually it's not like it's going to be jail or anything, but there'll probably be a tax, a fine or a penalty of some sort, just to penalize you.
But ideally it's a choice.
A choice it is, but it's a choice that you're prepared for. Somebody has spent money. Like they tell us, if you're going to a polling station, they see how many people have been registered. There's a ballot paper for each of you. I've told you a ballot paper is very expensive. We have had clerks, it's an expensive venture that's being paid for by the Kenyan people. You need to participate so that we understand what you as Kenyans want.
I mean, the reason why our process is expensive, and we had it from Commissioner Nyang'ai yesterday, was that the trust levels in this country are extremely low, towards zero.
Extremely low is actually being kind.
Let me tell you, trust is very important. But Kenyans don't trust each other. Why?
No, with good reason. We have stolen elections, we have stolen from each other. Even now, if you do business with somebody, you have to have eyes at the back of your head. If you don't come to me, Wakili, to write for you a contract, somebody is definitely going to cheat you of your money.
If I leave my pen here, it will disappear.
In fact, it's you who made the point. We have to change our culture. We have a bad culture of taking advantage of each other whenever we can.
All right, then that has got to stop. But anyway, back to the numbers. Shiksha. All right. We'll be coming to Shiksha in a moment, so that she can give us the numbers. But a quick update on the number, or rather the percentage of the Form 34As that have been sent, that have been reported from across the country. 41,066 of the 46,229, that's 88.83%, and including 19 of 27 from the diaspora. Those are people who are living outside the country. And actually, I have that little list here. And so the countries that are voting: Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, South Africa, South Sudan, Germany, the United Kingdom, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Canada, the US, and the United States of America. And just looking at it, from those that have come through, Burundi, 100% delivered. Germany, 100% delivered. Canada, 2 of the 3 have delivered. Qatar, 1 of the 3. Rwanda, 100% delivered. Same to South Africa, South Sudan, Tanzania, 1 of 3 from Uganda, 1 of 2 from the United Arab Emirates. The UK is 100% delivered, and the USA, 1 of 3. I mean, we can say for the US and for Canada, we can hit them with a big stick. Some of these places where they're voting are 10 hours behind. So we'd have to give them the time. But anyway, for the real numbers, over to Shiksha Arora.
All right, of course, now taking a look at what exactly is going on when we look at, the numbers and the percentages. So we've got 54.02%. That is William Ruto, 175,784. Raila Odinga with 45.37% at 147,615. We've also got something going on over here. Remember, as we speak about the president, the governor, the senator, remember, these are things that we will be looking at properly as the numbers come in tomorrow. But for now, I just want to take you through different counties and just show you the distribution of percentages and numbers, starting off at Kilifi. So this is what it looks like: 83.74% for Raila Odinga at 5,849. William Ruto at 14.86% at 1,038 votes. Remember, these are the figures that are coming in courtesy of our reporters on ground. They are at the different polling stations and they are managing to tally the results and of course send them in to us right here at KBC Channel 1. So we are bringing them here to you as we get them. Taking a look at other constituencies and counties, moving on to what's happening in Wajir. Let's just take a look at Wajir County and find out the distribution of votes. Raila Odinga at 54.35%, 593 votes so far. William Ruto at 45.28%, 494 votes so far. Moving on, let's just take a look at the other counties as well. Moving on to Meru County. This is what the distribution looks like as we speak: 73.36% for William Ruto, 2,869 votes so far. Raila Odinga at 25.98% with 1,016 votes so far. And of course, just really looking at the distribution, remember these different counties right here, these are the results that we are getting. Narok, we just spoke about it. We had our reporter on ground, Ruth, who really just gave us a feel of what's happening in Narok. Raila Odinga currently at 56.21% with 7,414 votes. William Ruto with 43.58%, 5,748 votes so far. We also had a reporter who was telling us the situation in Homa Bay County, so we'll just be taking a look at that. As we speak right now, Raila Odinga at 98.93% with 833. Of course, as we do know, this is an Azimio stronghold. William Ruto currently at 0.95% with only 8 votes so far. So yes, just really looking at the distribution of votes, and remember, these are the figures that we are getting courtesy of our reporters in the different polling stations. They are coming in, and remember, they'll be giving us more figures with time. They'll keep trickling in, so make sure you stay tuned right here. For now, it's time for a short commercial break. We'll be right back. Don't go too far.
Has now turned into a pumpkin.
And a very good morning to you. My name is Daniel Wahome, and welcome to Kenya Decides. It's a continuing coverage of the 2022 general election on KBC Channel 1. In studio with me on my right is Shiksha Arora. She's going to be taking you through the graphics and the data that we have got from the Form 34As that have been submitted from the polling stations, and they've been published on the IEBC website. And on my left, we've got Pius Masai. He is leading a consortium of election observers in the country, and he's going to be giving us the experiences he's seen from, for the last for about 12 hours of voting that was there, and what he's seen previously, and what reports he's getting now from his team that is at the various tallying stations, tallying centers across the country at constituency level and county level. Remember, a lot of focus on the presidential election, but this is also an election that has got the governors, senators, woman member of the county, the county woman member of the National Assembly, member of the National Assembly, and the member of the County Assembly. And a quick look at some of the information that has come through. You can remember that on Monday, IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati announced that Kakamega and Mombasa counties would not be hosting their gubernatorial elections. Now, a date has been confirmed. It is going to be the 23rd of August, 2 weeks after the August 9th election. So those are some of the elections that have been delayed. So which other elections have been delayed? MCA elections for Nyaki West in North Imenti constituency in Meru County, Kwajenga Embakasi South constituency in Nairobi County, they will be taking place. And Eldas constituency in Wajir County, the election was adjourned yesterday, and it commences in the next 1 hour. So for our Elders constituency, voting today. So remember that all those forms have got to be handed over, the 34As, so that the tally can be made for the presidency. Remember, there is 35A, that is for the member of the National Assembly, 36 for the member of the County Assembly, 37, 38, 39 take care of the governors, senators, and woman member of the National Assembly. And remember also, there are constituencies that did not hold their elections. And so that means also on the 23rd, more elections and more work for the IEBC for the members of the National Assembly representing Kitui Rural Constituency, that is in Kitui County, Kachaliba Constituency in West Pokot County, Pokot South Constituency, West Pokot County, and Rogai Constituency in Nakuru County. All those are elections that have been delayed, and all involving what we would call cumulatively 22.12 million voters. But it is the turnout that has shocked most of the people. As at 4 p.m., it had been calculated at 56.17%. Low voter turnout. We've seen turnouts of 65%. In some places, in some elections, we've even seen voter turnouts of 85%. But this was not the case. And just to recap some of the things that have been there, first I'll speak to Pius Science. For you, having gone round, what was, from your observation, even with what I would call a streamlined operation by the IEBC, where people are clustered into streams directly rather than alphabetically, what would be the call? What was your observation as you went to votes at Kiganja Nursery and coming back to Nairobi?
Actually, it was smooth arrangement. The way they were grouped, because I voted, I didn't say hitch on it. It was just a smooth plan. In that one comes, we find alphabetical order is on a particular stream or line, and then he's directed to go by that. It worked very well. I didn't say any hitch on that. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So, and also one other matter that I would like to bring in when it comes to this is the security arrangements that have been made around these elections.
Yes.
And how the people are reacting to it.
Okay, security arrangement matters a lot. And it's important that the National Police Service works closely with the Independent Appointed Electoral Commission of Kenya, and on their deployment, they have a plan. They don't just deploy. Actually, what I witnessed is, about the station, it's normal within the arrangement of the security, but in some areas there are more officers than before. And also, if you look even in a National Tallying Center, there's a lot of improvement in terms of security. You know, it's important that the National Police Service plan beyond. You know, they collect intelligence. They know what information they have about risks involved in mass gathering. Elections involve mass gathering. And, you know, a terrorist would want to come and harm or cause news during elections. And that's why the National Police Service deploy more. And it's important that security is prepared and deployed in the best way to ensure that all publics are safety visitors who are here as observers, monitors, agents, name it, they are safe. So the way they deployed, for me as an expert in security, I concur with them, it was rightful. And if there are no threats, they cannot deploy like that. But they deploy like that because they think beyond the box. You know, they need to have what is called deliberate planning. They cannot share information with the public as what they think that may interrupt or may be a problem. But they have their own operational order they operate through, and they don't just deploy.
All right, you know, and just speaking about the security that have been deployed, more than 150,000 officers have been deployed. Of course, that's something that we've seen. Police Chief Hilary Mutyambai also had mentioned that, you know, this is something that's very important for election day. In comparison to the other elections the past 2 years, do you believe that this election was much smoother?
Actually, what I've witnessed, starting from the electoral body itself, it has improved in terms of the preparedness in having all arrangement put in place for the public to know what's happening. Let's just call a spade, because you realize that in terms of information, they're giving out information all the time. A lot of press statement, but what matters, who are the consumers? In terms of security, it's for our security. Anyone involved in that exercise, that our wives, our children, our families, name them, they need security.
Yes.
Who has to do security? Is the Inspector General.
Absolutely.
And the Inspector General of Police has put in place, there's a special arrangement of officers working in operation with the IEBC.
Right.
And it has happened even during the trainings. Police officers have been trained on how to get involved in the issue of elections.
Yes.
Why? Because they have a responsibility to provide safety and security.
Yes.
Working with other agents rated for security. So for deployment of such kind of officers at this time, for me, is a plus to the Inspector General and the government of Kenya. Because government of Kenya should ensure and must ensure that our visitors are safe.
Well, and talk about the elections. Well, you know that in Kenya, there are 46,229 polling stations, and the Form 34As, these are specifically for the presidential election. Those that have reached, that are, rather have been reported, are 41,567. 89.92%, call that 90%. It's almost done. We will, you know, have to exclude our elders constituency. And remember, this also includes the prisons and the diaspora. The diaspora vote, we got about 13 countries reporting. 21 of 27 have all been reporting on that. And remember, some of the counties that are just a quick breakdown of how many of those have been sent out. Baringo, 89% of them done. Bomet, 96.1 roughly. Bungoma, 91%. We've got Busia, 93%. Embu, 93%. And Garissa 61%, Homa Bay 93%, Isiolo 82%, Kajiado 91%, Kakamega 84.1%, and Kericho at 97%. So Kericho should be one amongst the first places where we get full details of information. The Form 34As all having been reported. Shiksha.
All right, now let's just bring in our reporter Effie Nyakidi Adhiambo, who's at Embakasi South constituency. We've got her live and we'll be asking her the current situation. There seems to be some information going around that they've not yet started tallying the votes. So let's just get her in. Effie, hello, can you hear me? There we go. Hi, Effie. How are you? And what is the current situation when it comes to Embakasi South constituency? Do we have an update so far?
Hello, Shiksha, at the broadcasting house. Currently at the Muslim Community Center, which is the constituency tallying center for Embakasi South constituency. So the total number of registered voters here is 15,175 with a total of 221 polling stations. So yesterday the voting process was quite good. The voter turnout was quite encouraging, and business here was on as usual. Shops were open until as late as 11 p.m. into the night. Election observers from the International Conference on Great Lake Region were present here to assess the voting process, as well as an officer from the Registrar of Political Parties. It was quite good. Voters, except that voters were quite angry early morning yesterday because of the late dispatchment of electoral secretaries. But something that caught my attention was the living conditions in Mukuru Kwanjenga, because Mukuru Kwanjenga is one of the wards in the Embakasi South constituency. It has 5 wards, which is Mukuru Kwanjenga, Mukuru Kwaluben, Imara Daima, Pipeline, and a ward called Kwale. So the living conditions in Mukuru Kwanjenga is quite heart-wrenching because they live in tents after their homes were demolished last year. Some of them were not even eager to vote because they cited the current government has not done anything to change their conditions. So up until now, just 4 polling stations from the COVID primary have cleared the counting process and have already come to the county tallying center. The constituency tallying center, that is the first thing. That is the Mukuru Community Center. This is the tallying center for the Embakasi South constituency. So I'll be giving you more updates on the vote counting process, as I'll be getting results from the constituency tallying center, and as they'll be announced by the returning officer at the Embakasi South constituency tallying center, that is in South Hansen, Mugo. This is Effie Nyakidi from Embakasi South constituency. Back to you, 6.1 at the broadcasting house.
Thank you very much, Effie, for that update. Remember, Effie is at Embakasi South constituency, and she will be bringing us live updates from there as we continue to count and, of course, get more information with regards to the tallying and, of course, the percentage of the voters that have voted for, their respective choice of parties.
All right, and also remember, we're giving you around-the-clock coverage, all right, here on Kenya Decides. And now let's go out west and join Wycliffe Okech, who's in Kisumu County. Give us an update on how things are going on, and not just about the presidential election, but also give us an outlook onto the other 5 elective seats.
Daniel Wahome,
Wahome, thank you. Back in Nairobi, we are of course coming to you live from Kisumu City. We are at the constituency Tallying Center for Kisumu West constituency. Actually, here the tallying exercise is currently underway. This is an exercise that began just a few hours. Actually, this is a constituency with a registered number of voters about 83,000, and those registered voters are spread across 5 wards with about 163 polling centers. What's happening right now is that basically if you can notice from the pictures that you are being shown by my colleague Christine here, is that the presiding officers from various polling stations, the presiding officers who were charged with manning the polling stations, they are now streaming, coming in with the results here, and the results are being verified by the constituency returning officer here in the presence of political party agents and agents representing independent candidates here. This is an exercise that has been going on all night long. Actually, you do remember that the polling exercise closed yesterday by 5 p.m. and we were hoping that probably by midnight this exercise could have ended, but then it has rolled all night long, and we've been pitching camp here, just noticing what's been happening here. And in terms of security, Wahome, I can authoritatively report that the situation has been calm here. Actually, we've been with the OCPD for Kisumu West, who has been we've been in communication with them, assuring us that there is no cause for alarm here, and generally it has been a peaceful process here, only that it is quite slow. Actually, it is quite slow, but then we just hope for the best, because as we report now, remember I told you there are about 163 polling stations that were used for the exercise, but so far it's only 21 or thereabout that have for which results have been streaming to this tallying center here. We really hope probably the exercise will the pace of the exercise will pick up, and this exercise will be able to run smoothly here. And it's not just the presidential results that people are waiting here. We know quite well that this is one of the political bedrocks of Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is actually the presidential candidate for the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition here. This is a county that is actually, you realize Peter Anyang' Nyong'o is the current governor here, and is seeking to retain that seat, but then he's facing competition again from his predecessor, that's the pioneer governor here, Jack Ranguma. And so far what's happening that the results are continuous streaming in here, and then the county returning officer will be announcing that, or using that form 34B there later on. Basically we just pitch camp here and noticing every development that happen, and we'll be updating our viewers as we get new developments. Wahome.
Well, thank you very much, Wycliffe Okech in Kisumu County, and we will keep tabs on with you during the day, because we know there's a lot of interest when it comes to these elections. So you'll keep us updated on the gubernatorial contest, the senatorial contest, and also for that of the National Assembly, and also for the woman member of, for the county woman member of the National Assembly, what people refer to as the woman representative. So thank you very much, Wycliffe. And now let us join Shiksha Arora, who's out there giving us a little bit of the numbers.
All right, thank you very much for that, Wahome. Now let's just take a look at what exactly the situation is when it comes to the percentages of the vote. William Ruto at 53.08% with 201,885. Raila Odinga with 46.29%. Of course, at 176,068. Now Wycliffe joined us from Kisumu, so it would only be fair to just focus on that and take a look at what exactly the situation is when it comes to Kisumu. So this is what the percentages look like when it comes to the vote in Kisumu County. Raila Odinga at 95.77%, clearly a stronghold for the Azimio leader at 18,472. William Ruto of UDA at 3.92% at 757. George Wajakoya at 0.21%, and that's 41 people who voted for him, with David Mwaure at 0.09%, and that's of course 17 people. Now these are the results so far. As Wycliffe has mentioned, he will be giving us more numbers as they keep coming in. So of course this is subject to change, and these are the provisional results. We'll keep updating you on this. But before I give it back to Wahome, let's just take a look at what the situation was in 2017 elections in Kisumu County. Raila Odinga of NASA back then at 97.91%, and of course he garnered a vote of 430,229. Uhuru Kenyatta from Jubilee Party at 1.76%, and of course 7,743 people voted for him. Taking a look at 2013 with regards to the vote, of course registered voters back then in 2013 was 386,606 people. In 2017 we saw 539,210 people in Kisumu County, and this year we've got 606,754, so the most number of registered voters in the last 3 elections. Of course, if you do a comparison, now let's just take a look at 2013 results when it comes to the vote and the percentages. Raila Odinga at 97.15%. That's 337,232 people who actually voted for him. Uhuru Kenyatta at 1.33%, and 4,630 people voted for him. Musalia Mudavadi at 1.10%. 3,835 people voted for him. Peter Kenneth 0.17% with 586 votes. James Kiapi with 0.11%. Mohammed Dida with 0.06%. Martha Kura with 0.05%. Remember, she was standing for, of course, for president back then. Paul Muite at 0.02%. So yes, that is what the outlook looks like in the last 3 elections when it comes to Kisumu County. We'll definitely be giving you more of an update with regards to the numbers, the percentages as they trickle in. For now, back to Wahome.
Well, thank you very much, Shiksha, and giving us the data and explaining it as far as Kisumu County is concerned. Well, Kasarani, that's one of the constituencies that is in the capital, Nairobi, and we've got Trevor Ngenda to give us a report on how the election process is being covered, and we are taking a look at it not just from the presidential point of view, but we are also factoring in that this is a constituency. The constituency has wards, so they'll need MCAs, and definitely also a vote towards the Senator of Nairobi, the county woman member of the National Assembly, and also the governor of Nairobi. Trevor.
Well, a very good morning to you, Wahome. Indeed, we are coming to you live from the Kasarani county. It has been a long 7-hour wait from the different constituencies in the country, and so far, right now, they just arrived. You can see on this other side, on my right-hand side, I can kindly ask my camera person to pan around to see what is happening right now. We're seeing the action right now. The ballot papers have arrived. They are currently being verified at the PO's checklist desk. This is the presiding officer's checklist desk. After this, they will be taken back now to the presiding officer, who will now be checking whether, at this point, they are checking whether there are any additional papers or any more papers that were used in the ballot papers. They just arrived a few moments ago. It's important to note that in other parts of the country, the process has still not begun. But at this time, at around 5 a.m., we received the papers. And this is what we are seeing right now. We have the presidential ballot papers, the senatorial, the women member the women member of counties of National Assembly. The papers have.
Well, apologies for that breakdown in that link with Trevor Ngenda, who's in Kasarani. And Shiksha, Kasarani, it's a huge constituency geographically within, towards the northeastern side of Nairobi County. I mean, you could just give us a profile of this county. and actually Kasarani constituency.
All right. Yes, absolutely. Let's just take a look at, when it comes to the past two elections, how things were looking in Kasarani. Now, I'll take you through that particular profile with regards to the numbers, the percentages, and of course the vote. Now, in Kasarani, remember, we've got a Kasarani constituency, which we were not able to look at that because the results have not come in as of now. So we've definitely got to, keep updating this. But taking you back to 2017, let's just take a look at what exactly the vote was like in Kasarani. We've got Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. Of course, Raila Odinga at 28,882 votes obtained. Uhuru Kenyatta at 85,468 votes obtained. And this was back in 2017. Of course, the leading candidates there, that is in Kasarani constituency. Taking you all the way back to 2013. Just looking at Kasarani constituency's vote. Remember, this is... Sorry for that. I'm trying to get the number out here. Here we go. Uhuru Kenyatta at 64,313 votes. Raila Odinga at 24,818 votes. And that is back in 2013. So yeah, we will keep updating you as soon as we have the results for this year. In terms of Kasarani constituency, we'll definitely let you know with regards to the vote. But let's just take a look at Westlands. We have some figures here so far. Raila Odinga at 1,429. William Ruto at 709, David Mwaure at 22, and George Wajakoya at 22 as well. We also have some figures for Embakasi East with Raila Odinga at 12,802 votes obtained so far. William Ruto at 6,169 votes as well. George Wajakoya at 86, while David Mwaure is at 41. So that's pretty much what Nairobi looks like. So we have a few numbers coming in. So as I said earlier on, this is all subject to change. Remember, these are provisional results. We will definitely be giving you all the results as they come in. And remember, we've got our reporters on ground at the different polling stations who are continuously giving us an update and telling the results for us so that they can reflect over here and we can bring to you the percentages as well. So we'll continue to do that. But for now, Wahome, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Shiksha, for that. And well, we are going to be having our teams reporting all around the country, and this is around the clock as we keep up with this electoral process. So now let's move on to a conversation with Pius Masai, and he is our guest in studio. And Pius, some of the things that, from the last 24 hours, conversations that have come is how the members of the public have conducted themselves around voting stations. Previously, you would hear the heckling, or if a candidate shows up, there will be some pandemonium of some sort. There will always be some exceptions to the rule. But overall, what did you pick up as you traveled south from Kiganjo to Nairobi?
Actually, member of the public, where I visited and where many of my people visited, because I got information, they communicate and send us whatever they see happening right and whatever they see which happening that requires us a concern. We witnessed them being very peaceful, and even outside the polling station, I talked to some outside the polling station, and they are able to say that they want a peaceful election. They are voting peacefully, and they conducted themselves maturely. We did not see any incident in the of hooliganism, apart from any other area that I don't know that may have been mentioned, because I've not been following in some of my information that I have. Because what we saw is that they are conducted themselves peaceful, and they're looking towards accepting results of the ballot. Because they say we are voting and we want to accept our results, and we are still living peacefully. That's what I heard about them. Mm-hmm. Sure.
Now, the other one that everyone has been asking, and this is a process that you always take a look at. Mm-hmm. We can, exclude vagaries to do with the weather, but what has been, the logistical process of ensuring that ballot papers, ballot boxes, polling booths, the lights or everything that is needed as a polling station gets to the destination in time and in good order?
Actually, as you're aware that IEBC, though we know, there are systems in place in their logistics, in that through their planning, it's their responsibility to ensure that the whole component of a group of people who are working as a team in a particular station, they move and arrive at the location within the limited time and the required time. But you may find that most of their plans succeeds. However, you may find that due to our geographical challenges in some areas, we might have challenges, there may be delay. And when there is a delay, we're aware that they have within the arrangement to organize, to adjust, so that voting doesn't delay. But what I know, like when the voting was yesterday, they started the other day, transporting the material and the people. And it's a responsibility of the presiding officer to organize for the East team and the logistics arrangement required. Even if there will be a time whereby they may delay to start, the chairman told us, the chairman IEBC, Mr. Afla Chebukati, said they're allowed to adjust the time to fit the situation.
Now, let's come to the other one, and I'm just trying to think about how this is going to work. We have got about 9 votes, different places that are going to be Kakamega and Mombasa. We'll have to hold their gubernatorial elections on the 23rd of August. Kacheliba and Pokot South will have to have the elections on the same date, as will also Rongai, Nakuru. We also have got, the other the constituencies whose elections have been postponed. What would it be like for the commission, knowing very well that this is election announcement period? Without being speculative or anything, this is the time that people try to bring in the, as we call them, the Supreme Court petitions, raise the petitions. What kind of process
actually
is in for the next 2 weeks?
According to information we received from the chair, because Wafula Chebukati gives briefing all the time, and we have been there physically present in his briefings, and they are prepared. And in any planning, you may plan, things will go as planned, and some things will not go as planned. As the way it has happened to the areas that you mentioned that election didn't take place, but the IEBC has announced that on 23rd of this month, there will be election in those areas. Actually, what I know, the challenge will be on the voter. Some voters had requested for permission to go and vote, and some voters had planned that they go and vote at that time. So the voter turnout may be lower than expected. Why? Because the public didn't expect that they'll miss voting. So as far as I know, in terms of the IEBC, they have the system in place, because they have already disclosed that they are, in case of any challenges, they are ready. And if in case of any court battle was taking place, IEBC, we know the IEBC of Kenya have systems. So if anyone that will not be happy that has been denied a chance, and lawfully has a responsibility to go and file a case through the legal process. And actually, as far as I know, the IEBC, they have it is within their planning that some things of that nature may come up. So there are plans for that, we know.
All right. Now, the other one is the kind of messaging, that IEBC has put out through infomercials. They've been sending text messages, and we've also seen, choirs around, singing about elections and how people should conduct themselves around elections. Raises now brings about the question, after what we've had over this weekend. It's not a by-election. This is not a by-election. It is actually a general election scheduled constitutionally with 57% voter turnout. How would it then affect the turnout 2 weeks from now? People will, schools, in terms of, because there are things that people have to put into consideration. Schools, having to stay open or close for that election to take place, people having to leave their day jobs unless it is gazetted a holiday within the zones?
Actually, it's challenging, and it comes with a lot of costs and challenges within the stakeholders' involvement, because it requires a facility to conduct an election. That facility maybe is not, its primary purpose is not an election center. It's declared to be an election facility for that particular time. So actually, I know it will have challenges, and it may not actually be the way it had been planned before. It will be happening differently in terms of the voting pattern and also the presence of the voters and also affecting the particular owners of that facility. If it's a school, the pupils or students need to be away from the school. So actually, the voter turnout, as it has been witnessed, is lower, and it may be lower than what is expected of what has happened just in a day ago. So we expect to have, unless something miraculous happens. Yeah.
Well, and remember that those are repeat elections, but also interesting times. Shiksha, I was basically trying to go look at something that is known as the 1/3 gender rule.
Right.
Yes, and where do we start? We start with the Senate. Yes, 47 senators, and guess what? We need 16 to be compliant with that. And also, we're taking a look at the members of the National Assembly, and these are numbers that we need to take a look at because this is the real one now. 47 of what is known as the woman representative, but correctly known as a county woman member of the National Assembly, and a must elect 66. Would you have, a question I'd like to throw to Pius so that, to look at how that can be reached out? Sure enough.
Absolutely. Of course, earlier on, we also had this conversation with regards to the number of women who are actually standing up for the coveted governor's position. And, we also talked about how not just being a governor, also, trickling down to MCAs and senators and other positions as well, and how women are now stepping up in terms of being actively involved in politics. And now we're seeing that this election, we actually might have the first deputy president to be a female. So these are things that are changing. What do you think has ignited that change, the mindset in terms of, being a woman firstly and standing for an election? Back in the day, it was something that we didn't see happen very often, but now we're seeing a shift. Do you think this has anything to do with, the mindset as Kenyans? Do you think we are moving to a progressive Kenya, and of course something that's a Kenya that's more equal?
Actually, for me, that's a plus for this country. If we have realized that it's important to have a woman leading, even a woman becoming a president in this country, it's quite in order. And look, in other countries, states like America, name it. I remember even many years back, like Liberia.
Of course.
What happened there. And
Pakistan as well.
Malawi. They all went ahead of us.
New Zealand.
New Zealand. So actually, what I want to say is that women leaders are credible and women leaders are straight. In terms of leadership, they don't want to play with anything because they don't want any blame. So it's important that as a country, they consider having women leadership. And if a voter has maybe, for example, in the election that has just taken place, decided that the coalition that has women as a woman as a leader will take leadership, that's right. So what is important is us having the right leaders.
Yes.
And women have shown and demonstrated good leadership in various positions. Look at the CJ. Name all of the leaders that you have as women. And that's what we were talking about the previous conversation, that let women choose or select women to lead.
Right.
You realize that, according to my own observation, women some of them don't want to select women to lead. They would like to select a man to lead. Why? Why can't they use a man to lead? Because they have the space. They have been, and Kenya as a country has given women powers. Even in my former organizations, the police service, I have my colleagues, senior leaders, name the prison service, NY, national service, the military, like in Kenya Defense Forces, there's Brigadier Stenei. Stenei, we used to teach in IPSTC, Karen. She was a captain. Even the current, the military, the officer in charge of the Kenya Defense Forces, the General Kapoji, we worked together when he was in Karen as a director. And women in military, you see, most of them also have risen to it. Now in public, now in political, women require space.
Right.
Let us also men know that. Let them vote in women as leaders.
Yeah.
And we cannot use a few examples because women have a capacity to lead. According to me, I value women as leaders.
Do you think that the partnership, obviously, in all the parties, we have a president who has nominated a woman, a female, to be a deputy president, and of course in UDA we've seen that it's two men running for the presidential positions and the deputy president position. Do you think that this could somehow alter or impact the vote against them by any chance? Do you think there's a possibility of that happening?
Possibly. I remember when former Prime Minister, who is now vying for the president,
yes,
who has been contesting as a president, who was waiting for the result, when he is elected Mathare as a running mate,
yes,
things changed, and even things in Central Province changed, the voting pattern, and I believe it has affected the results in Central region.
Absolutely, in a positive way.
And not only in Central, and all of the country.
Yes,
I've been transversing this country, and there was a lot of talk about
shift in the trends.
Mathare.
Yes.
She's known about her leadership. She's known about the past performance. She's a no-nonsense person in terms of certain things.
And she's been in politics for years.
And she has been in politics for years.
Yes, decades.
And actually, it may affect results to some of the contestants, like the way you mentioned, the UDA, they considered having a male,
yes,
which was their choice. Is correct. It's a good choice, of course, for UDA and Kenya Kwanza. But what's important is for us to understand that all women have skills for leadership.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
All right, of course, and as we continue to have these conversations, remember the results are due to be announced no later than August 16th, any second round runoff, which will be held within 30 days. And if no candidate files a challenge to the results with the Supreme Court, and the winner takes office in 2 weeks after the final results are announced by IEBC. And if the court orders an annulment, a new vote must be held within 60 days. The winner obviously needs 50% plus one vote in 24 of the 47 counties, and of course Kenyans are also choosing 47 county governors, 47 senators, 47 female representatives, 290 members of parliament, and 1,450 county assembly members, and there are a total of 16,100 candidates this election. Now, as we continue to just have this conversation about the different counties and how things are faring so far, how things are doing so far in respective counties, we are also supposed to get an update from Beatrice Gatonye, who is supposed to give us an update from Gatundu South at some point.
Yes, Beatrice, yeah, the second most populous county as far as votes are concerned.
Yes.
And this is in the country after Nairobi County. You've got Nakuru, you've got Kakamega. Those are the counties that have got huge numbers. And earlier in the night, just a few, maybe just a couple of hours ago, Diva was here, and she spoke about, people, the misconception that women are, how would I call it, the disconnect between the number of women in the population vis-a-vis those who are registered as voters And people will say women, they're their own worst enemies or this or this. But first of all, how then do you get more registered? Because all these calls are made, and all you need to, and the IEBC hires clerks who go around the country, and at times all they do is sit under shade for 8-9 hours and only 3 people show up.
Actually, it is a challenge for our people in Kenya to go and participate in registration as voters, especially youth. Women, I thank them because they normally register in large numbers. And some men don't register as voters. They will go astray by being confused in some of the tracks and confusing there, and they don't have votes. Most people follow politicians. They don't have votes, but they know how to make noise. They are very strong. They can do certain things, but they don't have votes. I'm telling you, I know.
Go entertain a politician and you are there,
yes, they can make noise. If you go to funerals when the time they are doing politics, they are the people who make noise, but they have no votes. You understand? And most of the youth, like you see, when politicians plan for rallies, what and what, you'll find youth are following. But some youth have taken responsibility. They have voting cards. Some don't have. Even some don't know that they have a responsibility just as voters. So there's a lot of attitude change.
In fact, just to chip into that point, you know, when Professor George Wajackoyah announced that he is running for presidency, we just saw an uproar online, and social media was just going ablaze with all about him, and there was talk of him for a very long time. And the youth really seemed to be supporting him, sharing his content, and really just giving all sorts of positive comments of, oh, we're going to give our vote to Professor George Wajackoyah. But it's really not reflecting in the numbers. And I don't understand, what exactly do you think could have gone wrong? Is it because they don't want to vote?
No. I personally witnessed the launch of Professor Wajackoyah in KICC.
Okay.
We saw a number of youth who came to witness. And in social media, in places, while we were in normal activities, people have been talking about Professor Wajackoyah.
Absolutely.
But what I'm seeing, they have not voted for him.
Yes.
It's not reflecting. Because they have been all over. This time is Wajackoyah, Professor Wajackoyah. That's has been the talk. They're not walking the talk.
And I think it's attributed to the fact that the youth is not registering to vote for elections.
It's true. They have been cheering, but they have no votes.
Yes.
So it's important the youth think about registering as voters.
Yes.
Because the way they've been moving and attending rallies, meetings of Professor Wajackoyah, if they could vote and convince their parents, convince their friends and their colleagues to vote. I said one thing before we started these discussions some time back, that youth, we have them in large numbers.
Yes, we do.
They can change this country. You see now we have got the Youth Council. I was with them in Mombasa at the time, training them with the IEBC. And the youth, if they can really understand that they have a responsibility to lead through a ballot, why can they register as voters?
Yes.
And they vote for each other, winning seats. But let us just wait to sort of this election. How many youth are going? How many youth are going to win this election?
In fact, you know, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because I know when in the US, for instance, when Kamala Harris was running, you know, as DP, as vice president, I felt like most of the uproar was for her and was by the youth.
Yes.
They were very proud to see a woman actually, you know, taking that position and taking up space as vice president, and it was a big deal, and it was, you know, there was a movement when it came to her. So if we use the same, you know, example here in Kenya, and we actually kind of embrace that as well as the youth, I feel like there could be something, there could be a change.
Actually, if you want to get youth, announce there's an artist from Tanzania, name it.
Diamond.
Diamond will be, you've seen that Diamond will be in Kasarani, it will be full.
Yes.
You understand? But now what about election? That you can make a change in their life. I personally, in my organization, the consortium, we have a slogan that says, employ youth without asking for experience. They have not picked it. Instead of them picking and running with it away, that let us tell employers to employ us.
And the other question is that I want to ask this is, I mean, for a very long time, I'll call it, let me simply say this, for my lifetime, we've been told, vijana nyinyi ndio viongozi wa kesho. But this, lakini hii kesho haifiki.
Kesho ni nini? When is kesho? Should be today. Vijana viongozi, kama kijana unanitazama kwa runinga, wewe ni kiongozi wa leo, sio kesho. Hiyo kesho haitafika. Na kitu kingine, maybe if you want, you say that maybe the government can devise a method of a voter, when a voter comes to vote, should be given a package, maybe 2 kilograms of sugar, or a packet of milk, an incentive. I think that one will work. Let the government think about this one, so that in the future, that anybody who votes, maybe will get a t-shirt, will get a cloth. I think that one will work, because there's something to be found there. But just, although there are many good people who vote or who participate without any conditions, but majority will want something. As I said before, anyone Kenyan want to do something, ask, what are you giving me? Okay, show me. I want to know the chief's office. He'll tell you, okay, I've shown you. Give me something. Look at that. Where are we as Kenyans?
Well, Paez Masai, and he is a security expert, and he's leading a consortium of election observers here in Kenya. And the pictures on your screen right now are coming in from the Kasarani constituency tallying center. As you can see, the ballot boxes now all being put gathered together. And remember, just by taking a look at the color, you can know which ballot box belongs where. A white box, that's for the presidential one, and you realize for the member of the National Assembly, for the senator, for the governor, for the county woman member of the National Assembly, for the member of the county assembly, they are all differently color coded, and this is where they're taking them, so that the confirmation of all the forms 34 to 39A, that is the polling station form that shows the total of votes cast at that place. All those forms, they've got to be verified and a result, and also so that they are tallied. Remember, for the presidential election, and this was stated explicitly by IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati, is that when a result is announced at the polling station, it is final. So, right now, they are yet to be declared nationally because the forms are still trickling. There are about 91% of Form 34As have been declared, and our team that is out in the field is collecting them and sending over to us. Shiksha, you could, tell us where we are before we take this break and hand over to the daytime team.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Wahome. Now, just to add on to what you had mentioned about the 34A forms, remember the expected number was 46,229, but as of now, 41,877 have been submitted to the portal, which makes it 90.59% to be precise. Just less than 10% short until we have a clearer picture of what exactly is going on, and of course an indication of which side things will be leaning to. But for now, looking at my screen right now, there's 22 million, 102,532 voters that were registered. And this is an analysis from our team and the different polling stations who are giving us an update as we speak, and of course gathering these numbers and this data. William Ruto at 53.44%, 209,375 voters. Raila Odinga 45.92%, 179,890. And of course the colors, as you can see very clearly on the map, Turkana, Wajir, we've got Garissa, we've got Taita Taveta, Mombasa, Lamu, pretty much looking blue, blue meaning Azimio, a stronghold of Azimio. And of course when it comes to yellow, we've got a lot of other towns, as you can see, Uasin Gishu, Nandi, Pokot, Nakuru, Nyeri, Kiambu, Embu, Meru, Isiolo, pretty much looking yellow. So this is what the situation is currently looking. So don't forget, because right here we'll be giving you updates. As you can see, the numbers have just changed to 53.22%. That's William Ruto, and 210,467 votes obtained. Raila Odinga at 46.14%. So this is pretty much the tally from our team right here, who are on ground in the different polling stations, giving us these results and just gathering this data for us. We will continue the coverage right here on KBC Channel 1. We've got our team on board. Victor Olo is on standby. He will be coming in to take over and, of course, give you an in-depth coverage of the results as they continue to trickle in right here on KBC Channel 1. That's it from me, Shiksha Arora, and my co-anchor, Wahome.
Well, thank you very much, Shiksha. And we're going to give Paz Messiah a closing word. Looking from your observation and from the observation that you've carried out this year, what is the difference with the 2022 general election from 2017?
Actually, 2022 elections in Kenya is critical. That's the observation that I look to here observers giving such a kind of report, because we have witnessed what there was a preparedness, how things have happened, and the conducting of the election itself. But what I want to say is let us also think about the situation whereby the president that is going to win to consider working with the losers, and also losers accepting they have lost, but they're still Kenyans. And what about the larger component of people who will have failed elections? We need also to consider to address that disaster. It is a disaster. That disaster can cause more disasters in this country if not addressed. And then another thing is Kenyans accepting the results. They voted. We voted. Let us accept the results. And for 5 years, we accept whoever will lead us as our president, as we look forward to having for another person to get another time when it comes for that time. But for now, we accept and we cool down as we start another process of electioneering. Thank you.
Well, remember that this electioneering process is going to be an odd one, because it's going to continue for another 2 weeks, because we've got elections, not by-elections, full elections to take in 2 counties and 5 constituencies and another 2 wards. Well, from me, Daniel Wahome, have a good day. And I want to say thank you very much to the team that put these together. And I will now be handing you over to the trio of Jane Momboy, Victor Olo, and Jacob Curia. Our sign language interpreter has been Lucy Mwaure. Have a good day.
Habari yako mtazamaji na msikilizaji wangu asubuhi ya leo. Ningependa kukusalimia kwa jina kuu la Yesu Kristo. Na asubuhi ya leo ningependa kukuletea kwamba ujumbe ambao Mungu amenipa leo, na tutaongozwa na maandiko matakatifu katika kitabu cha Hesabu, ambacho ni mlango wa 14 na mstari wake wa 8. Ikawa Mwenyezi Mungu amependezwa, ikiwa Mwenyezi Mungu atapendezwa nasi na kuipeleka ikiwa atapendezwa nasi huko na kunyenyekea kwetu, atatupa nchi iliyojawa na asali na maziwa. Basi mahali pale muweze kuparidhi katika nchi hiyo ambayo Mwenyezi Mungu aliwaapia baba zenu. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Siku ya leo ningependa kusema ya kwamba Mungu anapoombwa usikia maombi. Na anaposikia maombi, kwa sababu alitoka na Musa pale katika mlima wa Horebu. Mungu aliposikia maombi yao, aliwaahidia ya kwamba nchi ambayo alikuwa amewaekea, Mungu alisema ya kwamba nitawaridhisha. Na akawaambia nchi hiyo imejawa na maziwa na asali. Wakati ule Musa alipoomba, ndio Mungu alisikia na akaahidi. Akasema ya kwamba mtakapo nipendeza mimi Mungu, nami nitawaridhisha hiyo nchi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Kwa sababu hiyo ningependa kusema ya kwamba Wakenya, ya kwamba tunapomuomba Mungu, tunaponyenyekea mbele za Mungu, tunapompendeza Mungu, yeye usikia maombi yetu. Wakati tunapoomba wapendwa, Mungu anaturidhisha baraka ambazo ametuwekea. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Kwa hivyo wapendwa, asubuhi ya leo Mungu anasema ya kwamba tukipendeza Mungu, mlali tu tusimuasi, yeye anaahidi ya kwamba kuna baraka ametuwekea kama wananchi. Kuna ahadi ambayo ametuahidia. Aliyoahidia Musa wakati alitoka mlimani kuomba pale Horebu. Alimwambia kwamba mtakapoomba na mkae kwa njia safi na njia ya kunipendeza mimi Mungu, nami nitawaridhisha urithi ambao nimewahidia. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Kwa hivyo mpendwa, mahali ulipo, unapoomba bila kumwasi Mungu, unapoomba bila kiburi, unapoomba bila furugu, Mungu akipendezwa anasema ya kwamba ataturidhisha kile tumeishi kugojea. Tunagojea mambo makubwa yatendeke katika taifa. Tunagojea Mungu atupe kiongozi. Tunagojea Mungu atupe kiongozi wa nchi. Kwa hivyo inatupasa kila mmoja mahali ulipo, tuendelee kuomba kama Musa alipoteremka kutoka mlima Horebu. Alipotoka pale, Mungu alimwambia jambo, kwa maana aliomba maombi na Mungu akapendezwa. Akamwambia kwa mimi nitawaridhisha mji wenu, wana wa Israeli. Wakati walikuwa wameishi pale Misri, aliwaahidi hilo jambo, kwa maana ilimpendeza Mungu. Kwa maombi yao waliomba wakiwa wamenyenyekea. Kwa hivyo sisi wa Kenya wapendwa, kila mmoja mahali alipo, tukiomba kwa unyenyekevu, tumpendeze Mungu bila kumwasi Mungu, bila kuwa na mipango ya kuasi mmoja na mwingine, Mungu akipendezwa anaturidhisha ushindi wetu, na Mungu akaweza kuwabariki. Ningependa tufike kiwango cha kuomba kwa sababu ya neno hilo. Tukaweza kuomba kila moja. Baba, kwa jina kuu la Yesu Kristo, asante kwa rehema na neema zako nyingi. Wewe Mungu imekupendeza ya kwamba Musa alipotoka mlimani alikuomba pamoja na wana wa Israeli, ikakupendeza ukawafikisha katika ahadi, na ukanena pamoja na wao ukawaambia, mji niliowaekea baba zenu, mji wa maziwa na asali, nitawaridhisha wakati mnaponipendeza. Na hivyo Bwana, siku leo naomba katika taifa letu Mungu, wakati tunapokuomba, tunaponyenyekea mbele zako bila kupigana, bila vita, Mungu wetu inakupendeza uturidhishe kiongozi mwema, uturidhishe baraka zetu, uturidhishe ushindi, kwa sababu wewe ni Mungu wa ahadi, kama vile ulivyoahidi Musa na mbali ya Israeli. Kwa hivyo Bwana, twaomba tukitarajia baraka zako tunaponyenyekea mbele zako, na ikupendeze. Kwa jina kula Yesu tumeomba na kushukuru. Amen. Amen.
Let's not destroy what we have built for so many years. So show up on the 9th of August, vote peacefully, and go back home.
Life cannot always be too serious.
Yeah, man, what's up here? Allah?
We've got to take some time off and laugh, 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 and laugh. And we tickle you down with lots of laughter.
That's why I'm saying I'm who is who.
Huh? With satire like no other.
Tell him to bring it on.
Dakachapa.
If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Here at KBC Channel 1, the national broadcaster, we have a plot.
And as Kenya decides on its 5th president, governors,
senators,
members of the National Assembly,
and those of the 47 county assemblies, KBC is ready more than ever before to be your one-stop shop in delivering authentic,
credible and timely 2022 election news on a 24-hour basis.
Only on Kenya Decides.
Good morning, Kenya. From whichever part of the country you're watching us from, even across our borders, we are glad that you are up in the early with us once again this 10th day of August 2022. It is a busy day ahead of the country. IEBC taking their position today after Kenyans went to the ballot yesterday, and now it's the turn for IEBC to collect and transmit the results as they come to ground zero. That is the nerve center, Bomas of Kenya. Now, over around 22 million registered Kenyans went to the ballot yesterday, but so far we are yet to get the exact figures as per the IEBC. They'll be giving an hourly update also, depending on the situation at the Bomas of Kenya. For the next hours, we'll be here, but first of all, let me also thank the entire team who was here the entire night. We are now taking over the steering wheel with you. My name is Victor Lowe, but before then, John Jacob Curia is also around. Jacob, good morning.
Good morning, a fantastic morning this is, as obviously we get into the final tallying of the presidential result, and clearly, as you can see, we have made quite some progress. And think about it this way, in some sense, because the IEBC appears very keen on delivering this election within this next 2 days.
Absolutely.
Over time, it has delayed even for 7 days, but it appears like 90% of the polling stations have returned their results. So we are on and ready.
Absolutely. And that is what's going to be expected, with a lot of expectation from Kenyans just to know who is winning. But before we get there,
absolutely, Jane is
Lady
also
J.
on set. Let's bring her in to tell us what is happening. Jane, good morning.
Good morning. A warm welcome once again to Kenya Decides. My name is Jane Omboy. As always, we are here to bring you the latest in regards to the numbers that have already been made public. But remember, we have our own provisional results as per our own count. But remember, IEBC has the final say, and we'll be here to keep you up to date with all the figures as and when they do come in, looking at different counties and the constituency that have already been covered. So this is real-time information, and we do hope you stay with us through and through. Also interact with us using the hashtag Kenya Decides 2022 at KBC Channel 1 is our official station handle. Our individual handles are at Victor Olo, at J Curia, and of course at Jane Wamboy. We'll also be interacting with you, just looking at some of the information, and you're just sharing your comments on the social media platforms. But as you can see, this is the latest as per our count. We have the Deputy President William Ruto leading there with a 52.54 percentage, which translates to 17,722 votes. Raila Odinga coming in second with 193,979. And this particular figure translates to about 46.81% of the votes that have been tallied so far. George Wajakoya, Professor, coming in third with 1,779 votes, again translating to 0.43% of the vote. And David Mwaure in fourth position with 879 votes, which translates to 0.21%. Now remember, these are just provisional results, provisional presidential results. IEBC has the final say, and of course we will be keeping up with the numbers as they make them public. And as you can see, the different colors on this particular map represent the different candidates. From what we can see at the center there, color yellow represents Deputy President William Ruto. The blue color goes on to represent Raila Odinga. George Wajakoya is represented by color green, and of course David Mwaure will be represented with color purple. Now, just because you see this color in full coverage, it does not mean that tallying is complete in this particular counties. Just looking at a county like Marsabit right there, as you can see, 4 constituencies here, but only 3 of them have already submitted their results. And as you can see here in North Horr, they are yet to give the final results of this particular exercise. And you know, this goes on to just show you that these are provisional results and not the final results of this particular voting exercise. Again, to just sample a different county, let's come to Machakos. Here we go. We have Machakos right there. As you can see, quite a number of constituencies are yet to finalize their results. And as you can see, so far, these particular counties that have turned from grey to blue represent that Raila Odinga is leading. And as you can see, this is Matungulu constituency. Raila Odinga is leading with 624 votes. Second, we have William Ruto in the 3rd position, Wajakoya with 3 votes. And finally, David Mwaure with 2 votes. So again, these are provisional results as per our tallying, as it is a leeway that was allowed by the IEBC to allow media houses to just keep up with the tallying. But this we will be updating as we proceed on with this discussion. Again, the hashtag is Kenya Decides 2022. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Jane. And indeed, we're going to head over to the Bomas of Kenya after that update on how each candidate is faring as it is right now. Let's head over to Bomas of Kenya. Our reporter, Regina Manyara, is live from the Bomas of Kenya. Regina, good morning. What's the latest from Bomas? All right. Looks like Regina is not ready just yet. We'll be linking up with her. But the biggest deal in this election will be the voter turnout, and I'm sure the IEBC will be speaking about it. Can we go to Bomas now? All right.
Good morning. We are coming indeed live from the NAV Center, that is the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya. John Jacob Kiria there, Victor Olo, as well as Jane Wamboi. What you see behind you is just what is happening. It may seem as if nothing is happening, but just to inform you that before all the stakeholders that are here, that is including media as well as observers, agents of political parties, security teams led by the bomb squad had to do a full sweep of the auditorium to ensure the safety and security of the occupants therein. But I'm not alone here at the National Tallying Center. I'm joined by my colleague Ben Troy Joy. Good morning.
Good morning, Ray, and good morning, guys, back in studio. And we have been sticking out here since last night, quite braving some quite low temperatures, pesky mosquitoes. But the good thing is that we've been following keenly on what has been happening when it comes to Form 34A. And of course, we have been some entertainment, as you can hear from our background, some patriotic songs which have been playing since last night. As we stand is that even you, the viewer at home, you can have a chance to follow up on the Form 34A, which is used for the presidential tallying. As at now, I can just have a quick check. It's 91.21%, meaning you just need to go to the website, that is forms.iebc.or.ke. It doesn't matter where you are, but you'll be able to get all the 34 Form 34A from all the over 46,229 polling stations.
Indeed, Troy, just to remind our viewer is that the IEBC chair himself, Wafula Chebukati, here is a presiding and returning officer in as far as the presidential vote is concerned. And be as it may, tallying has already begun. It began in the wee hours of the morning across the 47 counties, looking at around 2 a.m. and it's still underway. That's why we've not had any RO get to the National Tallying Center, where verification and announcement of the results is going to be happening. Maybe this has you confused because, you know, the IEBC gave access to media houses as well as other stakeholders to conduct parallel tallying of these votes. What you're seeing probably, if you are streaming live or even watching your television set, are provisional results. Now, Ben, do you think that this is quite confusing to the viewer back at home?
There's one thing that IEBC and IEBC chairman said yesterday in terms of the media, they told us that, remember, these are just provisional results and you should be very careful because at the end of the day, you have seen that in their website, IEBC has not actually tallied, but media houses, observers, and even candidates can tally their own, but they cannot declare. You know, of course, when it comes to these forms, there could be a lot of errors. Remember, they are being written by using a pen, which some figures may look like may look the same. Case in point, number 7, number 1, number 3, number 8, and that is why IEBC chair was very categorical. We should be very careful when we are doing this tallying. But the good thing is that you can follow it up and see where we are in that. And looking or judging by the speed at which these forms have been able to be availed, we have doing around 12 hours since the polls stopped last night, and we have done already 91%. So based on that, we can clearly say that by midday we could be done with the forms 34A.
Indeed. Now, there's been a question over since the first day, or rather since Kenyans went to the ballot, the issue of low voter turnout. That is one of the issues I'm sure you will be discussing this morning, JJ there and Co. Is this going to change the tide when it comes to this closely contested election, with provisional results already being made available via social media as well as mainstream media? The issue of low voter turnout. And the question is, when you say there's a lot to lose or gain in this particular election, who is losing, who is winning, and to what end? So we'll continue keeping tabs on what is happening at the National Tallying Center here at the Bomas of Kenya. But for now, as you can see, it's basically nothing much is happening, but everyone is ready to immediately an arrow walks through that door. Counting and tallying and a verification is going to happen, and then IEBC will start broadcasting the particular results per the 6 elective posts that we have. Ben Troy, maybe you can close for us this session.
Yes, and as you can see, the media, we have our own place that we will be. There are stands that the media will be. So we are estimating the next couple of minutes this place will be a hive of activities, and we are keenly following it up. Remember, all the results, as Ray has alluded to, are all provisional results, and we are waiting for an official statement from IEBC. And of course, remember, all the presses that the IEBC is going to give in regards to the general election will be here to ensure that we cover everything.
Indeed, from I, Regina Manyara.
And I, Ben Troinjo.
We wish you a great viewing ahead this morning. Back to you, Broadcasting House.
All right, Regina Manyara and Ben Troy at the Nav Center, that is Bomas of Kenya, where every action will be taking place today. All eyes on Chebukati and the entire Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. As it is right now, the return is so far looking so good. Around 91,000,
91.37%. So we're looking at about 4,000 polling stations.
Or Form 34As.
Yeah, Form 34As. And Jen will be giving us that summation. But something very interesting, it appears like the IEBC left the job of tallying to the media. Political parties, their work is just to relay the forms, and so it's up to you to tally the results if you want, and you can download it and tally. Probably before we talk about that, let's head over to Jane to give us the latest figures on the IEBC website.
Now, this is what the IEBC has put out on their website in regards to the latest in regards to the presidential results. But what our viewers need to understand, the chain of transmission of this particular results. Now, once counting is completed at the polling station, they're then transmitted to the county tallying center, the constituency tallying center rather, by the presiding officer. And at that point is where the member of National Assembly and members of Parliament results are announced. From this point, the gubernatorial gubernatorial, senatorial, and women rep results are then transmitted to the county tallying center by the deputy returning officer. But the presidential results are transmitted by the returning officer to the national tallying center. And this right here is what has been transmitted to that level, and IEBC is able to put out. And as you can see, the number of Form 34A forms that have been transmitted so far, 91.37%. And you guys can agree with me when we say this figure is quite significant, with 42,238 out of 46,229. So you can see the number of Form 34As that haven't gotten to this, that have not been keyed in here, are quite little. And this just shows us that the latest that IEBC has put out, we are nearing the end where they will finally be putting out the presidential results. So these are only the presidential results that IEBC will officially declare. But as we continue with the program here, we will be giving you provisional results as per our own tallying. Victor and Curia.
Thank you, Jane. This is how the figures are looking at from the end of the IEBC, and looking at in the sense that we don't have a tally from the IEBC for the first time. And it appears like I've bashed the IEBC for some time, telling them, guys, you're slow. Now they have left the job to us to do the tally. And, we might do our own tally, and everybody else. We have got observers, different media houses. There is that freeway for us to do our own tally. Even political parties.
Even the political parties, even the candidates themselves have set up their tallying centers somewhere at their secret places, but the final results will be announced by the IEBC. So this is just to set up that trend of verification, but the final tally and results will be announced by Wafula Chebukati. Now, as it is right now, so far so good, everything is looking pretty well. When I come to work, Curia, just to give a background, apparently people are back to work, and life seemed to be so normal that Kenyans were waiting for this particular day to come, pass, and let them go back to their daily business.
The excitement that naturally is associated with elections in Kenya has died down for some reason. It has died down for some reason, because yesterday, coupled with the turnout, the excitement you see at night, the excitement you would expect to see this morning, is not there. And one, I would say, like we were saying on Monday and Sunday, there's a sense of maturity that the Kenyan voter has assumed now.
Yes.
But there is also a sense of indifference. Maturity and indifference. The live pictures you're seeing on your screen are from Gatundu, should be Gatundu South. Those are live pictures from Gatundu South. But I'm saying there's a sense of maturity and at the same time a sense of indifference.
Right.
And this could be coupled with what we have been able to see the last 4 years, 5 years, and probably the disappointment with leadership. This could be some of the reasons that led to that, because yesterday you would expect to have seen, by the time the results are trickling in, you expected some excitement.
Some excitement all over.
We already have some results showing the two leading candidates doing very well, both of them, but still
there's there's no excitement across. Perhaps Kenyans have become of age based on what we learned in the past. And we had a discussion here, and our guest was saying that most of the problems we face as a country is always started by the politicians. A politician will say, let's go to the left, that's what the masses will do. Let's go to the right, that's what the masses will do. But it seems like even the politicians themselves got a cue from the big boys outside. We've learned from our past. But the general situation in our country, the economy is squeezing Kenyans to the corner. The education system is also squeezing Kenyans to the corner. You look at the situation where we want to vote and go back to a daily business. How are you going to pay that school fee? Because kids came from school last week. And according to the circular, they should be back to school this week. We are yet to get that communication for the education ministry, whether they'll be back today, tomorrow, or whichever.
I think there will be an extension at some point, because it's not possible that they go back to school without having dusted off with a presidential election. But I've just remembered this morning that you need to pay me.
Do I owe you?
Particularly for consultation.
What do I have to...
I told you yesterday morning, from the numbers we were seeing on the screen from Kisumu, and I told you the turnout in this election is very bad.
Did you have a Kenya or an intelligence somewhere?
It's just easy. Because, let me tell you, looking at the numbers and imagining that every stream has 700, at least a maximum of 700.
Yeah.
But on the minimum, there would be about 400 then in every polling station. Looking at the numbers of people who were lining up in that picture in Kisumu, not just Kisumu, because we had pictures from different places. Looking at the number of people lining up in each polling station, I've told you, we are in a very, very thick situation in terms of turnout. It turned out true.
Yeah, the rate at which there was a serious state of voter apathy in the country is something to talk about, because we'll have this discussion later on with our guests just to interrogate why there was that voter apathy. A majority of Kenyans did not go to the ballot to vote. Then what about the huge crowds at the political rallies? What happened?
They were in it for the cash.
You get what I'm saying? Why did it not reflect at the ballot? Because you'd imagine Nairobi would come to a standstill with a particular candidate, then when it comes to the ballot, it's completely a different story. So that is something that we need to interrogate, or perhaps as a country, we need to go deep and check the distance between the voter or the gap between the voter, the executive, and the leadership. That gap is so big.
It's something you need to look at. Yeah. And I also hate to be the one to say this, but probably it is time to relook at the importance of pollsters in an election.
Right.
And particularly in the context of the Republic of Kenya, because, I mean, this is not the first time pollsters are missing the mark on a wide scale. But in the other elections, probably you could excuse them, because if they missed the mark, they missed it by 2-3%. Right. And you would say they were within the margin of error then. But how do you not predict such voter apathy? Because they only said only 6%. They were saying about 6% was undecided.
6% based on this number is completely different.
And which means then, if it was 6% undecided, against 22 million registered voters, then the only people who should have not have turned out because they were undecided was about 1.32 million. For 10 million people not to show up to exercise their right to vote,
it's something to worry about.
Tells you something,
because
it's really wrong.
Let's go back and ask ourselves, is there a relationship between the voter and the politicians? Because you realize that politicians will always come to the voter towards the tail end of the term. That's when they start having that engagement. So what happens in between the first day, like today, until the 9th or another 5th year, another cycle of an election, what happens in between? The gap between the leadership and the voter is always so wide. So the relationship between the voter and the leadership is always so frosty that by the time you're coming to tell me that I should vote for you, that person who was 18 years ago already shall have clocked several years, and he or she doesn't know who the MP, the MCA, the senator, the governor, even the president, who the president is. Who are you talking to? That's the question. So the gap between the voter and the leadership is something that should be looked into. And again, public participation.
Public participation.
Leadership will always come, sit down somewhere, have their words final, and then drop it to the mwananchi. So mwananchi will always feel like, okay, fine, tuko na waheshimiwa hapa, so we are good to go.
And you have on your screen the IEBC website, obviously showing the return of Form 34As. These are the forms that are being used to collect the presidential results. So far, it appears like we have about 4,000 polling stations remaining, and once we have that, then every person can do their individual tally. And this is even available to the members of the public. You can also go to the website, download the forms yourself. If you have a good calculator that won't give you E's and A's, then you can still calculate the results and still have the results by yourself. So it is available. And I don't know why so many people are relying on bloggers to tell them what is happening. This website is public. It is available. It depends on the speed of collation of results, but that's just it. So you can see that website. But as you mention it, and I'm thinking about politicians, if there is an election that is going to provide critical lessons to politicians, it's the 2022 general election.
Right.
Never again shall you assume the welfare of the people. Never again
voter are clueless.
shall you assume that people are clueless. Never again shall you assume that it is easy to confuse the voter.
Yeah.
Never again shall you assume that you can actually assuage the voter on the very last day of the election, or 10 days towards the election, or 15 days towards the election. Because there are those who clearly are taking a linear decision that I'm not voting. What irrespective of what you do, I'm not voting. But if you come around my place and you have got money, I will take it and I will enjoy it.
That reminds me of the language you use on the streets. Tunapeleka na rieng. Acha kuje tunapeleka na rieng. Ikifika kwa ballot, things change. There is this little animal called Form 34A that we've been talking about. It will be talked about at the Bomas of Kenya. Chebukati will be talking about Form 34A. Already we've seen 91% of Form 34A. So what is this Form 34A? It's as simple as this. This is the first form used to fill in the results of the presidential election. Now the form is filled in by a presiding officer at a polling station after completion of counting of votes. Then it's relayed to the National Tallying Center.
That is Form 34A.
That is Form 34A.
And it is important to note that the Form 34A, the results entered here in the that Form 34A, particularly in the presidential election, that means it's the end of story. The Maina Kiai case says that the results entered on Form 34A are final. So there's no room even for Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of the IEBC, to amend any
He can't alter anything
on Form 34A.
Exactly.
His work is to collect and announce results as a returning officer for the presidential election. But in terms of amending or changing anything that appears there, and you know something very interesting, the Maina Kiai, that's why we say Kenya is a budding democracy that keeps building cornerstones around its democracy. Because the Maina Kiai case ended a lot of mistrust, number one, in the process, and creates what you would say a form of credibility or a semblance of credibility. Because before this form is, before you take an image of this form and post it on the IEBC portal, so that it is captured like the way you're seeing these forms being captured, the agents of each political party must sign on this form as evidence of we were here as these votes were being tallied, and this is exactly what my candidate got in this. And each one of them must sign, and then the last signing person is a presiding officer who will then, after that, take the photo and then relate to the IEBC. So it's a form of credibility in the sense that if I got 2 votes,
that's the vote will be relayed.
In Kiambudia Primary School inside Mathare constituency, it will be entered at Bomas that I actually got 2 votes. And there's no room for Chebukati to give me 20. There's no room for anybody else to amend and put 2 zeros and make them 200. That's just the simplicity.
And all these forms have security codes. It's like a scratch card. Once you scratch the card, you recharge or you top up, that card is returned obsolete. So this is what happened. All the agents at the polling station, at the polling centers, will have to take a photo to verify, sign, and the presiding officer now will say, this is final. So you cannot re-enter any other Form 34A and send it to the tallying center. That is just final. So the security features on these papers is something to admire. Now, after Form 34A, we go to Form 34B. So Form 34B, this is the form which is a collection of all forms of Form 34As from all polling stations in a constituency. Let me take that. Form 34B, this form is a collection of all Form 34As from all polling stations in a constituency.
So this one is one form generated from each constituency.
Exactly.
To mean we shall have 290 that Form 34B.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Then we go to Form 34C. 34C, we started from A to B, now we are at C. This form is a collection of all Form 34Bs from the 290 constituencies. The chairman of the IEBC uses this form to tabulate all results from the entire country for the presidential election.
Okay, that's Form 34C. That means it's only one form.
only one form.
Okay.
So this form is a collection of all Form 34Bs from the 290 constituencies. The chairman of the IEBC uses this form to tabulate all results from the entire country for the presidential election. All right. So thereafter we have got different forms. Of course, we have got Form 34A for results of MPs, Form 35A, 36A for results of MCS, Form 37A for governors, Form 38B, that is, results for senators, and Form 39A for results of women representatives. And it's quite important to note that whatever will be used by Chebukati is Form 34A, 34B, 34C, just to have a control of all the numbers at the bomas of Kenya.
It is also instructive now, coming back to the results, because it is important to that matter, to say that in every election there will be casualties.
Of course.
And we said about yesterday that it is important that as you go to the ballot to vote, for the people who decided to exercise that, right, to keep in mind that your candidate could win or could lose. For example, big names have fallen, like for example, Moses Kuria, who was vying for governor in Kiambu. Even without official results being out, Moses Kuria has already conceded and said he wants to go back to private business. And so this election is definitely going to give you casualties. And there will be as many as it can be. Each one will be falling on their own time.
And you see, there's a day we had a discussion, correctly put, Curia, that are we ready for a loss? Because each and every person was talking about 7:30, hii tumemaliza by 6. So what if you lose by 6:30?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So are we ready to accept that loss? Because election is an emotional event. People, right now, the palpitation across the country is so high, the pressure is so high. Who is winning? Who is losing? Your favorite candidate probably did not make it past half of the votes in the respective constituencies, or even the governors, or what have you. So are we ready to accept and embrace a loss? That is something that we need to embrace. Mandago alisema one day, usiweke siasa kwa roho. Kwa mapafu, use pumwait, and then you continue. Okay.
In fact, one of the places where big names have fallen, and I think that will be coming up later, and a place to look out for is Uasin Gishu County. That's a place to look out for. Uasin Gishu County is where the Deputy President, William Ruto, comes from. I'm sure Muranga will also give you a hint of what is happening there. But those results will be coming in later. But at least according to provisional results, it appears like kuna watu wameumia kidogo.
The tendency of Kenyans, we tend to vote people out. We vote people out, elected leaders. For those who survived 2 or 3 terms, must be so lucky. And there is a secret behind it. There's a secret behind it. If you have that connection between you and the voter, then you're assured of having some long term in the legislative assemblies. So if you're waiting until 9 months to an election, then you start engaging Kenyans, this is what will happen. Big names will fall even in 2027. We're talking about 2027 already?
Yeah, we're talking about 2027 because we're done with the election of August. What remains now is the results. But of course, if there's no clear winner, the outright winner, 50+1 constitutional threshold, will go back to the poll for a redone. If the Supreme Court, if there's any challenge to the person who wins this 50+1, if there will be any, and then there's a challenge in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court finds that the election was not conducted procedurally, we go back to the election in 60 days. So there's that too. But assuming we get a clear winner in this election, and even if there's a challenge in the Supreme Court, the win is upheld, that means by yesterday we were done with elections, and we're not going back there again until 2027, other probably than by-elections that will come, which are automatic. By-elections will be in. Between now and 2027, we'll do several by-elections. But I'm looking forward to a contest and the shaping of a contest in Homa Bay. I'm interested in Homa Bay. I'm interested in the results in Siaya. I'm interested in the results in Kirinyaga. I'm also interested in the results in Kiambu, and also interested in the results in Kilifi. And you ask why? Because, for example, in Homa Bay County,
yes,
it's a battle of titans between former governor for Nairobi, Evans Kidero, and Gladys Wanga of ODM.
Yes.
And we have had some factional wars in Homa Bay, particularly pitting both of them, Gladys Wanga and Evans Kidero. In Siaya, Nicholas Gumbo, engineer, the former Ariada MP, and senior counsel James Sorengo, a right-hand man for Raila Odinga. It's quite an interesting contest there. You go to Kirinyaga, it's a battle of two ladies. You have Anne Waiguru of UDA, an independent candidate, Purity Girishi, and quite a number of men also, Joseph Ndathi and Charles Kibiro. In Kiambu, quite a number of candidates.
Exactly.
A huge number of candidates. But titans, for example, William Kabogo, Wainaina Jango, Senator Kimani wa Matangi. You also have Moses Kuria, who has already conceded defeat. So it's quite interesting to see who wins in this election. And finally, in Kilifi. Gideon Mungaro and Aisha Jumwa. I think it will be interesting to see. And George Keith.
Before we go to Jen, we've been talking about elections, go out there and vote, exercise the democratic right and what have you. JJ, did you vote?
Yes, I did.
Where's the exhibit?
How do I show it?
The ink.
I have it.
No, show me your finger. Jen, take it away.
All right, now as these two continue to figure out who has the evidence of who voted, just to remind you that this is real-time information as per our count. And as you can see, these figures have already jumped up. When we were starting the program, Deputy President William Ruto had 52.54%, and right now it's 52.60%. And as we were starting, it was at 217,722. This figure has jumped to 236,625. Raila Odinga as well, the number of votes that have been tallied in his favor have jumped to 210,342 from 193,979, putting him at 46.76%. That is the same for Jakoya. He had 1,779 votes when we were starting this program, and right now he is at 1,901%, putting him at 0.42%. And David Mwaure, he started off at 879 votes, and currently almost 100 votes up, he is at 974 votes. And again, these are provisional results. IEBC has the final say, and what they declare officially remains to be the final results. So this is what we have as KBC Channel 1. And just to remind you, the counting is not yet completed. Only a number of constituencies have submitted the final results, and that is what has been made public, and we are keeping our own tally as the national broadcaster. But we will keep updating these figures to keep you up to date with the latest figures as and when they do come in. Hashtag Kenya Decides 22 does continue here on this national broadcaster. Carrier.
All right, thanks, Jane. That is as far as it goes. We continue monitoring the numbers and collecting these results. As you would imagine, it's not a very easy task, but we are on top of things to ensure we have the results as they continue to trickle in from the board, from the IEBC website. You can tell it's about 4,000 polling stations that are yet to report, and I understand Mandera and Wajir probably have reported the least of the polling stations. Another place that you need to look out for, Victor Olo, is Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, particularly the supremacy contest between Defense CS Eugene Wamalwa and Moses Wetangula. So who finally becomes the roaring lion on that end? In Trans Nzoia, you have quite a contest between Chris Wamalwa of Ford Kenya and former Rift Valley Regional Commissioner George Natambea. In Bungoma, former Speaker of the Senate Ken Lusaka and Wycliffe Wangamati, the incumbent. Quite a contest there. We want to see who roars between Wamalwa and Wetangula.
Exactly, and that's a supremacy battle, because remember Wetangula promised that they would deliver Western to the UDA wing, and he had a lot of work, so to speak, a lot of work to do in that part of Western Kenya. With George Natembeya, he was basing his campaigns on the gains that he's made in the larger Rift Valley, when he was the boss there, police boss. But then now we have got Chris Wamalwa, who is also a seasoned politician in that particular county. These are two heavyweights, so to speak, from in their own right. But then, as you said, who is going to have the last laugh in those particular counties? Now, Defense Secretary, that's Eugene Wamalwa. And remember, now he's the boss of DAP Kenya. And you have...
Patron, you would say.
Patron, so to speak. And DAP Kenya is not so old in that particular region.
It's a new party.
It's a new party, so to speak. How is it going to be for the legislator as a CS? You are campaigning to have MCAs, members of county assembly, or even other elected positions across the country. I have a feeling Chris Wamalwa had a lot of work to do to shift the base and the tide in that particular area, because when you talk about Ford Kenya in Western Kenya, you talk about the late Kijana Wamalwa of Ford Kenya, going back way to the days of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, their push and pull between Raila Odinga again and James Orengo, way back in the years. DAP Kenya coming to Bungoma County, few months to an election, was a big test. But as you said, let's wait and see how it's going to pan out.
Let's wait see how the election results will pan out there. Another interesting contest is in Meru, where you have Governor Kiraitu Murungi. His once ally now turned foe, that is Mithika Linturi. And you also have the current woman representative, Kawira Mwangaza. It's another interesting contest you want to watch. I don't think there was really a contest in Embu County between Cecily Mbarire and her opponents, because I understand she's doing very well in that contest. But the Meru one is one you would really want to watch. If you go to Kwale, for example, the contest between Hamadi Boga, who has been a principal secretary in President Kenyatta's government, and Fatuma Achani, the current deputy governor for Kwale, is something also interesting. It's a contest, again, you also want to watch and see how that fares. I don't know whether you're interested in any other contest in counties?
I'm trying to look at Nairobi.
Nairobi.
Where we are.
Yes.
Sakaja and Igathe, the two gentlemen. This is where we are. This is where we are. It's been on the limelight for quite some time, but it all fizzled out. How is it going to pan out?
But it appears like Sakaja has already called results for himself, claiming a win. Of course, those are not news we can verify at this particular point. But he has called the election.
We have social media pollsters.
Obviously, the only person who can call the election is the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commissioner. We'll wait for the final announcement on who exactly has taken the contest in the Nairobi gubernatorial position, but not just in the gubernatorial position, because Millicent Omanga and Esther Passaris in the position of woman rep.
Absolutely.
Both of them appear very upbeat about the prospects of becoming the next woman representative for Nairobi. It's another contest again. We'll be looking forward to see how it pans out in Nairobi. In Machakos, Wavinya Ndeti and Nzioka Waita. A very interesting contest there.
Let's move from Machakos and head to Nakuru County. Lee Kinyanjui and Susan Kihika. A tough battle there between the two front runners. Likely to see who is going to emerge a victor there. And just coming to Langata constituency, social media and online pollsters, Nixon Korir, and journalist, radio host, Felix Udur, aka Jalango.
That is a comedian.
Exactly. How is it?
In a radio host.
How is it? People talk to us.
Because we really can't rely on whatever is being posted on social media, because particularly on the blogging end, it is who pays the piper calling the shots. Yeah. We don't know just yet, but of course we'll be looking at that contest because I understand that those who called it in favor of Nixon Korir, but we will be seeing what happens, particularly because there were the two front runners, Nixon Korir of UDA and Felix Odiwar, alias Jalango of ODM party. The contest was between both. We'll see how that also pans out in that is Langata. There's a contest in Kitui between Julius Malombe and the former Senator David Musila. When Raila Odinga visited Kitui for campaigns and announced that Charity Ngilu would withdraw from the contest in Kitui, he endorsed Julius Malombe of Wiper as Azimio's president, as Azimio's gubernatorial candidate in Kitui. 2 weeks later, actually I think a month later, after Raila Odinga had left Kitui, Ngilu, just 2 weeks ago, went on a public podium to say that in this election, I am not supporting Malombe. And this is, the supremacy contest between Ngilu and Kalonzo that has lasted for quite some time. And Ngilu is throwing her weight, financial muscle behind David Musila of a Jubilee party. David Musila is the former senator. He was once chairperson of Wiper. They fell out with Kalonzo. And now is running on a Jubilee party ticket as governor for Kitui. Whether the way Ngilu's weight will influence a win for David Musila, or things will remain constant and Kitui will toe the line of Kalonzo Musyoka. Yes. It's quite an interesting contest you want to see shape.
Absolutely. And probably Jen would give us statistics of what happened in 2017 in Kitui County, where Musila was there. We had Malombe
then as an independent.
As an independent. So probably Jen can give us...
And Malombe was the Wiper candidate. Jen will be giving us those statistics.
Later on.
But of course, as she gets to Kitui and the 2017 starts, Makueni. The races between Wipers, Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and independent candidate Patrick Musimba. Quite a contest also there shaping up. Patrick Musimba of Kibwezi West is quite a strong candidate, but then you have probably the politics of Wiper also playing out and panning out because Mutula Kilonzo Jr. is supported by Wiper. Being the Ukambani region, whether it will toe the line of Kalonzo Musyoka is the biggest question today. Patrick Musimba appears to enjoy some support from Governor Kivutha Kibwana, who is the party leader of Muungano Party, and the outgoing governor now wants to become senator in the county of Makueni. Quite interesting contest there in Makueni as well as in Kitui. So the three Ukambani counties, Machakos, Kitui and Makueni are quite an interesting race happening there, and that is something we need to look out for. I don't know whether Jen still has Kitui, not just yet. Once she has Kitui, we'll talk about it and see how the results are planning out.
Much as that is happening, something is happening on a rather sad note. Didmus Baraza. According to the police report, which was recorded at the community police station, where it said that, Didmus Baraza allegedly was in a confrontation with his opponent, and there's some fatalities there. And now police is looking for Didmus Baraza. We are not so sure whether he surrendered yet, but it said that there was a confrontation. According to the police report, that the incident occurred when Brian Khaemba, who is seeking to unseat the legislator, went to Chibukwabi polling station to witness at around 6 p.m. And a few minutes later, he decided to go back to his vehicle, and report has it that Didmus Baraza withdrew his firearm, aimed at his aide, who is also called Brian, again, and shot him on the forehead. He was later rushed to the Kimilili Sub-County Hospital for treatment, but he succumbed.
He didn't make it.
I think that's the only isolated case that we are able to report so far, as far as this election is concerned, and it's quite unfortunate, so to speak.
There is an election this morning, because of a gunfight you heard in Eldas, Waihiga County. There is an election this morning happening in Eldas constituency of Waihiga. The IEBC announced yesterday that election exercise would happen today. So clearly, we are on top of things again in Eldas to see how that exercise goes. But that is also another incident of, a level of violence or crime that went on into this election. The gunfight at Eldas in Waihiga County.
All right. It's now 7 minutes past 7 a.m. We have just studied yet. Remember, we have our reporters across the country. They'll be giving us an update on what is happening from respective constituencies, wherever they are. But as you said, the biggest focus today shifts to the Bomas of Kenya. The speed at which the results will be trickling in at the Bomas of Kenya will now inform the state of IEBC announcing the final results. Remember, IEBC has 7 days as per the constitution to announce the presidential winner and finally hand over the certificate to who the winner would be. But then, that as it may, right now things are still too early to speak on who will carry the day from each particular elective position, whether an MCA, member of parliament, woman representative, call it. So online pollsters, you are allowed to do your job, but the final word will remain with the Chebukati at the end of the day.
All right. Still going back to counties to look at where the contest is, because sometimes we obsess a lot with the presidential election and forget there's another contest shaping up somewhere across the country. In Isiolo, for example, you will remember that the current governor, Mohamed Kuti, out of health reasons, decided he's not going to run again and endorsed the Matopeni ward MCA. Matopeni is in Nairobi County. Endorsed the Matopeni ward MCA to run for governor in Isiolo. And you also have some horse trading happening there. The UDA candidate drops in favor of an independent candidate. And therefore, you have the coalition of some sort between a UDA candidate and an independent candidate now to face the Jubilee Party candidate. And I think there's another candidate still who has dropped out to support the Jubilee candidate. So you have two governor candidates dropping their bids to support these two because they appear to be the strongest. And I'm talking about the Jubilee candidate who is the Matopeni ward and has been the majority leader in the national and the Nairobi County Assembly against the former governor for Isiolo. In Kisii, quite a titanic battle between Simbarati. There is the Jubilee candidate who is the former CS for transport, Chris Obure. Samongeri, is Samongeri in the race?
Yes. Samongeri is in Kisii County.
Of DAPK, Kenya Party. Those are some of the top candidates. Also, there is Manson Oyongo and these UDA candidate there, Machogu.
Yeah, Machogu.
The UDA
Kisii County had around 7-8 candidates. And yeah, it will be an interesting bit to see how, because remember, Simbarati came from Dagoretti North as a member of parliament to Kisii. And
he has clearly upset the math there.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting because he started his political career as a nominated councillor. When he was nominated by Raila Odinga, he was a nominated councillor in Nairobi. Then he rose through the ranks, went to Dagoretti North, clinched the ticket, but said, you know what, I'm of age, so mzee wacha nitoke kwa boma niende nikajenge yangu. And that's how you get your wings and you fly away, which is quite important. All right.
In the neighboring Nyamira, You have Walter Nyambati of UDA and the deputy governor in Nyamira, that is Nyaribo, who was actually the deputy governor, is not the deputy governor right now. He's the governor. Obviously, after the death of the former Nyamira governor, the DG took over, and therefore the contest right now is between Walter Nyambati and DG, or rather Governor Nyaribo in Nyamira County. In West Pokot, the professor of mathematics, that is John Nonyangapu,
meticulous.
Faces quite a contest. He says he's meticulous.
Meticulous.
Yeah. He's facing quite a stiff competition from Simon Kachapin, who has been a CAS in President Kenyatta's government, and he is the immediate former governor for West Pokot. An interesting battle shaping up there. In Bomet, the first chair of the Council of Governors, Isaac Ruto, is seeking to recapture his seat and wrestle it from Hilary Barchok. Hilary Barchok was the deputy governor to Joyce Laboso after the unfortunate death of Joyce Laboso. Definitely Barchok took over the reins of power in Bomet, and you would say he is the incumbent and quite facing some stiff competition from Isaac Ruto, the first chairperson of the Council of Governors and the first governor of Bomet County. And so is Tana River, also very stiff competition happening in Tana River.
Curia, social media. Hey, kuna pressure huko.
Ya nini?
People are, I don't know what's happening. Guys, wait for Chebukati to announce these things.
There are people who didn't sleep last night as they were trying to monitor events.
See, there pressure huko.
Pressure ukijiua nayo sasa. Shida ya kwako.
This and that, relax.
Shida ya kwako.
Relax.
It is important that, that people maintain their sanity. And I don't think social media is going to help you.
I look at social media, somebody's waking up, all right, sasa ikoaje,
every side is claiming a win, yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah, each side has claimed a win. Says we are headed for this thing. Some say it's a blue wave, others say it's a yellow wave.
Yeah.
And that's the nature of politics.
That's the nature of politics.
Yeah, but Mr. Makweli ni Chebukati.
Yeah. Kenyans consume politics. We consume politics. And it's quite interesting to see that young people are also starting to embrace politics. But it doesn't translate to the voting process, because people would actually say, why vijana mko wapi? Lakini during the political rallies unasikia vijana oye, vijana that, vijana this, vijana that. But then vijana, when it comes to the actual exercise, no show.
Yeah,
anyway.
And it has been proven. There's empirical evidence to point towards the youth really getting detached completely from politics. You can see the number of young men who registered in the last exercise. And never forget that the registration of voters is a continuous process.
Yes.
That begins almost immediately after one election is over. Yeah. It's a continuous process. So you can imagine for 5 years, the number of youths that registered as new voters was quite negligible.
Yeah.
And you can also see even yesterday, the number of young men and women who came out to participate in the election was quite negligible, and it's a pointer to a lot of problems. And that means the incoming administration and the incoming leaders must prioritize, first of all, the welfare of the young people, so much so that they can get interested in issues of governance. Because if they're not interested in governance, and you have the largest population in Kenya consisting of the youth, then you're saying you have a very comfortable population that is disinterested in governance, and that is very dangerous for a country. And those issues came out yesterday during the election, and it was not a surprise anyway.
It was not a surprise, but you know what really happened? The youth might not understand the value of election or politics as at now until they get to a certain age, when their demands, political demands and democracy and rights and governance is required. That's when they'll start talking about, we need what kind of leaders? We need to elect what kind of leaders? But then now, as it now, their interest is completely different. What they need, what they aspire. A youth would say, I'm just fresh from campus. I'm looking to settle down. I'm looking to settle, to get a job, settle my life, align my future, and completely delink or detach themselves from politics. But it comes to a time when everything now starts to make sense, that you are a Kenyan, you're a taxpayer, and you need to make that democratic decision. That is when your voice or that desire to participate in an elective position or participate in a democratic exercise kicks in. As at now, things are different. Let me just be, we're still on TikTok, we're still on WhatsApp and lip syncing here and there and doing all manner of things on social media.
But think about it, even lip syncing and the stuff you're talking about, at the end of the day, they're bringing a coin or two to these young men through popularity on social media, stuff like that. I mean, if we invest government money and resources towards this end, I'm sure, first of all, even as they TikTok, lip sync and do whatever they want to do, they will still be interested in governance.
Look at the number. How many people are getting a coin or two out of social media?
It may not be as huge, but it's a new market.
You must have numbers. You must have numbers. You have like around 500,000. Why don't you translate those numbers or your followers to a certain candidate? Anyway, story for another day.
Interesting, Pastor. We'll go back to that in a bit. But for now, let's connect with Timotheo Kipnusu, who is on standby in Uasin Gishu County. Timothy Kipnusu, good morning. What's the latest from the county?
Many thanks indeed, my colleagues JJ Kioria, Victor Olo, and Jen Wamboi back there at the broadcasting house in Nairobi. Yes, indeed, I'm still pitching camp here in Uasin Gishu County, the county number 027, just to understand the process of tallying of votes, and at Rift Valley Technical Training Institute. This is the Anakoi Constituency Tallying Center. As you can see behind me, the exercise of tallying of the votes from this particular constituency is ongoing. We have met to understand this particular exercise has been very slow. As we speak, some of the polling stations are still bringing in the ballot boxes that are that involve the casting of the votes from those particular tallying, those particular stations. And earlier on, I was in a Tarbo constituency tallying center, that is Uasin Gishu primary or high school, and of course also the process is still continuing. It is very slow. Remember, Tarbo constituency is one of the constituencies that has the highest number of those that are registered as voters, 120,202. And just to paint a picture about this particular process, my colleague, a senior reporter, that is Eric Biegon, has been pitching camp in this particular constituency, and he understands so many issues that are happening here. What do you make of this exercise, Biegon, bearing in mind that Kenyans are waiting different parts of the country to get to understand what is happening with the counting of votes or tallying of the votes?
First, Kipnusu, I think we should apologize to our viewers, because when we came here at 3 a.m., we told them that most likely we would be having a recurrency in flow of results. But you notice that since 3 a.m. we haven't had so much since we gave that update. And even when you look back right now, we have the returning officer here for INAB Koi Constituency Tallying Center. And basically they are getting so busy now because even though we had anticipated that at that time they were going to be busy to giving us results delayed a bit, and then now from I think around 30 minutes ago, then they started coming in, and now they are updating. They are now announcing new results that are coming from various polling centers. Like for example, in this constituency with 125 polling stations, only 25 have made it to the tallying center. That tells you we have 100 more polling stations to go. And imagining from midnight to morning, having done 25, you can imagine how many hours we will need to do another 100 polling stations. In essence, Kipnusu, what I'm saying is we we will still be here waiting to hear from the IEBC, getting those verification forms as to where we are currently in Uasin Gishu as far as the election that was done yesterday is concerned. So it is so hard to say where we are at the moment, but like we gave an update at around 3 a.m. we spoke to officers from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, and they did confirm that going by the flow of information from the results they had received, then it shows that turnout here in Uasin Gishu is between 73 and 75%. But results will give us a clear picture, which, as you see, from 25, we do not have enough.
And perhaps also all eyes are focused on those candidates who are vying this particular election. Of course, we understand William Chepkut is one of the candidates in this particular constituency who is trying to defend his seat, and of course also the gubernatorial position. What do you make of the results? Already we understand that some of the incumbent have not made it based on the provisional results, and bearing in mind that this is the political bedrock of William Samoei Ruto.
Yeah, it's important that you mention that this is the political bedrock of Deputy President William Ruto. Ruto is going for presidency, and of course, going higher means the stakes are very high, and so he has upped the game, unlike the previous elections in 2013 and 2017, where we had a bit of independent candidates having their way. This time he has urged the supporters, look, I'm going for the highest office. I also need people to back me up. That is in the Senate, that is in the National Assembly, which includes members of Parliament and bringing on board members of the National Assembly, including the women rep. So what we are seeing here is a trend where the message by the DP to have UDA candidates voted for in this region resonating well. I think the supporters here have backed the sentiments by the DP that we need candidates primarily from UDA in Parliament, and that is a trend here. We've seen candidates like Chepkut, who was the incumbent member of Parliament here. He isn't doing so well. We may see Chepkonga coming back. Remember, he was defeated by Chepkut, who stood on an independent ticket. So, by and large, the stakes were upped a bit, given that Deputy President William Ruto is no longer going for that position, just going for the highest position and urging his supporters that I need people to back me up. Then independent candidates may not have so much in this race.
And very important that you've mentioned, because remember, just before the deadline of the election, the Kenya Kwanza Brigade launched an onslaught on the independent wave, bearing in mind that the last year's general election, the number of them made it to Parliament. And as we're speaking, the current member of Parliament in the hometown of William Samoei Ruto, Janet Citiene, is on the lead based on the provisional results. And also very important to notice that the independent candidate who made it in the last year general election, that is Swarap Mishram from nearby constituency, that is Kases constituency, from the provisional results also, it's like he has been knocked out from this particular race. And very important to note, Jane Victor, together with Kioria, is that this constituency in Koi, or rather Keses, Kapseret, of course we also have Moi Ben and Tarbo, the sixth constituency here in Uasin Gishu County. We will be keen, or Kenyans will be keen to understand how William Ruto will be faring in this particular election. And of course, William Ruto, who is the Kenya Kwanza flag bearer, he set the pace by waking up very early in the morning at 6 a.m. and cast his vote in Kosachei Primary School. Remember, he is number 491 according to the register of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And to have a feel of the situation here, I want to engage the returning officer just to get to tell us about how the exercise is going on, how the process is going on, and how much time is we are going to wait to get the results. But I meant to understand is a bit busy now. We will engage her later once she is done with the exercise of announcing the results. And therefore, my colleague JJ Kioria, together with Victor Olo and Jen Wamboi, we will be telling you when she is ready to talk to us. Remember, it will be very nice for us to hear from her in regards to the preparation or the announcement of the results or tallying of the results here in Anapkoi constituency. In a bit, I will be heading to Taribo constituency, that is Wanzengeshu High School, the constituency tallying center for Taribo, the constituency for William Samuel Arap Ruto. But from us here, our senior reporter, Eric Biogon, I, Timothy Gipnoso, together with my cameraman, Jotham Batia, it's back to you in studio, Victor Lo, JJ Kioria, and Jane Wamboi.
Describe the mood of residents in this county. Obviously, knowing the stakes involved, that Deputy President William Ruto comes from this county and is a major stakeholder in this election. How is the mood in Eldoret?
Kioria, the mood in this particular area is everything is going on as usual. It's like people are becoming mature as time goes by. There's no anxiety. There's just a bit of anxiety of waiting to understand how the results pans out. But people are actually continuing with their businesses. We've been in before we came here in Rift Valley Technical Training Institute. It is actually not far from where I was. That is a terrible constituency tallying center at the Watsingisho. Everything is quite well. The only thing is that people are kept waiting to understand the fate of a number of leaders who were in this race in this particular county.
All right, thank you very much. Timothy Kipnusu, will be coming back to you later, obviously, to give us an update on some of the results you're talking about, including in Moiben, Tarbo, as well as Keses and the other constituencies inside Western Gishu County. Thank you for now. Let's move this a bit and, talk about the election as it has panned out so far. And in studio, I'm joined by Justice Juma, the party leader of the Justice and Freedom Party, and he's a presidential aspirant, no candidate. Aspirant. Right. Justice Juma, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Obviously, as we wait for the results, to continue trickling in, let's talk about what we have seen, the trend that emerged yesterday, and we start with the low voter turnout. What do you think occasioned the low voter turnout?
Actually, if I was to compare with the previous voter turnouts, this so far, based on the IEBC tally as per yesterday, I think this would be the lowest if it remains at 56, because the last time we were around 50, that was in 2002. 2002 is when we were around 57, and by then we had issues with the Moi dictatorial regime. Actually, that's the vote that took Moi home, and the political environment or terrain was not fair. It was not clear. It was not transparent, and of course there were issues that led to various voters keeping off, and that repeating now reveals a lot on the management of the electoral process, because again we also have to give scorecard to managers. And if you are performing well, fair enough. If you are not performing well, we know there are grades that you need to join a university, or a grade that you need to join a college. But of course, we are comparing it also vis-a-vis the cost of the election that we're having in this country, because Kenyan election happened to be one of the most expensive elections, maybe globally, if I'm to compare, because this election is costing us about 22 billion, because 21.7 billion is a lot of money, with human resource mounting to over 600,000. With
actually, the IEBC said to conduct a credible election, they need 41 billion shillings.
Well, there's an election cycle, because election is not an event. Election is a process, and by the moment we are entering such or bearing such fruits, when a tree is growing, you see how a tree is growing. You can't bend a grown tree. The best moment to bend a tree is when it is young, when it's growing. And this is the same as IEBC that we've even given proposals. We've even proposed that electoral period doesn't have to be necessarily be one day, because there are various circumstances that can inform those who are turning out. The weather, terrain, and the economic situation. This is one period where actually the globe has gone through serious pandemic tribulation and economic recession, and then most of Kenyans voters happen to have registered in safe zones, which normally happens to be the rural areas. Actually, some might have just been economic circumstances, but I would not link it entirely just to economic circumstances. Can link it up.
Let me cut you short just a bit, so we head over to Kakamega and listening to Judith Akolo and what is happening in Lugari. Akolo. All right, that's the Lugari constituency. They're done with the tallying, and I think this is now returning the ballot boxes to the constituency tallying center. It appears like the results from Lugari constituency are done, and so this is returning the ballot boxes to the constituency tallying center. Lugari is in Kakamega County. And that's as far as it is. And you can see there, police really in charge alongside IEBC officials, and they will be taking this material to the constituency tallying center. This is Lugari constituency. So we were talking about turnout and what led to the low voter turnout.
Their consistency.
Yes.
Because we had issues with even voter registration. IEBC barely met half of its target, and the reasons why they barely met half of its target it came clearly because of lack of effective voter education and voter engagement. This apathy has been continuous. So by the time it's manifesting even the general election, by now we should take notice or cognizant. We should be cognizant of this. And as a political player, active political player, and understanding the political terrain, I would also associate it also based on the connection with the voters. We have had various voting patterns. There are seasons when our voting, and I think some people have also used that entirely, and then maybe they are reaping from it heavily. There are those who have used tribal tagline. And we are having a generation which may not really buy into tribe. We are having a generation whose parents may be coming from across all these tribes, and then it's very difficult to divide them and repoint them in whichever direction. But also they are woken up to the global community. They understand the issues, the dynamics that are affecting them. These are a very informed community. And based on how you handle them, based on how you connect with them. And actually, those are some of the things that were inspiring our candidacy, because we feel that there is a disconnect with the change quest that certain quarters are pushing, and this is in line with the interrogation of their manifesto. We felt that they are missing out, especially in connection with our generation. And since we were not longing or feeling to let our generation slip away, we have presented ourselves actively, and of course we faced whatever we faced, but still I'm convinced that there are no proper issue-based connection with a specific cadre of
So you're saying Kenyans didn't have choices in this election?
Chebukati choices did not inspire voters.
Okay. Victor, according to Justice, the choices available did not inspire voters.
It's quite interesting because he was one of the presidential candidates. The far he went informs a lot in the democratic space that we enjoy as a country. But then, let me just ask, excuse me, the failure in the KIMS kit, 200 of them, some would say that that is a very small number, so to speak. But when you look over 200 numbers of KIMS kits that failed across the country, and the number of polling stations that also are waiting to transmit the results, would you say that this is something that should be wished away and say that was just given, it was a small number?
Well, I think some people would like to be lenient. Some people will also not love to have perfection. And people will be like, IEBC guys are human beings. And then, Victor, my argument would be, what is the situation, or what is at stake? Political aspiration, actually, to some of us, is a profession and is a dream. And the moment such negligence can kill your dream, I think, to me, somebody must be held accountable. And if you have a referee and you're playing in the field and this referee keep on making mistakes, even when they are glaring, what do? You can't just keep continuing and saying just let him just give the other team a penalty just because of his mistake. Referee's mistake is referee's mistake, and players' mistakes are players' mistake. By the way, the measures that we've been taken through, if Malcolm X was alive, he will say chicken has come home to roost because these guys have treated us with rigor such that even if you miss an iota or a comma, some of us candidacy were declined because my format for soft copy, supporters list soft copy.
Signatures or supporters?
A signature of supporters list. It needed to be in a specific format, which actually was not even disclosed, was not in the constitution. Somebody just said that this is the format, which we were meeting that day. And we were like, fair enough, let's revisit and redo it the same. And subsequently, we had all manner of gymnastics and unorthodox declarations which were not constitutional. And as we talk today, actually are litigatable. And we've seen also by the trending result, even as we stand, High Court already sent us to this election with a notification that the nomination process was unconstitutional. So when we see those blatant failures, especially on KIMS kit, which has costed us money. KIMS kit are quite complex compared to our electronic devices. Victor, how comes your phone never fail when you are trying to get to WhatsApp, you're getting to your app, and then even e-citizen account, even if you just want to apply for your driving license, these things have been serving us. M-Pesa serves us. And if you look at the cost of the infrastructure, the electoral infrastructure that we've invested in is way more expensive than these other platforms that we're using. How come these platforms functions, but this one intentionally never work at certain given moment? Because these guys had this team case. We did a pre-run, isn't it? And we were certain, and they confirmed that all these gadgets, they even had backup. And the moment we go down to the field, Wajakoya goes there and he can't even find himself in the KIMS kit. UDA, which, Kenya Kwanza, who had been drumming up for electronic voting, their deputy finds himself is not in the same KIMS kit, and then they end up voting manually. I think, to me, even if it's negligent, the level of negligence that is coming out by now, to me, I feel people must start taking responsibility.
Do you think it was deliberate? Because there's negligence and then there's
deliberate, because the KIMS kit in every election have proven not to be reliable, because in 2017 we had the same issues where it failed massively. Yesterday, a bit of failures of the KIMS kit. Sometimes it points to a pattern of being deliberate.
Actually, let's take us back to 2017 election. Supreme Court, Maraga Supreme Court vindicated us, and Maraga. And my challenge to Maraga was he failed to give direction for certain individuals who led to infiltration and irregularities that were cited. Let me tell you, to date, these guys have not been brought to book. And funny enough, it means they are still there.
In the IEBC.
They are still there. We've not seen anybody fired except Akombe and our dear friend, may he rest in peace, who lost his life. But the rest of the other guys, apart from the other commissioners who maybe were forced to resign or stuff like that, they are still there. Chebukati is the same old.
CCK, CAK.
Well, the CEO and a few commissioners left, but the chairman and his team. Let me tell you, the electoral management is not being done by just the commissioner and the CEO. It's done by the managers. We have managers there who are same old, using the same unorthodox practices. Actually, as a presidential aspirant, at some point, I was receiving calls from managers, operation managers, who are not even returning officer. You know, the moment you are dealing with the returning officer, you get directives and you communicate. The returning officer communicates to you directly. In this case, I was receiving calls from even some quarters who I was even asking, who are you? If Chebukati has a communication to make to me, let him do it in writing or through my email or call me directly. But any other quarter just jumping and giving instructions, another very, very serious critical instructions. To a point that is saying that your date with the returning officer has been cancelled. And I'm like, the returning officer could have even given me reasons and compared, relayed with me, and even seek to re-advise on when should it occur or if it's cancelled. But somebody tells you, no, he just cancelled. And then, can you talk to me? He cannot. Until I insisted and took myself and sat with Chebukati. That's when I realized that some of these guys are the ones who are conducting these unorthodox practices. They are the infiltrators. They are the persons who are conducting illegalities. And if we fail, and I'm saying this out of good faith, because any democracy, good democracy is prerequisite to good economy. And economic effect that this country is going through, or economic aspiration that we would all desire, we all desire an economic environment where all of us are free and independent. An economic environment where we can also be equal in the global community. My friends, Kenya to date, we are importing even food. Can you imagine we're importing 80% of our domestic food consumption, which actually was not even there during Moi's time. During Moi's time, we were importing only 20% to mitigate the deficit. And today, we can't even have food security. Failure to have food security, to forget about even talk about national security or foreign policy. Your citizens become so vulnerable. And this is why good democracy is a prerequisite to a good economy. So if we cannot address our democracy, which to me, I emphasize and believe that it is a process. And this process is also going to lead to 2027 election. So if we don't address these things and tackle them head on, we must look into the eye of IEBC and tell IEBC that they must take full responsibility and they must be held to account for this glaring negligence that are occurring in their hand.
All right. Okay.
You know what? 27, and we have to correct some of the, the mistakes that happened yesterday or even the past. But the question of democracy and governance, the gap between the voter and the leaders, and then the issue and the aspect of trust. Let me ask you, How are we going to bridge the gap between governance and democracy? Because you want to tell the Mwananchi to go and vote. Once they've voted the leaders, then the governance aspect now delinks itself from democracy. Where do we get it wrong?
Victor, my friend, there are jurisdictions where voting is mandatory, and failing to vote amounts to a criminal offense.
Are we there yet?
Well, there are various countries which have such laws. Yes, are we there yet or not? Constitutionally, the sovereign power belongs to the citizen, which we donate after every 5 years. And the end of 5 years is every second Tuesday of August of the previous general election, which expired yesterday. As we talk today, that power that we delegated, even the current power that the president is having, are called incumbency powers. And there are certain powers that he cannot right now, act on, because the power belongs to the people. But for many reasons and periods, those who power are donated to have acted and have captured this power. I heard some people forgive me, I'm not referring to the state capture in the other context, but there are individuals who have taken over the citizens' sovereignty, and they've redirected them to their own personal interest, whether it is business empires, whether it is family interest, whether it is colonial interest. Because, Victor, again, the challenges that Africa is facing today is a lack of proper leadership. Africa is taken over or has been abused by dealership, and this is dealership from either the East or the West, who are using certain individuals and manipulating them to sacrifice African resources at the altar of all the Western deals. And these are the individuals who are hell-bound to make sure that these geographic locations remain consumer markets. And this is why they are adamant to address education curriculums that can enhance creativity, innovation, industrialization, an environment where we have food security and holistic health. These people are advanced to such statements. So these are the individuals who, when you hear election is coming, maybe a year before or 2 years before election, you hear them in Chatham House. They go making noise in America, and some are running to China. And at the end of the day, if you give them the instruments of power, you can see the level of skyrocketing inflation, the cost of food, even unga that we were growing in our own chambers, right now as skyrocketed to unimaginable prices. The cost of fuel, even if you are comparing the cost of fuel with the global prices, we don't need to be paying the fuel, the amount that we are paying for fuel today. And then we are looking at even bureaucracies around government services. The challenges we are having is that, and that is what the citizens need to rise up to. Who are these enemies? Some are external enemies who are using some vulnerable elements among us, whose interests are never our interests, and they keep on holding on to instruments of power for the purposes of the agents that they are holding for and their own personal greed. These are the individuals whom we must by all means defeat.
So how then will we as a nation shorten that gap between democracy and governance? Because we need to move as a team, as a country.
There's a dire need to have voters' participation in the democratic process. And one key answer to that is effective voter education, which IEBC has refused to do. Because if you to have effective voter education, we've even given proposal. I'm not talking about just accusing IEBC blindly. I, as an individual, have done proposals and even proposed that in our education curriculum from primary, there should be a subject called voter education. Voter education. In our universities, there should be a subject called voter education with the projects, sending you back to your society.
Is it that bad?
To engage your people.
Justice, is it that bad until we have to introduce it in school? Because IEBC would argue that their work is not to do the civic education. It's now part of the political class. Theirs is to do voter sensitization.
Constitution has bequeathed specific responsibility to specific bodies. And this is why we say the power is donated. And IEBC has specific mandate. Victor, I think it is the public domain that I petitioned BBI.
Yes.
When specific mandates which were given to IEBC were being taken away by a committee which had no constitutional accountability. And we challenged this in the court. I petitioned boundary delimitation responsibility that was given to the committee of the BBI.
Yes.
And when we went to court, court agreed with us. And actually, that is one petition that got 100% Court of Appeal judges. All the 7 judges supported that petition. And they said it is illegal because constitutionally the mandate lies with IEBC. So when we are talking about certain responsibility, yet yes, there is a political input on the political parties aspect. Let me tell you, political parties are registered on the basis of their ideologies and their manifestos. And there are some who are green-based. Some are based on justice and freedom. Some are established based on referendums. And then their desire and thirst is constitutional amendment. And then some are farmers. So all of these political parties will be pulling towards the areas of their strength. And they need to be empowered to bring all this diversity so that we have a commonality of purpose. But there is one person who have by design a constitutional mandate which is funded. Because IEBC is funded by the National Coffer. And it's funded based on the request. Because they keep on submitting their budgetary request every year. But the moment you request for a budget seriously and is not funded, you can challenge. You can go to court. There are mechanisms to challenge and verify all these things. But these guys, when they're given money, recently they went to Greece to verify voter, the ballot boxes. And then voting materials voter printings. And this guy goes there for, I think it was over 14 days. And they all come back and say it is good.
Okay.
And those ballot boxes arrive here at the airport. You look for the IEBCs to receive their own document, and by the way, those who are responsible of them were tejas. For once, I have never seen Chebukati panic like that. And you find officials who are supposed to be taking responsibility. Actually, they leave glaring loopholes for purposes of an intention that we do not understand.
Absolutely. Hold that thought. Let's get over to Machakos. And of course, when we come back later, we'll be talking about who is likely to shape this race. And Jen Wambui will also be giving us a little bit of a look into battleground counties that had been actually labeled battleground counties by pollsters. And we'll also talk about the contribution of pollsters to, probably either the mess or what has happened so far. But right about now, let's head over to Dan Mwenda, who is in Machakos County. Dan Mwenda, if you can hear me, good morning. What's the latest from Machakos, Dan?
Thank you so much, John Jacob Kihoria, back at the broadcasting house. We are here at the Machakos University, of course, where we are at the county Tallying, constituency Tallying Center, and we have been briefing you on how the results have been coming in from yesterday, 9 p.m. And as we talk now, we can see that the presidential Form 34 provisional results are out from some of the parts of the Mwala. If we look at some of the results in main primary, Raila Odinga was leading with 109 votes, followed by William Ruto, who got 76 votes. Waihiga Mwaure and George Wajakoya did not get any vote in that constituency. When we look at another school, another polling station, Ngelesi, Nursery, also in Mwala, Raila Odinga had 104 votes, followed by William Ruto with 30 votes. Again there, Professor George Wajakoya and Waihiga Mwaure didn't score any vote. In Chowani Primary School polling station, still in Mwala, Raila Odinga had 66 votes, William Ruto had 25, Waihiga Mwaure didn't score any vote, while Professor George Wajakoya had 1 vote. Getting to another place, Kikumini Primary Polling Station, Raila Odinga had 97 votes. William Ruto had 42 votes. Waihiga Mwaure didn't get any vote, and also George Wajakoya had 1 vote. Going again in another school, another polling station in Mavitini, in Mwala still, we had Raila Odinga leading with 102 votes. William Samoei Ruto had 18 votes. Again, Waihiga Mwaure and George Wajakoya didn't score any vote. In Kivalani Primary School Polling Center, we saw that Raila Odinga had 178 votes. William Samoei Ruto had 59 votes. Waihiga Mwaure didn't get any vote, and Professor George Wajakoya managed to get 3 votes. When we look at Maweli Primary School Polling Station in Mwala County, Mwala constituency still, Raila Odinga had 183 votes, followed by William Ruto with 70 votes. Waihiga Mwaure scored 1 vote, and Professor George Wajakoya managed to get 5 votes. Looking at Masi Deaf Primary School Polling Station, Raila Odinga had 136 votes. William Samoei Ruto had 113. Waihiga Mwaure didn't get any vote, while Professor George Wajakoya got 1 vote. Looking at Kadhulini Primary School Polling Station, Raila Odinga had 172 votes. William Samoei Ruto had 35. Waihiga Mwaure had 1 vote, while Professor George Wajakoya didn't score any vote in that polling station. When we look at Kivauni, also in Mwala constituency, Raila Odinga had 62 votes. William Samoei Ruto had 13 votes. Professor George Wajakoya and Waihiga Mwaure didn't score any vote. As you can see, my camera person will allow to show you, we are at the constituency level, and as you can see, the returning officer is receiving different forms for the governor position, president, women representative, member of county assembly, and the member of the MCS. We will be briefing you more, and after the process is over, we'll be talking to the returning officer, who will be telling us more about the exercise. Back to you, Jacob Kioria.
Thank you very much, Dan Mwendo from Machakos County, of course, giving us an update there about the presidential results, and so also the constituency results, obviously, as they continue to be tallied there. Dan Mwendo is on top of things and will be informing us a bit on what is happening there. But before we escalate this conversation, Jane Wamboi has the latest on some of the battleground counties that had been shaped by pollsters as battleground counties. Let's just see how they're faring so far in terms of a presidential vote, Jen.
Now, looking at the latest presidential votes, William Ruto is still ahead with 247,951 votes, which translates to 52.46%. Raila Odinga comes in second with 221,685 votes, translating to 46.91%. Wajakoya third with 1,973 votes, which is equivalent to 0.42%. And David Mwaure with 1,014 votes, equivalent to 0.21 votes. Now, Kira, you can remember from the last polls that were put out, Raila Odinga was leading in about 18 counties, while Deputy President William Ruto was leading in 17 counties. But at the center, there were 12 counties that were considered as battlegrounds. And to just look at some of them, we can start with Mombasa, which is right here on your screen. Mombasa County. Now, let's have a look at how these two presidential candidates are doing. Now, as you can see, tallying is not complete. 6 constituencies in this particular county, but as you can see, out of the 4 that have already submitted their results, remember Mombasa has a total of 641,913 voters, but out of the 4 that have already had their results tallied, we have Nyali constituency constituency, where Raila Odinga is leading with 154 votes. William Ruto coming in second, a difference of 9 between these two with 145 votes. Wajakoya has gotten 2 votes, while David Mwaure hasn't gotten any votes in this particular constituency. The other constituency is Mvita. And as you can see in this particular constituency, William Ruto is leading with 579 votes. Coming in second is Raila Odinga with 457 votes. Wajakoya 9 votes. David Mwaure hasn't gotten any votes in this particular constituency. Going on to Changamwe constituency, William Ruto is also leading with 205 votes. Raila Odinga comes in second with 122 votes. Wajakoya has 2 votes and David Mwaure has only 1 vote. Now, the fourth constituency whose result we have is Likoni, where Raila Odinga is leading with 1,853 votes. William Ruto comes in second with 881 votes, a difference of almost 1,000 votes between these two candidates. In third position, we have Professor George Wajakoya, who has garnered 12 votes, and David Mwaure has garnered 5 votes. Now, these are the 4 counties whose results we have already received. 2 more remaining, Kisauni and Jomvu. So you can see in this particular county, Raila Odinga is taking the lead with a collective 2,586 votes, while Deputy President William Ruto has 1,810 votes. Professor Wajakoya has 25 votes, and David Mwaure has only 6 votes from Mombasa County. And remember, the polls were based on popularity. So this does not mean that it is exactly as is. Remember, we have 2 more constituencies to go to get the actual exact figures by the end of it all. So that's how Mombasa is looking like, Curia.
Absolutely. That's Mombasa County for you, and how the pollsters predicted vis-a-vis the actual results. And we'll be showing you county by county, particularly the ones that had been mapped by the pollsters as battleground counties. Let me take you just a bit through the diaspora votes, because at some point we'll be speaking to some of the Kenyans in the diaspora. In Tanzania, for example, there were registered voters, about 1,402. And you will know about 10,000 Kenyans who are participating in this exercise. Out of the 1,402 registered voters in Tanzania, 274 votes went to Raila Odinga. Ruto William got 119. Wajakoya got 4 votes. So did Mwaure also get 4 votes. Uganda. The people who voted in Uganda are 1,411, and there are no results just yet displaying from Uganda. In Rwanda, 1,090 voted, 320 went to Raila Odinga, 163 to Ruto, 7 to Wajakoya, and 4 to Waihiga Mwaure. In Burundi, 201 voted, 75 to Raila Odinga, 21 to Ruto, 1 for Wajakoya, and Waihiga Mwaure got nothing out of it. South Africa, 958 voted, 320 went to Raila Odinga, 121 to Ruto, 1 to Wajakoya, 3 to Waihiga Mwaure. In South Sudan, 977 people voted, 514 went to Raila Odinga, 269 to William Ruto, 0 votes to Wajakoya, and 2 to Bishop Waihiga Mwaure. In Germany, 314 people voted, 115 for Raila Odinga, 104 for William Ruto, 2 for Wajakoya, 3 for Waihiga Mwaure. In the United Kingdom, UK, 798 people voted, 373 voted for Raila Odinga, 198 for Ruto, 5 for Wajakoya, and 5 for Mwaure. There are no results yet returning from Qatar and United Arab Emirates, that's UAE. But in Canada, 366 people were voting, 190 voted for Raila Odinga, 78 for William Ruto, 6 for Wajakoya, and 2 for Waihiga Mwaure. In the US of A, United States of America, 744 people voted, 363 voted for Raila Odinga, 132 for William Ruto, 2 for Wajakoya, 1 for Waihiga Mwaure. So results we have are from 22 polling centers of the 27 that consist the diaspora vote, and the diaspora vote is about let me just get this straight, 10,443. So Raila Odinga got 2,544 from the diaspora vote. William Ruto gets 1,205 from the diaspora. Wajakoya gets 28, while Waihiga Mwaure got 24. Those are the results as they are from the diaspora voters. And at some point we'll be speaking to some of them. But let's come to the battleground counties and how each county is voting. And one, the voter turnout question that we are talking about, the voter turnout question affected every bit of this country, not just one region. So the question is, while pollsters were talking about regions that are likely to shape the presidential race, one wonders now, with this voter turnout, what region then will shape the presidential race in this election?
Actually, I think it's a challenge for both candidates. And as much as I appreciate pollsters and the science around it, also some pollsters do have a due influence and inclination towards specific candidates. And we've seen pollsters' prediction always not appear as they were envisaged. And the voter apathy, I think, is cross-cutting. And especially in the mountain region, because the person who was pegging the most his chances in the central region was Kenya Kwanza. And should that apathy continue the way it reflected yesterday, then definitely that will be a serious undoing for his chances, because that voter-rich region stood an opportunity to turn around the general tally. But that notwithstanding, I found the same feeling even in the strongholds of Azimio presidential aspirants. Even in his Luo Nyanza region, I found complaints of those who are concerned that the narrative perennially has been seek ye first the presidential kingdom, and all things shall follow. But each time they seek this kingdom, there is only one individual who have things following, but then they are always left at the cold. And then you've seen how they are responding. I think so far it's official that Kidero took Homa Bay. And I think also the subsequent seats, people are seeing how people have voted.
And it looks like James Orengo is also in trouble.
Exactly. It's not a clean sweep as it had been before. So there are contributing factors to the voter apathy. Let me tell you how political parties are managed also is a serious concern. Because various political parties have not been very free and open to citizen choices. We had candidates who are fronted by the political parties through polls, and they were given tickets, direct tickets, especially in those areas where the Azimio party, party leader is coming from. And I think they are seeing major challenges, because these are things that can also cause rebellion. Because if you don't allow us to choose for ourselves who we want, you even choose for us, then at what point are we sovereign? At what point do we have
You're talking about imposing candidates.
There you go. So the nomination exercise has also a lot to do with the voter apathy. Because if you don't need us, then there you go. You can as well vote yourself. Those are certain types of moods that can be reflected on how people are turning out, and that can injure the final tally. Right,
Victor.
So just to ask you, what do you think the Mwananchi is communicating to the political class? Because voter apathy is serious. This is a worrying trend, and compared to what we've had in the past elections, this is relatively very low. So what is it communicating to the political class? Because if you look at the turnout itself, I'm so sure even IEBC itself was not ready for this. Because if you compare the number of total registered voters and look at the total turnout, is not something to be proud of as a country.
I've said this before, and I think all these are finally confirming that people need to understand the actual change quest of today. This generational change quest is not the change quest of yesterday.
Yes.
There are individuals who fought for colonial liberation, and they are our heroes. We appreciate them. The individuals who defeated the dictatorial regime of one-party system, they are our heroes, and they are still here with us. We celebrate them. And the individuals who championed, constitutional reforms, and then we are very happy to have a robust constitution, which even Jubilee government actually was defeated to implement fully in the last 10 years that they had it. And this generation is, and we keep saying that our quest is not about the constitutional reforms, because change is dynamic. The global community is right on our face. Victor, we are at a moment where even the subjects we're studying in the university are being rendered obsolete by robotics.
Yeah, because of the changing times.
The things you studied, technology is surpassing our government. But that does not mean that technology is surpassing us as individuals. The individuals who are above this technology. We are in a community where even art pays. You develop talents like Victor Wanyama, and he goes to EPL, and you can see how much he is earning, even vis-a-vis the president. So where would you put more of your effort? Even in your education curriculum, you should not have education curriculum that is tied to everybody must be a doctor, everybody must be accountant, everybody must, and that is the priority. All of you must be engineers first. That soccer, that talent, that art, that creativity, that innovation, let that come later. And by the time it is coming later, your priorities have already been aligned, demands of the society already putting pressure on you, and it cannot give you opportunity or breathing space to specialize, even in the areas that you desire. The people who are studying subjects for their parents, because a parent wanted that, yet somebody's passion is in different industry. Education should be tailor-made to the society. To bring out what the society, the diversity of the society, so that every greatness, every significance, and every strength is brought out to benefit within the resources that we have. But we have an education system that's stifling. Actually is a mass photocopy of what the colonial government wanted.
But then, Justice, even during the campaign period, we've seen the highest number of voters is perceived to be the youth, as per the register and the records from the IEBC. It's around 70%, so to speak. But then let's talk about the campaign slogans, the packaging of the message. Talk about the mobilization. Do you really think that whatever the political class was doing during the campaign period, the messaging, packaging of the manifestos was in sync with the mindset of the voters, more so the youth?
Victor, the challenge most are encountering, and I think we need to have more of this scrutiny that we're having actually as often as possible. We do have politicians who speak at the citizen instead of engaging with the citizen. And if anything, the person who should be speaking are the voters. You should listen to them, and this is why our constitution provides for we call it public participation. Yes. The public participation is, the spirit of public participation is geared towards establishing from the grassroots. What is the agenda on the grassroots? Not this top-up where you've even seen an entire constitutional initiative is being thrown out because of lack of public participation. People sit somewhere in the boardroom and they assume that this is what people want. Yet Kenyan agenda is not the agenda, the narrative that we're seeing out there. So I think this is where most of the political parties missed it up. And we needed, now like even the national debates that we're having in the fourth estate, with the fourth estate, Victor.
Yes.
I think that was a serious challenge. I know you participated, Jacob. Yes. But I would challenge even the journalists to be more circumspect, to understand and own the vision of this country. So that when you go out there, you are able not to just focus the aspirants on the incidentals, but fundamentals of the country. Let's redefine the vision of this country clearly, so that even if an aspirant does not know, you can lead and guide, so that we have a national vision and a dialogue that mirrors the nation. But when all these, definitely there is a specific constituency, and in this case we are having over close to half of our voters who are not participating actively in the democratic process. And I think that is a serious challenge that our country must think about how to get its solution.
All right, let's first of all head over to Mombasa. We'll come back to that, and of course when we come back, let's talk about disenfranchisement of the youth. I know you've spoken a bit about it, but at the risk of turning you back, let's talk about the disenfranchisement of the youth and why exactly they are keeping away from registering as voters as well as voting. But we head over to Ann Mburu. She is a reporter in Mombasa. Ann Mburu, good morning. I see you doing well and keeping yourself fine. Just tell us about what is happening in Mombasa, Ann.
Good morning to you, to John Jacob Curia, back at Broadcasting House. And Mombasa today is very cold. That is Amina jumper. And we've been burning the midnight oil just to bring you these results from Nyali constituency. And right now I am coming live to you from the National Training Institute Authority in Nyali constituency, which is the Tallying Center. As you all know, Mombasa County has 6 sub-counties, and Nyali constituency is one of those sub-counties in this area. Nyali constituency has 124,253 registered voters and has 5 wards, namely Kazandani, Ziwalangombe, Mkomani, Kongoea, and Freetown. We've been camping here the whole night just to get you these results. And right now, as you can see, the ballot materials have continued to trickle in since yesterday around midnight. We've been receiving the ballot papers, and tallying just started around 5 o'clock. So far we've had 25 ballot boxes checked already out of the 195 from the 195 polling stations. And as we know is that Nyali constituency has attracted 9 candidates, namely Mohammed Ali, Said Abdallah, and just to remind you is that Mohammed Ali is trying to retain his seat, so he's vying for the seat together with the contestant Said Abdallah, who has been vying for that seat for the last 3 elections that we've had. And we have Yasir Noor, Eric Gitonga, Millicent Otieno, Ferdinand Marandu, Edward Makosewe, Jafet Marin, and Joshua Otieno. So far throughout the night, things have been smooth. Still a chilly night, chilly morning today. And as you can see just right behind me, as I have said, is that the tallying process is ongoing. We will continue to give you updates every single time we're here, just to ensure that you get to know what is happening in Nyali constituency. Curia.
Thank you very much, Ann Mburu, and for that update. We'll be coming back to you later, obviously, to understand the results from Nyali and several other constituencies inside Mombasa. But first of all, before I let you go, tell us a bit about the mood in Mombasa, now knowing very well that the gubernatorial election did not happen yesterday. How have the residents received, how did they receive the news, and how have they reacted now that the election results for every seat are almost out, but no gubernatorial election just yet?
Yesterday we had a chance to speak to some of them. They were really disappointed with the whole issue, but I think that is what made most of them do not turn out in large numbers, because most of them insisted that they would really have loved to elect the governor that they want, and they would want to be on that seat. So initially, what I can say, the mood in Mombasa is that people are not really happy about it, but they are still happy that they will be participating in the process in the next 2 weeks. That should be on the 23rd of this month.
All right, thank you very much, Ann Mburu. We'll be coming back to you later. Thank you very much for your time. Okay.
Yesterday we had fracas between Governor Sonko, Governor Joho, and Abdul Swamad. There was some fracas there. what is the situation like right now, having in mind that an election for the gubernatorial seat did not take place?
Yesterday it was chaotic, but today morning we woke up to a very calm morning. Everyone is going about their own businesses. Right now at the center, nothing much is happening, just a calm area because we have enough security. Security has really been beefed up, so I don't think really there's going to be any much this morning. Maybe later in the afternoon because they'll have to come and get the results because right now the tallying is really progressing very fast.
All right. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your time. We'll be coming back to you later. Probably maybe we should listen or, head over to Jane Wamboi in a bit, who will be giving us, some stats about this election and how battleground counties are shaping up. Jane, you ready?
Absolutely. Now, the other one of the battle counties was Narok, right here. It was one of those counties that these two candidates needed to do so much more, and this is particularly to Raila Odinga and William Ruto, as well as Waihiga and Mwaure. They needed to do a lot to secure this vote in this particular county. But looking at how the results are looking so far, now, here we go. Let us clear this. So far, we only have results from 3 counties, and by the look of things, blue represents Raila Odinga, and as you can see, he seems to be leading in this particular, so far with the numbers that we have received, but the total number of registered voters in Narok County stands at 398,784. But when we come to specific counties, for example, we can have a look at Narok South. Raila Odinga is leading with 8,487 votes, while William Ruto comes in second with 7,834 votes. Waihiga has garnered 25 votes, while David Mwaure has garnered only 10 votes. Going to Emarua, let's bring this up. William Ruto is leading with 1,160 votes. Raila Odinga has gotten only 25 votes, while Professor Waihiga and Mwaure have both gotten a single vote each. And finally, going to Kilgoris, Raila Odinga is leading with 333 votes. William Ruto coming in second with 275 votes. Professor Waihiga has gotten 3 votes, and David Mwaure only 1 vote. Now, out of these, we still have 3 more constituencies to go, a total of 7. But as you can see, as per the results, when you put them all together, much as it seems like 2 counties are Raila Odinga is leading, but when you put the collective figure, William Ruto is leading with 9,269. Raila Odinga comes in second with 8,845. Waihiga has 29 votes so far, and David Mwaure has 12 votes so far. We still await votes from Narok West, Narok North, and Narok East constituencies. Victor, this is the latest as per what we have received in regards to this particular county, as it was considered as one of the battleground counties.
All right. What does that show you, Jen? When you look at those figures.
Yes.
What does that show you? More so, Narok has been, perceived to be Raila Odinga's stronghold, but as it is right now, it's changing to be somehow leaning towards William Ruto, so to speak.
Yes, and that's the thing, because you can see in 2 constituencies, Kilgoris and Narok South, Raila Odinga has emerged, has the most number of votes. But this one county in Emarua has secured William Ruto more votes, put together with the other two constituencies whose votes have already been tallied. So when you put them together, Deputy President William Ruto is leading, much as Raila Odinga is preferred in 2 constituencies over this one that the Deputy President is leading.
If I could just dive right in. Of course, you've seen the results from Emurua Dikir in Narok. But looking at the election results in 2017, Victor.
Yes.
I don't think Narok shaped up as Raila Odinga's stronghold. They split
Yeah.
Both of them split between Uhuru Kenyatta, the president, and Raila Odinga. There was kind of a split.
Yeah,
in the sense that you would not say it was Raila Odinga's stronghold.
It plays out to be.
And I'm sure even when the results are finally done in Narok, it will not be anybody's stronghold.
No. It sounds out to be a very soft.
Anybody's stronghold. They will split it, both of them.
It turns out to be a very soft battleground for the two parties.
Yeah.
Because when you look at 2017, as you said, it did not go directly to ODM or to Raila Odinga way back then. And right now, as it is, even Kilgoris and Emurua Dikir are also giving a different kind of a figure. So Narok County, and when you come to, for example, moving to the larger Ma community, is always somehow easy to predict how it goes in 2017, 2013, and even right now. Somebody would say that after the demise of the late Olentimama, remember, things started to change up to that, from that point. The late Saitoti, remember? Up to that particular point. From that point, the Ma community started to shift their allegiance depending on who is the highest bidder. All right. So I think at this particular point, we need to head to the Bomas of Kenya and get the latest. We have got Sarafina Robi there to give us an update on what's happening. Good morning. What is the latest from the Nav Center Bomas of Kenya?
Indeed, thank you, Victor, and a very good morning. From the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center, where we have been receiving timely updates from the commissioners led by the Chair Wafula Chebukati as well as the Vice Chair Juliana Cherera, whereby they have been updating us on how the elections have been going on since the preparations kicked off. And as of now, we are coming to you live from the auditorium, whereby we expect the commissioners to be addressing us and telling us how far the results have streamed in, and as of today we expect the tallying to kick off here at the National Tallying Center, which is at the Bomas of Kenya. And given that as of yesterday we were able to see that elections were able to be completed in different parts of the country, most parts of the country, with the commission saying that they're going to conduct by-elections in about eight electoral places, which included gubernatorial. For the gubernatorial seat, we expect to have the elections on the 23rd of August at Mombasa and Kakamega counties, as well as for the National Assembly. We expect to have the by-elections at Kitui Rural, Kasheliba, Pokot South, as well as Rongai. And for the Member of County Assembly, we expect to have the by-elections from Nyaki West and Kwanjenga at Embakasi. And also the Commission, the Independent Election Boundaries Commission, was able to say that as of today, they are going to have elections in one of the places whereby elections were not able to happen as of yesterday, which is Elders in Wajir. Therefore, we expect also to be briefed to get to understand how that has started, if elections have been able to be carried out at Elders as they had briefed us yesterday, and also to get a feel and also to get the percentage of voters, since the to give us as was that 12 million voters had already cast their votes as of 4 p.m. yesterday. So we'll be able also to get to understand how many Kenyans were able to vote as of this morning and what percentage has been achieved. Well, right now, Victor, we are at the auditorium.
A lot is happening there at the Bomas of Kenya, and so far we've not had any communication from the chair. What are the timelines that we expect Chebukati to give us another update, because the country is waiting to hear from him?
As well as we have different places where we expect the presidential candidates and their families and friends meeting, and then we whereby we expect the political parties that will be coming to this particular place will be sitting. We already have a couple of people in the auditorium, mostly journalists, agents, and IEBC officials. As you can see, we also have other designated places. As you can see, that is a place where most journalists will be broadcasting from, and we also have other rows designated for the observers and stakeholders who will be at this particular place, and we also have other rows that have been designated for the IEBC staff. Well, apart from that, we also have a number of display screens that have been put in the
All right. It seems that we lost the signal there from the Bomas of Kenya, but nonetheless, that is Rafina Robi giving us an update from the Nav Center. We expect Wafula Chebukati to give the country an update later on. Probably she didn't get that question, but later he should be in a position to update the country on what's happening, the progress so far, the flow of the results from different parts of the country. And that is where all the focus will be for the better part of the day, late into the evening, or even tomorrow, depending on how the results will be relayed to the Bomas of Kenya. But then, just as we were talking about something about the IEBC's, participation in terms of how they program themselves, how they deliver the election. But one thing that I would love to ask is, they promised to have an hourly update to the country, but that is not happening. What do you think could be the issue at this particular point, Justice?
You look at the democratic aspiration. By this I mean the IEBC vision and even ORPP's vision is to have a democratic space that is driven by issues, which is devoid of populism and nepotism. And I agree, populism and nepotism is one major encumbrances that Kenya is dealing with to date, where we have strong individuals who are stronger than the institutions. And the moment institutions are not functioning, actually is a danger to our economic development. And reasons to why institutions like IEBC has refused to work is because the infiltration and irregularities that are being done by these strong individuals. And sometimes they manifest even in appointment and choices of the managers or the officials in these institutions to an extent that they are so divided and certain mistakes occur in favor of the persons or the godfathers who gave them these opportunities. And the ultimate loser normally is the citizen and our national interest. For us to achieve the desired political aspirations, there are certain give and takes, and institutions have to stand. These individuals that we hero worship, these individuals who are the party, because when you want to define a person as a populist, just look at how they operate. You remove them from a party, even a party as an institution will cease to function. And there are major challenges we are dealing with. And our prayer and desire is that our institutions can rise up to the occasion and defeat populism and defeat nepotism and let institutions to function. I'm thinking even election will not be costing us this much. You don't need to have a ballot paper which has sophisticated security features than even your currency note. And the reason why it's having these multiple sophisticated features is because of lack of trust. An electoral process can be so easy to a point that it doesn't have to be locked into this one-day event. There's a culture of one-day event in this country. And it's also contributed to the last-minute rush. If you look at the education system that we're having, we have an exam system that is set for one day, especially in the lower cadres. You study all the 8 years, then you're judged harshly with one day appearance, and if you can, I mean, if you fail or if you pass, notwithstanding the circumstances influencing those days that an individual appear for such tests or examinations.
But that would sound so easy. Having an online election, you know, at the comfort of your house, go back to work or something. But then the issue of lack of trust that you're talking about, you'd imagine that this country, an election is always a do or die, where shots are fired, ballot boxes are kicked left, right, and center, network is switched off, blackout. At what point do you think the common mwananchi would have that free space now to exercise their democratic right if the political class themselves are giving the common mwananchi the real deal in politics? I either have it or something different will happen.
Well, when we manage to successfully defeat populism and personism, then yes, we will talk about functional institutions. That is a given, and it's something that is achievable.
Okay.
And I think these individuals have been riding on the inherited colonial platforms, which were thriving mostly through on divide and conquer. And the divide and conquer actually has played perfectly well through tribal lines. In other countries, actually, people are divided in terms of the long and short nose. Other areas, they are divided in terms of how light you are and how dark you are. And this divide and conquer actually is a concept that is still here with us. But the coming generation, and more so our generation, seems to outlive certain tactics that these systems have been thriving on. And I think we need to invest much more on exposing these foundations and also bringing out the intentions of elections. We do have election. You have election in your houses. We come from families, and the moments when you just have to agree on consensus. Mama wewe utafanya nini? Watoto nyinyi mtafanya nini? Hata kama kuna mfanyikazi, who will wash vyombo? Those are elections. That's democracy in the house. And you don't kick each other, you don't destroy the tables in the homes, and then even in the village, in the churches. When it's not conducted correctly, we've seen wars and fighting even in the churches, isn't it? But in our community, in our society, we always assign responsibility based on strength and capacity of every individual. And that's why you find in every society, and this is a mystery of human beings, every human being is unique and great and have their own significance that is not comparable. All we need to do is have a space where everybody enjoy their full potential without subjugation. But the moment you start affronting other people's strength, you want to operate where you lack strength in, yet you know that Jacob is very good in this, Victor is very good in this, and then you choose to start hosting a show and lead the show in a direction which will not yield the desired result. Yet we have Jacob and we have Victor who can handle it. So the challenges we are having today are finding, getting individuals who are directing the organization or leadership which actually have no merit on the areas or lack the interest of citizens at heart. We are having leaders who, instead of serving you, they sacrifice you at any convenience. Instead of filling you, they fleece you. There are leaders who promise you freedom or justice when clearly you see their pockets are bursting with loots. Somebody is telling you how he will be just and to protect your freedom, yet you look at their blood, you can see blood. I mean, you see, look at their hand, you can see blood. So the challenges we are having, and it's perennial. And these are the persons who keep on using our public resources, abusing and manipulating. That's what we call corruption. And they use this to strengthen those empires. But I am reminding fellow citizens that knowledge is power. There's a scripture in the Bible in Isaiah that is 3:6. It says, wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of your times and your strength to deliverance. The moment people are educated to know, it becomes more stronger than just finance money. People need to get to a level where money serves us to live the life. We redefine our purpose, who we are, what we are, why we are, so clearly that we are not just subject or servants of instruments that need to serve us to live the life.
All right.
So if that is brought out clearly, I tell you, we love a society where citizens' right and sovereignty will be upheld.
Let me take you back to the question of turnout and the number of young people who came out for the exercise, including registration as voters. It appears like the work is cut out for the next administration in terms of empowerment of the youth, because such a huge chunk ignoring issues of governance is quite some trouble for a young democracy like ours.
Well, every generation have their own solution and they change question. At the end of the day, expecting a fig tree to yield olive may be difficult. Maragwe ni maragwe, iweze kuwa corn. So we as a generation still must fold up our sleeves and dirty our hands and get into this field actively to start articulating our interest and put our interest forward. If we still leave it to this generation, their interest has remained same old. If you were to ask me about the track record of William Ruto, I will tell you, I'll ask you to look at the Jubilee government for the last 10 years. If you ask me to look for at the track record of Azimio presidential candidate Odinga, I'll ask you to look at the Nusumkati government and his previous when he was prime minister. And then these are not miracles. These are individuals who we already know what they're capable of. We even know how they think. We've seen them even through various little processes like accountability measures, how they behave and how they think. And we know who their friends are when they go to China, when they go to West. And then we know their businesses. So whichever direction, you'll find some people are making policies biasly inclined towards what? A myopic view for purposes of self-interest. Whereas we need an environment where citizens are able to compete globally. I'm telling you, AI right now is not merciful in the global community. Even drivers, you're driving your car, already we have vehicles that are driven through the technology. You won't need a driver anymore. And then the robotics can even cook. So if you were a woman whose strength was just cooking in the house, anybody can just get a robot and then they'll have somebody to cook. So we must redefine who we are, what our functionality, even as a male. These professions that we have been rushing, working so hard, depleting our parents' hard-earned resources to go and acquire. You buy knowledge to be a doctor. You buy knowledge to be a journalist. Even with the cameras, I'm telling you, phones have come with technology which can do the same editing work that you are doing in the gallery very fast and then very efficient because of the technological features that the phone is having. So this generation must arise to the occasion. If we just sit back and keep on blaming and crying foul because of these other individuals, their interest, their appetite is not satiable. Their level of greed, I tell you, if you were to ask, is much less. They are an empty, is a pit that you cannot fill. But if we stand and show them the value and redirect them to the vision and make them understand why we need change, I tell you, they will support us. They will listen to us.
Justice, you are an aspirant,
right?
And thank God you reached where you reached. But then we've, so far an election is quite emotive,
right?
And we are likely to see big names falling after today or even tomorrow. But the question should be, or let me ask you this, are people ready to embrace that change? It's an emotional event, and people get so much attached to the feelings of politics. But are people ready to embrace that change, that your favorite candidate has lost? How does it feel now that you have been through the process and here you are?
The reason why the Constitution has not left us in the dark regarding the procedure and process of how to conduct election is for us to have candidates or electoral results which are free, fair, and verifiable. Election that even you yourself, you can just walk in and look at those Form 34 and follow back and realize, and you can tell yourself and come with the conclusion that indeed this was the will of the people. If that is the case, it becomes very easy, and I'm sure we would have contentment. But the moment we have illegalities, the moment we have irregularities, and they are glaring right on our face, and more so when they are costing us money, or when it is killing your dream or your future, I tell you, people are bound to react, and they will react from whichever way they know how. And those are the things we need to avoid. No wonder I'm saying that the managers and the institutions who are responsible in conducting election must be accountable, and if possible this time must be punishable. Should they fail to live up to the constitutional requirement. Because this gray area we keep on living every now and then, you say there are irregularities, there are illegalities, but no one is brought to book. Some people say, Musando signed in so many times, even after he is dead. And no one is brought to book. If anything, those guys are being promoted and being rewarded, and those are the challenges of populists. Because populists will always keep sycophants in instrumental key areas, and these people end up stifling our growth, stifling our potential. Kenya is endowed with enormous potential.
All right, so let's take a break from studio here and cross over straight to Kilifi County. Junei Karisa is on standby to give us an update on what's happening there. Junei, good morning. So far, what is happening from the coastal part of our country?
Good morning from Kilifi County. We are coming to you live from the Pwani University. This is the Kilifi County Tallying Center, and it is headed by Hussein Gure, who is the county returning officer. The constituency returning officers started yesterday to bring in some of the ballot boxes once they have concluded announcing results at the constituency level. As you can see behind me, several boxes are still, several constituency returning officers are still bringing in the results that they have relayed from the ward levels and tallied at the constituency tallying center, and to bring the records to the county tallying center. Just to mention an incident that took place yesterday night, it is alleged that one polling station that we have confirmed with the county RO, who is Hussein Gure, that a polling station brought in boxes without seals on them, and those boxes are 5 of them, and this of course alerted some of the officials that are represented here, among them agents of the different parties representing the different candidates are here. So a little bit of a fracas that did not last up to about 10 minutes, and of course he was able to resolve in time that particular fracas. However, they are yet to give direction as to how those particular boxes will be treated, if they will be tallied, or we will wait further direction from the county returning officers on how those results will be relayed. Right now he says he's trying to interrogate the constituency returning officer or the presiding officer of that polling stations to understand what exactly transpired until the boxes arrived without any seals. So that was a bit of a hiccup yesterday deep in the night. However, this morning no incident has been reported. We have just talked to him. He has just assured us that no incident was reported across Kilifi County. My colleague Hibak is in Magarini. Right about 9 o'clock, there was some tension in some ward polling stations, but that matter was able to resolve because police was reinforced in that area. So she is waiting the results, and this is the situation across the 7 constituencies here in Kilifi County. They are awaiting the results at the constituency tallying center before proceeding here at the Pwani University, which is the county tallying center. So results are still trickling in. The presidential is ongoing. Is still, they are recording the presidential results as well as other results as soon as the presiding officers and the constituency returning officers arrive at this area to just give in their results. So we are here. We will give you more details as the day unfolds. But for now, the voter turnout for Kilifi County as from yesterday as exercise was 50%. This is a low turnout compared to 2017, which was estimated at 80%. So yesterday, only 50% of the voters, that includes an estimated of 580,000, they were supposed to head to the ballot. 50% of that number is what voted yesterday. A low turnout according to the county returning officer. However, we still have to know who has won in this county. So we are here joined by my colleagues in Ganze, Rabai, Kilifi North, Kilifi South, and in Malindi, just to give you a perspective of what Kilifi County holds. So right about now, let me hand it back to you, John Jacob Kuria, as we continue with the tallying exercise here at the county tallying center at the Pwani University.
Thank you very much, Janae Karisa, for a wonderful job in Kilifi. And of course, we'll be speaking to you later. We'll be linking up with you later on to give us a status update on what is happening in Kilifi as it is right now. Let's head to Jen now to give us a little bit of stats on Kilifi County. Jen.
All right, so Kilifi County is right here. We want to have a quick look at how the numbers are looking in regards to the votes that have already been tallied, and especially so looking at the presidential candidates. So when we bring it down to Kilifi, it has a total number of 588,602 registered voters. And from what we can see, only 3 counties have, we have the data from 3 counties, and we're starting off with Ganze. And as you can see, the color of that particular constituency shows you which candidate has the highest number of votes. And from what you can see right now, Raila Odinga is leading with 4,935 votes, followed by Deputy President William Ruto with 643 votes. Professor George Wajakoya has 54 votes, and David Mwaure has 30 votes. Going on to Kilifi South, Raila Odinga is also leading with 914 votes. William Ruto, 395 votes. Professor Wajakoya, 9 votes. And finally, David Mwaure with 5 votes. And finally, moving on to Rabai, Raila Odinga still at the lead with 259 votes. 88 votes for Dr. William Ruto. Professor Wajakoya has 5 votes. And David Mwaure has 2 votes. So far, only 3 constituencies. Now, when you compare this particular pattern with the previous general elections, so far Raila Odinga is leading with 6,108. Deputy President, a collective of 1,126. Professor Wajakoya, a collective number of 68. And David Mwaure, 37. When you go back to 2017, this is how Kilifi was looking like. Then a total number of 508,068 registered voters. And from this particular color, you can see Raila Odinga dominated in all the constituencies, garnering a total of 273,852, translating to 83.56% of the total vote in this particular county. And the same happened in 2013. Again, Raila Odinga dominated in all the constituencies in Kilifi County with 182,708 votes, which translated to 84% out of the total number of registered voters, which in 2013 stood at 336,410. And remember, Kilifi is under the leadership of Governor Amason Kingi, who again is also a member of the Orange Democratic Movement. Victor.
All right. So, what Janae said that is that last year the turnout was completely different from what happened yesterday. And just to ask you, Justice, when you look at it's quite, similar to what we're discussing here, the voter turnout and the voter apathy. She said that 80% voted last year, yesterday 50%. Is this something to worry the political class and even the future candidates who will be seeking elective positions?
Well, the voting pattern is a science that any candidate need to be cognizant of. Yes, previously, last 2017 was 79% voter turnout. Though we've had contention, right?
Yes.
In 2013, there were cases where we had a certain turnout which were over 100%. I don't know whether they were 100%. And I think those are some servers which we are still seeking to open. But then we had a massive turnout of 85%. I think that was the highest turnout Kenya has ever encountered. But 2010 constitution was averaging around 79%. Kenya, in 1992, it was about 69%. And 1997, it was about 68. 2002, it was about 57%. All these are indicating how the factors that have been determining how Kenya respond to every election. I would talk much more about the 2010 referendum. Referendum was a constitutional dispensation. And I could say probably the higher voter turnout was due to the engagement that citizens were having with the issues, because constitution was a dream come true. Of course, that has been followed by then the 2013 election. 2013 election was so sentimental. It was one election that led to a serious backlash. I think this was the ICC moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the rallying call, I think, there was serious emotional rallying call that brought people to participate. And I think such emotional rallying call may have been missing in this current election. And the 2017, before the nullified election,